Chapter 60. It's true that I have 3 dragons, but I'm the only Targaryen left. Little Aegon is long dead. At this point, Dany looked at Whitebeard and asked, "Do you know the Song of Ice and Fire?" Rhaegar also said that Aegon is the child of the prophecy, and the Song of Ice and Fire was naturally composed for him. With the background music of the Song of Ice and Fire, it sounded like a protagonist. Whitebeard fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, "The Targaryen emblem is indeed a 3-headed dragon, which means Aegon and his 2 sisters, 3 dragons, 3 dragon knights. The dragon has 3 heads should mean that, but I don't know who else is missing. The Prince of the Prophecy has been circulating among the Targaryen royalty for decades." The Prince of the Prophecy? Does the Targaryens have such a saying? Dany looked at Jorah in confusion, hoping to get confirmation from him. "Sorry, I don't know either." Jorah frowned and shook his head, looking at the old man suspiciously. "Aston, how do you know this?" "Haha, that was decades ago. You Northerners are the ones who are ignorant." Whitebeard chuckled for a while and continued the previous topic. "Legend has it that the Targaryens will give birth to a prince. He is the reincarnation of Yeser Ahai, and will wait Yeser Ahai." Dany interrupted him and asked strangely, "Is it, after the long summer, the stars weep blood, and the reincarnation of Yeser Ahai will be reborn in the land of smoke and salt?" That's about it. I also know about this ancient Yasser prophecy circulating in the continent of Ursos. But in us Westeros, a prophet clearly said that the reborn Yeser Ahai will be a Targaryen prince, and he'll be born in the last few decades. Whitebeard nodded. That damned Yeser Ahai was so rare that people from all over the world were looking forward to his reincarnation, whether or not he saved the world from the other ghosts. Killing his wife as a sacrifice to his sword was a sure thing. The old zebra man had told him the story of the descendants of Hel Cologne. After saving the world, Hel Cologne gave birth to many little Hel Cologne. Then who did he have a child with? Scumbag. As if seeing Dany's indifference, Whitebeard said seriously, "Even if Sir Mormont doesn't know about this prophecy, he must have heard of Jenny of the city of Barrenstone." Not to mention Jorah, even Dany, who had never been to Westeros, knew about Jenny from the city of Barrenstone. In the Song of Ice and Fire world, the first marry Sue White Lotus. At the wedding of Dany Rise and the horse King Drogo, all the guests gave gifts. Even Mormont, who was so poor that his wife had run away, gave 2 old books. It was a handwritten parchment without a name. Dany had read it many times in order to understand this world. It could probably be considered as Westeros fairy tales. It was filled with the legends of the 7 kingdoms. The writing was very simple and superficial. It was written specifically to help children learn how to read. Among them was the story of Jenny from the city of Barrenstone. It was said that she came from the city of Barrenstone, the ruins of a 6,000-year-old ancient city in the wilderness. She had no clear parents and only claimed to be a descendant of the ancient king. The city of Barrenstone was the capital of an ancient king and was destroyed by the Undul's invasion 6,000 years ago. However, the people in the nearby villages did not believe her and mocked her as a crazy peasant girl or even a witch. But one thing was certain. She was a great beauty, mysterious and charming. So much so that Crown Prince Duncan, who had been engaged, would rather give up the throne and marry Jenny after meeting her in the wild with flowers in her hair. Speaking of which, Jenny was also Dany's aunt. Her husband was the elder brother of Dany's grandfather. Well, Dany's grandfather got a big bargain and got the throne as the second son. Jenny of the city of Barrenstone is related to the child of prophecy? Dany was surprised. Her Highness Jenny did not enter the palace alone. She had a good friend who grew up with her, a female prophet. Whitebeard's blue eyes flashed with reminiscence. His voice was low and powerful as it slowly entered everyone's ears. Her Highness Jenny called her friend the Child of the Forest, but everyone thought she was just a strange-looking dwarf. The witch once said to your grandfather that the prince in the prophecy would come to the descendants of Prince Eris and Princess Layla. So, your parents may not have loved each other, but they still got married. Alas, if King Eris ever had love, it must have happened to Joanna of Casterly Rock. Joanna of Casterly Rock? Mormont was inexplicably shocked and said in a trembling voice, "Are you talking about Joanna Lannister?" Whitebeard took a deep look at the knight and said, "She is the wife of Duke Tywin." As Princess Layla's companion, Joanna grew up in the Red Castle and King Eris. Alas, I digress. Now that I see Her Highness Dany rise, I feel that the prophet's prophecy has come true. He shook his head and said to Dany, "Haha, you think I'm the child of prophecy, the reincarnation of Yeser and Ahai?" Dany shook her head and chuckled. "In the prophecy I saw, Liga almost passed through time and told me that the baby in his arms was the real child of prophecy. Little Prince Aegon is dead, and the prophecy is broken." Cora said in a deep voice, "No matter what, you are the real queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Please return to Pentos with us," Whitebeard said to Dany. Dany could see that Whitebeard was only Beavis' attendant in name, but the real master was still him. "When did you come to Quarrels?" she asked. 4 or 5 days ago. "Why did you come to me only today?" Whitebeard explained. "The leader of the merchant ship, Grollet, is the captain and also a proper Pentos merchant. Merchants believe that the ship will not run empty. We brought Mir's exquisite handicrafts to Quarrels, and we will also take Eastern spices, silk, porcelain, and other things from Quarrels. So far, the goods shipped here have not been sold out, and the goods from the East are not." Speaking of this, the old man frowned and looked at the centaurs sitting under the shade of the tree. He sighed. "We should have settled down your highness, subordinates, and luggage, and then used the remaining space in the cabin to restock. You heard that I was leaving soon, so you rushed over immediately." "That's right." The old man nodded. There was one more thing he did not say. He secretly observed whether Dany had the qualifications to become the queen of the Seven Kingdoms, and that was why they did not come to her immediately. To the old man, as long as Dany did not inherit the Mad King's crazy genes, she was qualified. He could not be blamed for having low standards, as there were too few people to choose from. Dany let the maid serve the 2 guests, while she returned to the living room with the Blood Brotherhood guard and Cora to discuss their next move. Aggo and the others had always believed that centaurs should not leave solid land. The endless poisonous water would drown the entire world, and it was too dangerous. Well, the centaurs were all landlubbers and had a phobia of the sea. Their views were too biased, and there was not much reference value. Cora only hesitated for a moment before suggesting that Dany accept Illyrio's invitation. "You've been targeted by him. No matter if he has other motives, or if he just wants to profit from your restoration, he won't give up your 3 dragons so easily. If he can find you so accurately and quickly once, he can find you a second time. If you keep rejecting him, perhaps..." After pausing for a moment to let Dany understand the worst possible outcome, he continued, "It's also safer and faster to go by sea. We're not used to fighting on poisonous water. Our strength is halved," Chui Luo retorted. "It's harder to be tracked by sea, and it's naturally safer if you don't meet any enemies. Although your warriors on horseback, the 2 ultimate skills of Ursos the Araximeter and Bao, are not completely useless on a ship." A fierce look flashed in Cora's eyes. "In fact, if things don't go well, we have the power to seize control of the ship. We won't go to Pentos. The ship will send us to Slaver's Bay." The next morning, Captain Grollet came to meet Dany. He was a weather-beaten, rugged old sailor of medium build, with a fluffy beard and curly black hair. He seemed to only have a mouthful of big white teeth and sharp, dark brown eyes that leaked out from his face. In his conversation with Dany, Captain Grollet did not appear to be forceful. The moment he saw her, he offered to give up his captain's cabin. Like Beevos, he already saw Dany as someone he could serve and be loyal to. Of course, Danny would not tell him to change direction the moment they met. In fact, Danny would not take the initiative to mention this. She was only 15 years old, naive and muddle-headed. She did not have her own opinions, and only listened to Cora Mengmeng. If Illyrio really had bad thoughts, he should blame the Queen's Iron Guard. When Zaylor found out that Illyrio had sent a ship to pick her up, he only said that the house could be extended for a few days, but she would have to pay for the food herself. After that, he did not show his face much, and if there was anything, it was through the steward. While waiting for the merchant ship to restock, Danny did not idle. First, she had to sell all 300 camels she had just bought, making a small loss. Not only did she have to sell the camels, but the old, weak women and children did not need to ride horses. Apart from the 80 elite cavalrymen, the remaining people's horses would also be sold. In fact, Danny had sold 70% of the tribe's war horses and spent money to equip the cavalrymen with better horses. Drogo Khalasar's good horses had been taken away by the many new Khans who had left, and the remaining horses were not suitable for battle. In the end, Danny had Captain Grollet choose 200 sailors from his fleet. The centaurs, including the Blood Riders, were required to learn how to swim, and the sailors were their instructors. Jorah Mormont had grown up by the sea and did not need to take part in any training. 2 days passed like this. After breakfast and a bowl of sponge gourd and shrimp soup, Danny decided to go to the docks to see Grollet's ship in person and see if there were any problems that had been overlooked. For example, the terrifying septicemia during the age of the Great Voyage. She did not know if this magical world had encountered such a problem. The distance from Queers to Pentos was much farther than the Atlantic Ocean in Europe. She went to the stables in faded sandals and straw sandals. A silver medallion belt hung from her small waist, and a small scimitar hung from it. Jiki had braided her silver hair into a Dothraki braid and tied a silver bell at the end, which jingled with her light footsteps. The centaur maid thought that Danny had burned the witch to death in the Hall of the Dust and sent the soul of an immortal to hell. It was a victory worth bragging about, and was fully qualified to add a bell to her braid. Danny was helpless about this, not because of the bell, but because even the simple-minded centaurs thought that she had killed an immortal. Could the great wizard be dumber than a centaur? Chapter 61. Your Highness, is it really okay for you to dress like this? Danny's centaur girl outfit made Whitebeard's old face scrunch up, like a conservative father who saw his beloved daughter make a shamate look. I think the cheongsam you invented is very beautiful, completely in line with the style of the royal family, he suggested hesitantly. Since seeing Danny that day, Whitebeard and Beworth had not left. The two claimed that it was their responsibility to protect Danny's safety, and wherever she went in the future, they would follow closely. Danny thought that the two were not cunning, and even if they had other motives, they would not hurt her, so she agreed to their request. Sir Jorah was very dissatisfied with this, and he kept telling Danny that there was something wrong with Aston, and he did not act like a servant at all. Although Danny agreed with him, she also retorted that they would cross the sea together sooner or later, and there would be more time to spend together in the future, so it was impossible to keep those two apart forever. So Sir Jorah also began to fulfill his duty as the Queen's Iron Guard, becoming one of Danny's bodyguards. Since we are here at the stable, we must ride horses, and my cheongsam is not suitable for this kind of occasion. Danny led her little silver horse out, pressed on the saddle, and stepped on it vigorously. Little Queen, Beworth likes this dress very much. It looks like a warrior. The eunuch did not ride a horse, so he guarded Danny's side and strode forward. Ahem, the two of you and Sir Jorah, don't call me Queen in the future. You can use the Queen's name to scare people in front of outsiders. We are all familiar with each other, so there is no need to deceive ourselves. The horse trotted briskly, crossed the threshold, and stepped onto the street. You are the Queen of the 7 Kingdoms, the real Queen, Whitebeard said solemnly. He and Cora rode their horses, and together with Ricarlo and the other 4 centaur knights, They surrounded Dany from all sides. My brother Viserys has always claimed to be the guardian of the Seven Kingdoms, the king of the Westeros, but everyone mocked him as the Beggar King. Dany told them, "From now on, you can call me Calixi or Princess of Dragonstone Island. You can just call me Dany Rise." When Dany Rise was born, the Targaryen dynasty had yet to be completely destroyed. Her identity as the Princess of Dragonstone Island was already a fact that no one could deny. At most, she could only be considered an exiled princess. Queers was built on the north shore of the strait, and the docks were south of the city. Ja Luo's mansion was located in the wealthy district of the eastern part of the city. After crossing 8 streets, they finally arrived at the poor district of the southern part of the city. There were no colorful marble palaces or fragrant gardens here, only old brick houses. There were few windows on the side facing the street. There were naked children, dirt-faced beggars, scrawny sand-colored dogs, and fair-skinned residents of Queers on the filthy streets. Not everyone could be like Jal Luo, who wore the traditional clothes of Queers every day. These commoners only had a dirty linen skirt to cover their bodies. When Dany passed by, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to send her off with numb eyes. They all knew her, and they all knew about the Mother of Dragons. They no longer had the fanaticism they had when she first entered the city. Now, their indifference towards her was tinged with fear. The Hall of Immortality collapsed amidst the smoke and flames. Almost everyone in Queers saw it. At first, many people were fooled by Dany's lies, believing that the imperishable hall had burned down the old building. After all, the imperishable hall had really become a hall of dust. It was time to tear it down and rebuild it. Everyone knew about the madness of the male sorcerers. Setting fire to houses was normal for them. There were even house-building merchants who approached the great sorcerer Haya, hoping to contract the construction of the new, imperishable hall. They didn't want any money, and they only needed to give him the storefronts facing the street. The merchant ran out of the black forest naked, shouting as he ran, "Where's my tail? I want my tail." It was extremely strange. The other merchants, who thought they had missed the golden opportunity, were scared out of their wits. The residents of Queers no longer dared to discuss the sorcerer's madness in public. Everyone began to wonder if the Mother of Dragons had lied to the sorcerer's intense reaction. In just one night, the people of Queers remembered the danger of dragons. The scene of them meeting each other disappeared, and Dany's mansion became deserted. However, Dany didn't care. She was about to leave. What did it matter what the people of Queers thought of her? After passing through the slums of Queers and entering the docks, the streets became more crowded. Carriages, palanquins, camel caravans, merchants and sailors of all kinds of skin. Hawkers on the streets, the fragrance of the noblewoman's perfume, the smell of roasted meat, leather, feces, sweat, and the smell of fish mixed together to form a thick and strange smell. The strange smell mixed with the clamor and salty sea breeze gave people a feeling of living in the world of mortals. Dany found herself liking Queers a little. She shouldn't have been hiding in Jal's garden palace. She almost missed the true beauty of this city of trade. Out of the way for the Mother of Dragons. Bevos, the burly man, shouted loudly, chasing away a mule in front of him. "I smell it. It's poisonous water," Jiki, the centaur maid, shouted at Dany. The Dothraki didn't trust the sea or anything related to it. In their eyes, any water that horses couldn't drink was unclean. What poisonous water? Ago and the others have been soaking in the sea for the past few days. Did they die? Dany asked Ago, who was beside her. "Tell her, is the sea poisonous?" "It's poisonous, Khaleesi," the centaur nodded seriously. "I drank a few mouthfuls and was almost poisoned to death. Everyone has tried it. Sea water really isn't drinkable. Of course it's poisonous." That logic! Queers was one of the largest ports in the world. Taverns, warehouses, and casinos lined the streets. Cheap brothels were closely connected to temples that worshipped all kinds of strange gods. Under the huge canopy of the docks, peddlers and customers from all over the world were crowded. Thieves, rogues, swindlers, and other lowlifes were also among them. Aston, the white-bearded man, explained to Danny, "The dock itself is a big shopping mall. Goods from the eastern and western continents enter and leave here day and night. Almost everything that exists in the world can be found here." After a moment's silence, he sighed. "At the same time, this is also a forbidden area of law and morality. Slaves can be freely bought and sold. Illegal goods can be peddled. If you don't ask about the source of the goods, the same thing will only cost a fraction of the market price here. Your Highness, do you understand why?" A few thoughts flashed through her mind. Danny said in surprise, "Pirates and robbers openly sell their stolen goods here." A hint of admiration flashed through the white-bearded man's blue eyes. "This is the trading capital of the world, and also a place of sin." "Mother of dragons! Mother of dragons!" Danny turned around and saw a skinny man wearing a hat made of white linen jumping up and down, waving and shouting at her from across Yura. The middle-aged man's skin was charcoal black, and his body was thin and shriveled. The whites of his eyes were especially large, and they were even more obvious against the black skin of his face. Mother of dragons, I have dragon eggs, I have dragon eggs. Do you want to buy them?" He shouted in Valeglia with a dialect accent. Hearing about dragon eggs, Danny couldn't help but pull the little silver horse to a stop. She asked Yura to let the peddler in and asked, "Are you sure you're not lying to me?" "How would I dare to lie to Mother of Dragons? You'll know when you come and see." The thin, dark man, with a solemn promise, pulled the silver pony towards a stall without a word of protest. There were many bottles and jars on the dark red carpet. In the center, a ball of soft barren silk wrapped around 2 colorful stone eggs. They were the size of pineapples, and their surface was covered with fine scales. They had a glazed texture, and the sunlight that passed through the hollow ceiling shone on them, reflecting a copper-like halo. Danny exclaimed softly. She got off the horse and walked quickly to the stall. She bent down and picked up one of the stone eggs from the silk cushion. She looked at it carefully. "Mother of Dragons, don't be fooled by old Baukon." There was no chair next to the skinny man's stall. Instead, there was a white-skinned old woman with a string of beer bottles hanging on each of her shoulders. Through the gap of the wooden stopper, the rich smell of goat's milk faintly wafted out. Facing Danny's gaze, the old woman, Queers, whose back was hunched, revealed her shriveled mouth that was missing her front teeth. She chuckled and said, "If they really are dragon eggs, this barbarian from Asha would have already offered them to the royal family. You." The skinny man called Bao Khan wanted to poke his finger into the old woman's eyes. He jumped and scolded. Bastard, old woman, I've never offended you. I often buy goat's milk from you every morning. Why are you slandering me?" The old woman rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "I don't want to lose a returning customer." "What did you say?" "I don't want you to be cut in half by the centaur boys under her command because you lied to the great Calixi." The old woman mocked. "Why don't you think about who is in front of you? She is the Mother of Dragons. You fool! When you meet her, you should stay far away. If there's anyone in the world who can distinguish real dragon eggs, it's her." The old woman is very wise. The skinny man was speechless. His dark face became a little pale. The onlookers nearby also nodded. "This is indeed a dragon egg." Danny said something that made the old woman dumbfounded. "What, it's really a dragon egg?" Even Bao Khan himself was not calm. "Dragon egg," the Mother of Dragons said. "It's a dragon egg. Bao Khan's dragon egg is real." The nearby vendors were in an uproar. "Your Highness, are you sure?" Whitebeard came over and picked up another dragon egg. He looked left and right, but it was difficult to distinguish whether it was real or fake. He was also an expert. When he was young, he had come into contact with real dragon eggs, the dragon eggs of the Targaryen family. Haha, this is a dragon egg, I'm not lying. The Asian man, Bao Khan, jumped and jumped as if he had won the lottery. He laughed and greeted the people around him. You all saw it. This is the famous mother of dragons, the mother of dragons who gave birth to 3 dragons. She identified it. This is a dragon egg. It's indeed a dragon egg. Danny asked him with a smile, If I buy it, what's the price? Chapter 62. Danny had never been so satisfied. Villa's giant lamp, Arda's first son, contained the origin of the first flame that surpassed all the suns in the future. Although its flames were very violent and theoretically belonged to the remnants of the first flame, it was indeed rich in the origin of the first flame. Its energy level was even higher than the first flame she obtained in the Smoke Sea, surpassing level 6. She swallowed 70% of the 2 giant lamps, and Villa buried the remaining flames back into the ground. Because of her help, Villa saved 90% of the maintenance time and tried to preserve more ancient species. Other than the fire in the giant lamp, the underground fire spewed out due to the collapse of the earth and mountains. Danny also absorbed countless earth core fire. At this time when the world was created, the earth core fire was the origin of the secret flame buried and sealed by Villa. The high quality made Danny lose control of her desire again. She was drunk and stuck her head into the crack, squeezing in with all her might and sucking the secret flame deep in the earth. The earth god, Aoki, used the continental plate to clamp her head and prevent her from going down. The Titan god, Tokus, grabbed her spider leg and pulled it out with all his might. The Olomian dog barked at the side to scare her. However, Danny had absorbed enough origin of the first flame to create 10 song of ice and fire worlds from the giant lamp. Tokus couldn't stop her. In the end, crybaby Nina used her pitiful tears to awaken Danny's rationality and prevent her from being beaten up by the Varus. Thank you, Nina. I almost made a big mistake again. Danny smacked her lips, savoring the taste of the secret flame while sincerely thanking the god of mercy. Nina ignored her. Like Lin Dayu, who was abandoned by Jia Bayu, she looked timidly at the crack in the earth and cried. Wherever her tears fell, the earth's wounds were immediately healed. The earth regained its vitality, plants grew, beasts revived, and the world was filled with hope and beauty again. Danny saw this and was envious. Greedy spider, since you were driven by instinct and couldn't extricate yourself, Manwë pardoned your crimes. Leave. I don't want to see you again. Takaza's anger had yet to dissipate. His eyes seemed to contain a storm. His wife, Nessa the fleet-footed leg, glared at him angrily with her face puffed up like a bun. Don't do any more evil. I'll keep an eye on you. Olami's voice echoed across the land. Woof, woof, woof. Even the dog barked at her. Danny didn't have the face to curry favor with him. She put on the black miasma cloak and disappeared in front of the villa. Hiss! Did you notice how she disappeared? Olami gasped. He was the god of hunting and was best at tracking. He also had a dog with a superb sense of smell and vision, but he still couldn't find any trace of Danny. Shadow, pay attention to the shadow on the ground, Valda, who was behind the stars, said with a worried expression. She said to Manwë, after losing the giant lamp, the world fell into darkness with only thin starlight. We can't find any trace of Angorian. Maybe we should keep her with us. Compared to Mirko, she's not too evil. Since she's not too evil, she won't do evil alone. We don't have to worry about her. If she joins Mirko again, keeping an eye on him is the same as keeping an eye on her, Manwë said softly. Valda thought that it made sense and let the matter go. Villa and the others didn't look for trouble with Mirko again because the land had just healed. The world was like a terminally ill patient who had just recovered from a serious illness. It couldn't withstand the torment of the Battle of the Gods. After the Battle of the Giant Lamp, the symmetrical landforms of the continent changed completely. There were plains that rose into hills and mountains that rose into the clouds that became lakes. The continent in the middle of the ocean was like a biscuit that had been bitten a few times. There were many bays and islands. In general, The world map before and after the Battle of the Giant Lamp was completely different. Even Villa's residence, Omeron Island, was shattered. Part of it even became steep mountains. Therefore, Villa left Middle-earth and moved to the westernmost continent, near the edge of the world on Amen Island. To prevent Mirko from attacking again, Villa built the highest mountain in the world on the coast of Amen Island. Manwë's throne was on the highest peak of the mountain. It had a very beautiful name, Oyo Luashua. When Manwë and Valda looked east from Oyo Luashua's palace, they could almost see the end of the world. That was because the world was still flat. Dany quietly approached Amen Island, wanting to peek at what Villa was doing. However, she was discovered by Valda. She looked at her with a serious face. The light of Amen shone on her face, like a holy living bodhisattva. Dany was embarrassed by her stare. She smiled and left the West Sea. She didn't want to look for Mirko at first. She had secretly approached Udamo Fortress in the north a few times before. The environment there was really disgusting. However, after wandering around the continent for a few times, she found the humans had not been born yet. The world was quiet, and she didn't even have a friend to talk to. After Villa went to Amen Island, she almost never set foot on the continent again. The loneliness of being the only person in the world drove her to the north. Mirko didn't blame her for surrendering to Villa and helping Villa to stop the disaster. He wanted to rule the world, not destroy it. Besides, he himself had escaped at that time. How could he blame Dany, who fought alone? However, his reaction was a little strange. Sometimes he was happy for her return, but sometimes he wasn't very enthusiastic. When facing her, he often showed jealousy and fear. Sagrador said with a complicated expression, "You can wrestle with Tokus and fight against several villas at the same time. Mirko craves the help of your power, but he is also jealous of your power. He is also a little scared." Dany also saw jealousy in the old goblin's eyes. On the other hand, Soren was also jealous and afraid, but he hid it well. Plus, he was one of the few wise men in the Maya. Dany got along well with him. Hence, she moved to the Angband fortress in the west. There, they researched evil black witchcraft and blood magic together, and tortured O'Milo's divine beasts into all kinds of monsters. Unknowingly, a few decades had passed. The sudden appearance of holy light in Amen interrupted their peaceful days. The twin holy trees were born. Villa built the kingdom of the gods in Amen Valinor. They built countless beautiful palaces, castles, gardens, and towers. Villa also placed all the beautiful things that were saved from the disaster in Valinor. Most importantly, they have the twin holy trees. They are divine objects that transcend common sense. They make Valinor more beautiful than artist's spring. Big Me's black face twisted into an exaggerated arc, just like his heart. That land is full of blessings. Everything there will never wither. Not a flower, not a tree, not even a stone, not even a drop of dew is tainted. How can this be allowed? I won't allow it. He roared at the demon kings below the throne. You want to start another war against Villa? Attack Amen? Dany frowned. After the calamity of the giant lantern, she finally understood. Against Villa, the fallen Mia and the flame devils had no chance of winning. Villa was strong in terms of quality. No matter how many heavenly soldiers there were, they could not defeat the three pure ones. I can't, Big Me said hatefully, but I can destroy Middle-earth. I want darkness to envelop this world created by Villa and make it mine. Big Me was very realistic, but also very low. Dany asked, "Did you summon us to increase our destructive power? But we're already evil enough. We pollute the water, spread fear, and cultivate demons and ghosts. Not evil enough." Big Me shook his head. Dany's heart skipped a beat. She said in surprise, "Are you planning to kill Ollum? Big Me, you're really bold." Big Me asked curiously, "Why do you want to kill Ollum?" Dany was stunned. She said in confusion, "What's more evil than killing Villa? Ollum, that bastard, rides Nahal every day with his dog to kill our monsters in the dark forest. Even the flame devils we sent to destroy the forest and create deserts died. We should take revenge. Big Me was a little tempted, but then he remembered Olim's terrifying horn and rumbling horse hooves. He could not help but shudder. Why don't you lead a group of flame devils to kill him? I can't beat him. You're the divine king, Danny emphasized. No, Olim can't change the big picture. I have more important things to do. Big Me waved his hand. I want you to find Aluvida's first child before Villa does, he said darkly. Big Me, I don't understand. Iru's first batch of humans should be elves, right? What's the use of elves in the big picture? Danny asked. You even participated in the Grand Symphony. Mirko looked at her with some disdain. The Grand Symphony of Creation has a total of 5 themes. The first 2 are sung by Villa. From the 3rd theme onwards, Iru and I will sing together. Danny rolled her eyes. What kind of duet is that? You're just copying Iru's song clumsily. But Big Me's words reminded her that each theme of the Grand Symphony had its own meaning. The first 2 themes were about Villa creating the world. From the 3rd theme onwards, Aluvida's children will follow. You have to understand that the most important thing is what Iru does personally. Danny frowned. During the Grand Symphony, Iru stood up 3 times. Each time, it meant that the theme changed. The first theme was harmonious in the early and middle stages, but ended with Mirko causing trouble in the latter stages. In the 2nd theme, Mirko caused trouble from the beginning until Iru couldn't stand his clumsiness anymore. Iru stood up and participated in the 3rd theme. In the early stages, Inu also participated, but later only Big Me and Iru were left. The 4th theme, Mirko was right. From the 3rd theme onwards, Iru added her own thoughts into the Grand Symphony. The meaning of that thought must be greater than the first 2 movements. Could the meaning of creating humans be greater than the physical world itself? Danny was shocked. There seemed to be a big secret behind it. Mirko was still going on. The establishment of Arda, the spring of Arda, and the blooming of the 2 holy trees in Amen are just the construction, decoration, and beautification of the world. They are the content of the 1st and 2nd themes. But when the house and garden are built, who will live in it? Ha ha ha! Villa built a house for Iru's children to live in. The evil before was only destroying Villa's house. Now the 3rd theme is about to begin. We will spread the evil to the owner of the house. Mirko grinned. Big Me, your understanding of evil has opened the door to a new world for me. Danny was sincere and full of admiration. Chapter 63. Which Khalasar are they from? Danny asked. The Khalasar of Kal Ogo, Ago said casually, showing no anger at the tragic fate of his compatriots. The slaves that Bonofa sold to Myrine. They are too young to become gladiators, but they are too old to become unsullied. Since they cannot become warriors, they can only be sold to the manor owners of other cities. They are not very useful, and the price is not expensive. 40 silver coins. What do you want from my blood? They are centaurs, Danny emphasized. So what if they are centaurs? After losing a battle, they either die or become slaves. Everyone knows that, Ago said casually. In my Khalasar, there are no slaves. Danny waved her whip and shouted. Untie their slave collars. I want to ask them if they are willing to join the Mother of Dragons Khalasar and become her people to fight for the Mother of Dragons. Your Highness, after you ask, you can untie their collars and shackles? Whitebeard whispered. Ogo's Khalasar was defeated by your husband. There are 20 of them, and only 7 of us. If they scatter, we cannot stop them. What I need is the loyalty of the free Dothraki, not slaves. Danny shook her head. They won't run, she added. The old man sighed helplessly and dismounted. He stood in front of Danny with beavos. Ago and 3 centaur warriors stepped forward and untied the slaves' collars and chains. Ding ding dong dong. Soon, A pile of chains rose from the ground. The centaur slaves moved their wrists and turned their stiff necks, feeling the long-lost pleasure of being light. Danny asked, "Do you know who I am?" Some of the centaur youths looked at each other, while others peeked at Danny, but none of them came out to speak. Slaves do not need to speak. I do not need slaves. If anyone remembers that they are centaurs, come out and answer my question. Danny said coldly, Khaleesi. One of the youths hesitated. Immediately a voice sounded. You are Khaleesi. Khal Drogo's Khaleesi. I've seen you before, Khaleesi. No one called her the Mother of Dragons. They probably didn't know about dragons. Will you join my khalasar? She asked again. I'm willing. First, someone said that he was willing, followed by a series of rebuttals. Women can't lead the Khalasa. Drogo is dead. You should go to Horse King City and become a Dosh Kalen. Hearing their words, Danny laughed happily. Very good. You guys have finally regained some of your centaur's pride. Go. Split them up when we get back. Pick 2 people from each bull record and fill in the 2 newcomers. We can make 2 new bull records. Yes. Aga nodded and accepted the order, completely ignoring the opinion of the centaur who had just taken off his slave collar. They didn't agree to pledge allegiance to you, Aston asked in confusion on the way to the next pier. Danny smiled and explained, I don't care if they immediately pledge allegiance to me or not. What I did before was just to provoke them and let them get rid of the slave shackles in their hearts as soon as possible. The centaurs are indeed barbaric. They don't have any sense of nationality and country. They don't have any empathy for their companions becoming slaves. But because of this, they don't have the shackles of nationality and tribe ties. Every moment, there are old khalasars disbanding and new khalasars forming on the plains. As long as they find out that my khalasar is indeed a khalasar, they will quickly pledge their allegiance to me until the moment I die. Back then, Drogo didn't take Ogo's people into his khalasar mainly because his khalasar scale was close to its limit. 50,000 roaring warriors and more than 100,000 tribesmen were already the largest khalasar in the Sea of Grass. They couldn't take in more people. They walked past 3 to 4 miles of piers, docks, and warehouses until they reached the end of the horseshoe-shaped port. Ships from the Summer Islands, Westeros, and the 9 free cities were required to dock here. The piers prepared for foreign merchants were not as neat and orderly as before. The prostitutes wore faded gauze dresses and flirted with the sailors with their bare legs crossed. The vendors sold their goods, drinks, and food directly between the ships. There were even more sailors. Sailors from dozens of countries in the east and west wandered around the piers. They carried bottles of wine in their hands, hugged women, or fought with each other. The people beside them cheered loudly. The strange accents merged into a clamor. Beavis is hungry. Whitebeard, buy me something to eat. When they passed by a barbecue stall, the brawny Beavis called out to Aston. The old man glared at him, but still fulfilled his duty as an attendant and bought him a bag of grilled fish. The white fish was smeared with spices, whale oil, honey, and so on. It was grilled until it was golden. Finally, it was sprinkled with fennel powder and clear grains of pepper and salt. Gulp. Ago swallowed and said, Khaleesi, I want to eat too. Go buy it yourself. Danny looked at Cora and Whitebeard. Do you want it? No need. The 2 of them said at the same time. After they finished speaking, they looked at each other and seemed to understand each other's thoughts. In the end, Cora explained, It's too chaotic here. There are too many people. It's easy to be distracted while eating. We can't protect you. Danny nodded. She had a similar vigilance herself. She did not eat the food bought on the street, nor did she drink the drinks sold by the merchants. The centaurs were not used to eating fish. Ago used a handful of copper coins to buy a string of roasted rats with honey for every centaur. The fat rats that were half the size of a bamboo rat were roasted until they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The centaur youths ate until their mouths were full of oil. "Calixi, you're here." Captain Grohl was originally standing by the gambling pit to watch the beast fight. Danny and the others' movements were too big. Ago was still shouting, "Make way for the mother of dragons." He immediately noticed that the guests he was waiting for had arrived. The old sailor of Pentos came to the side of the little silver horse. Amidst the loud shouts of the sailors and the cries of the animals, he shouted to Danny, "Calixi, 3 ships, 1 large ship and 2 paddling ships. The large ship, Sidilian, is anchored at the end of the pier. The paddling ships, Son of Summer, and Joking Yaso are anchored outside the dam. You and your men will take the spacious large ship. I'll take you there now." Danny nodded and let him lead the horse to the end of the pier. Ho ho! Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise by the gambling pit. Danny turned her head to the side. There was a stone pit that was 7 to 8 meters in diameter and 2 to 3 meters deep. There were 2 animals fighting inside. To be more precise, an animal that looked like a pangolin was torturing a red-haired hound that was half a man's height. The red-haired hound was like a doll that met a naughty child. It was torn to pieces by the pangolin. As the blood splattered, the sailor by the railing exclaimed in satisfaction. There were also people who cursed the dead dog for being useless and causing him to lose his money. "Why is the pangolin so big?" "It's bigger than a lion," Danny said in surprise. "Pangolin?" Blackbeard Growlet shook his head. "That's a snake lizard. It has 8 legs. Didn't you notice? It's much more ferocious than a pangolin. The largest snake lizard is twice the size of a lion. It's the scariest monster in Barren Land." "Barren Land?" Danny raised her eyebrows and asked strangely, "Are there many snake lizards in Barren Land?" "Very many. They appear in groups in the forest. Other than the zebra people in the north, Barren Land is most afraid of these creatures. In the Colosseum, snake lizards are also known as overlords. Many animals are no match for them," Blackbeard said with a sigh. "Barren Land isn't Huaxiao after all." Danny muttered softly, "What?" Blackbeard tilted his head. "Calixi, what did you say?" "How does snake lizard meat taste? Why don't barren people eat it?" she asked. The pangolin that was the size of a kitten was eaten by the people of the Celestial Empire. The snake lizard that was bigger had more meat and seemed to be more chewy was a heaven-sent delicacy. It became a disaster in Barren Land. How could they imitate the ancient people of the Celestial Empire and call themselves the Golden Celestial Empire? Whitebeard shook his head and said, "The snake lizard's blood is poisonous. The stone lizard's poison is extracted from the snake lizard's blood. It can make a person's muscles atrophy, numb their nerves, and petrify them. It's said that the faceless people of Bravos use snake lizard's blood to make spices. When the spices are smeared on cooked meat, it can emit an enticing aroma. But no matter man or beast, after eating it, they will go mad. Rats infected by snake lizard's poison even dare to bite lions." "That's right. Only the craziest people dare to eat snake lizard meat." Blackbeard nodded in agreement. "There's such a miraculous effect. It's not just a delicacy anymore. It's a divine ingredient. No matter how poisonous it is, can it be more poisonous than pufferfish? And with an enticing aroma, it's just asking for death." Danny decided that when the time comes, she must make snake lizard meat into a famous edible dish. Otherwise, she would be letting down the soul of the people of the Celestial Empire. "Speaking of poison," Danny said thoughtfully, "Zaro once gave me a silver necklace inlaid with a magic amethyst. He said it could protect me from poison. Before I could test it, that guy took it back. Do you think that thing can really protect me from poison?" "Your Highness, the perfect guard system has a test for poison. It's much more useful than those scams," Whitebeard said proudly. "It's not all scams." Blackbeard shook his head. "You Westeros are all about chivalry. Men usually use swords to solve problems. But in Urso's, schemes and poison are like dust in the air. It's hard to see clearly, but it's everywhere. The number of trade governors and city lords who die from poison wine is probably more than the number of people who die from old age. The magic amethyst, enchanted by a powerful magician, can detect or immunize the poison in wine and food to a certain extent. Looks like I have to find a chance to get my hands on a magic amethyst. As they talked, they came to the end of the Greystone Pier. There was a big ship moored there that made Danny gasp in amazement. It looked like a big fat dumpling. Danny estimated that it was more than 100 meters long and more than 40 meters wide. Excluding the area below the deck, one could see the windows of the fourth floor. What a majestic ship! This is a sea ship. Without oars, it can only sail by the sea breeze. Blackbeard proudly explained the ship's structure and transportation ability to Danny, as if he was introducing his son who passed the exam to Tsinghua University. Let's not talk about your 200 horse riders. Even if there were twice as many, it would still be easy to accommodate them. Let's not talk about this Sidillion of mine. Every rowboat docked at the flood wall has 200 rowers. Chapter 64. The captain's cabin was more spacious than Danny had guessed. It was a full 30 square meters. She asked the sailors to move away the tables, chairs, mattresses, boxes, and other miscellaneous items, leaving only a double bed and an open space. "My dragon wants to live with me," she said to Blackbeard, "but this place is too small. It can't fit 3 huge metal cages." Blackbeard Pentos said doubtfully, "You even prepared cages? There's no need." Danny looked around the cabin and said, "After leaving Queers, I'll remove the chains on their necks." "Then what if it catches fire?" Blackbeard's face was bitter as he said hesitantly, "The Hall of Dust and the stone walls were all burned to the ground by your dragon. Wooden ships and cloth sails are more likely to be ignited." Danny frowned as she walked around a puddle of dried vomit and asked casually, "Have you heard of the dragon worshipping portrait?" What dragon worshipping portrait? Blackbeard was confused. Whitebeard, who was behind her, was shocked and cried out. There are rumors at the docks that Her Highness Black Dragon drew a picture for a merchant from the Summer Islands, depicting the scene when he paid his respects to you and your dragon in detail. That merchant called it the dragon worshipping portrait. I thought he was just bragging when he was drunk. Oh, I've heard of it too. Blackbeard was surprised at first, but then he said disapprovingly, "I've also heard that the black dragon sings and recites poems for visitors. It's all nonsense. Whoever believes it is a fool." Sigh. The dragon's throat bone can't make human sounds. The reciting of poems is true, but no one but me can understand it. This rumor is false. Danny shook her head. Blackbeard and Whitebeard were aghast at her words. Was she implying that the rumors about the dragon worshipping portrait were true? It's true. Many people were there, and I've seen the black dragon paint many times. Yora lifted his chin a little and said with an expression of pride. Danny concluded, "I can let the dragon paint, and I can also restrain their actions. At least they won't burn your ship." All right. Danny spent more than an hour looking at the cargo yard from the deck to the bottom. It was dirty and messy. Rats and cockroaches were running rampant. Rotten clothes were strewn everywhere. A layer of mud had formed on the deck of the ship. "Back on the bridge," she said, "the crew's lounge is too dirty. We have to clean it regularly or we'll get infected. There will be a thorough cleaning before we leave the port." Blackbeard nodded. "Buy some rye and put it in the bilge." "I have 80 horses," she added. "This isn't necessary, is it?" Blackbeard counted with his fingers for her. "A good colt is worth at most 2 gold royals, but it and the food that feeds it along the way take up a lot of space. If you exchange it for spices and gems, you can get at least a profit of 30 gold royals. Besides, the sea route is long and animals die easily. Why not sell them all in quills and buy as many horses as you want when you return to Pentos? If they really went to Pentos, then what he said was completely right. Not to mention the profit margin. After tens of thousands of miles of sea route, it would be a blessing if 40 out of 80 horses could survive. My horses are very special. They are not afraid of the dragon's aura, and their endurance and impact are twice that of ordinary horses, Danny explained. Whitebeard exclaimed, "You feed the horses with dragon dung?" Danny looked at him in surprise. "You know about it too?" The old man nodded and said with a complicated expression, "It is said that before the dragons were extinct, the Targaryen family built a horse farm on the southern shore of the Blackwater to breed draconic horses. The draconic horses bred from childhood are ferocious, and there is a legend that they killed a shadow lynx. Only powerful knights with superb riding skills can tame them, but every generation of Kingsguard has its own draconic horse." "Bullshit!" Sir Jorah disagreed. "You Southerners probably rarely encounter a shadow lynx. It is the overlord of the forest. It has the claws of a leopard, the dexterity of a cat, the dominance of a tiger, the strength of a bear, and is bigger than a horse. Since there is such a legend, there must be a reason for it," Whitebeard said calmly. Jorah smiled but did not say anything. Danny glanced at the two of them and asked Blackbeard and Growlit, "Did you bring any fruits? Water is for you to eat. There are lemons and oranges. If you don't eat fruits at sea, you will be cursed by the demons," Blackbeard said matter-of-factly. It seemed that although this world was primitive, with thousands of years of sailing history, it had also allowed people to summarize a set of mature survival wisdom on the sea. At noon, because the news of the Mother of Dragons' arrival had spread, the merchants and captains on the ships near the dock had all come to the Sedillion to watch. It was only until Aggo went down and shouted to them, "The Mother of Dragons did not bring any dragons out today. Do not disturb her." Only then did the crowd disperse temporarily. It was only temporary. The next morning, after Danny brought a group of centaurs and boarded the Sedillion, the dragon seekers came in an endless stream to ask for an audience. Today was the last day. In the evening, the ship would leave the harbor with the tide. Yes, Danny was leaving Kars. When she left Zaluo's mansion, she also gave him a set of clothes. It was a large Chinese tunic suit, woven with gold silk and buttoned with black jade. Long before Zaluo showed his scumbag side, Danny had already prepared this gift for him when she asked the tailor to sew a cheongsam for her. According to the relationship between Westeros and guests, guests would give the host a gift before leaving as a sign of gratitude. At first, Danny was truly grateful to Zaluo. At that time, he kept sending gifts to her house. Zaluo was a scumbag. After receiving Danny's gift, he did not come out to see her off. He only sent a message to the butler. "The great wizard Haya will not let you leave peacefully." Danny asked a butler to convey her gratitude to Zaluo, but she did not take it to heart. At sea with her dragons, she was almost invincible. At most, Haya would disguise himself as a pirate to kill her, but the ship was made of wood and the sails were made of cloth. They were all flammable. Khaleesi, the captain of the almond-eyed maiden, only brought you a silver statue as thick as an arm. Do you want to let him in? The Ginkgo maiden is just a small ship. Its captain might not have much money. Jogo came over to report to Danny. A tall wooden chair was placed on the side of the deck near the sea. Danny sat on it, and the black dragon lay at her feet. She waited for the nearby crew and sea merchants to line up to visit her. Yes, they were here to see the dragon. According to Zaluo's rules, every dragon visitor had to present a gift. The order of the audience was arranged according to the amount of the gift. When Danny went to visit the Great Wizard's immortal temple, there was still a long list of names that had not been crossed off. Now that they had moved to the ship, they would be leaving tonight. Danny's Megalosaurus Zoo was temporarily open for business again. The visitors were too enthusiastic, and most of them were from the western continent of Ursus. Danny did not want to be known as aloof and difficult to get along with, or arrogant and ruthless. She had to smile. She had to be amiable. She had to dress up beautifully. and she had to let everyone see her perfect control over the dragon. Then Daenerys Targaryen would be labeled as beautiful beyond compare, amiable, noble, elegant, and powerful by many seafarers, and they would be plastered all over the free cities. Yes, invitation. Although the main purpose was to invite guests, she did not want to let go of the opportunity to profit. Every guest still had to present a gift. "What statue?" she asked. "A young woman," Jogo said. "A maiden." Whitebeard, who was standing guard at the side, asked, "Is the ginkgo maiden from the sea of the setting sun?" "I don't know, but his accent is a bit like yours," Jogo said. "Your Highness, you should receive him. He is a citizen of your old country," Whitebeard advised. Dany nodded. "Let him come up." Dany had seen merchant ships from Lys, Bravos, Pentos, and Midsummer, but she had not seen any pure Westeros sea merchants. The silver statue was very small and not worth many radiant coins, but the identity of the guest was very significant. The newcomer was a thin, middle-aged man who was missing an incisor. His mid-length hair had already turned white, and fresh stubble could be seen on his long and narrow face. It was obvious that he had tidied himself up before coming. Great Mother of Dragons, guardian of the Seven Kingdoms, the true queen of Undals, Nuenar, and the ancestors. The horse-faced man spoke in standard common language and knight etiquette. "I am the captain of the Ginkgo Maiden, Jordan Snow. Your appearance is like the bright moon in a quiet lake, holy, beautiful, and untouchable by mortals. You are the incarnation of the maiden in the human world." As he spoke, he knelt on one knee and held up a small maiden statue with both hands. The mainstream religion of the Seven Kingdoms was the Church of the Seven Gods. The seven gods they worshipped were seven different forms of the same god, representing seven different virtues. However, the less educated people at the bottom of society would think that the seven gods were seven different gods. The Heavenly Father represented judgment, the Holy Mother represented motherly love and nurturing, the warrior represented strength in battle, the blacksmith represented craftsmanship and labor, the old woman represented wisdom, and the stranger represented death and the unknown. The maiden represented innocence and purity, and people often prayed to her to protect the maiden's chastity. Like Jordan, the maiden could also be used to praise a woman's appearance and temperament. "Thank you for your gift. I will pray to the seven gods and let the blacksmith bless you to return safely to King's Landing." At this point, Dany stopped and asked tentatively, "Captain Snow, you are from the north, right?" In the tradition of the Seven Kingdoms, illegitimate children would use the most common things in the area as their surnames, meaning the lowest people. For example, Snow in the north, meaning snow in the north, Buddha's flower in Riverbend, meaning that Riverbend has a warm climate and many plants, Sand in Dorne, meaning that Dorne has a large desert with the most sand, Stone in the valley, meaning that there are many stones in the valley. Generally, one could tell where an illegitimate child came from by his surname. If he was an illegitimate child of a noble family, his coat of arms would usually be related to his father's family, or the opposite color, or an additional bar, or his parents were both nobles. And a new coat of arms was formed by combining the two families' coats of arms. Many experienced people could often deduce which family's bastard was from just a glance or a sentence. Chapter 65. "Ah, Your Majesty, you know the traditions of our homeland too." Jordan Snow was not embarrassed when Dany found out that he was a bastard. He smiled and said, "I am a Snow from the north. There are 3 major ports in the Westeros. King's Landing is the largest and most prosperous. Old Town in the south is second, and White Harbor in the north is third. In fact, I serve Count Mandalay of White Harbor, and he owns 30% of the shares of the Ginkgo Maiden." "Are you the bastard of that fat eel?" Whitebeard exclaimed. "Eel." Count Mandalay of White Harbor was so fat that he was called an eel. Jordan Snow was a little embarrassed. He blushed and said, "I don't have the honor of being the Count's bastard. When are you going back?" Dany did not want to make him more embarrassed, so she changed the topic. "About 2 months later." Jordan thought for a moment and said, I came out this time mainly to buy some spices from the east. The spices here in Queers are still a little expensive. Maybe I'll go to the Jade Sea. Ed Stark was imprisoned by Joffrey, and Robb Stark led his army south. Do you know about that? She asked. Really? Jordan was shocked and said hurriedly, when I left White Harbor, it was more than a year ago. I sold goods to Lys, Volantis, and Meereen along the way. It was a little delayed. What about King Robert? He and Duke Stark were good friends growing up together. The usurper. Yora reminded him coldly. The usurper is dead, murdered by Cersei. Why? Jordan was confused. Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen are actually the bastards of Cersei and Jaime. Ed Stark found out, Yora said. In fact, he was not sure if the rumor was true or not. Jordan Snow. Dany thought for a moment and decided to show off. You know that I've been to the Wizards' imperishable hall, right? I heard that your dragon burned an immortal. The bastard's eyes flashed. That's not the point. Dany waved her hand and leaned forward. She lowered her voice and said, I saw a prophecy there. It's related to Robb Stark. Horse-faced Jordan looked stunned, with a "what are you talking about" look on his face. Did you really see Robb Stark's prophecy? What happened to him? Cora quickly asked. Ever since Dany described Liga's appearance in detail, he began to doubt the prophecy she saw. Seeing that Whitebeard was also listening, Dany lowered her voice and said in a low voice his head was cut off, and there was a gray wolf head sewn on his neck. Hiss! Cora was horrified. Who killed him? What about the others? What happened to the vassals he brought to the south? In a huge wooden house, corpses were piled up all over the ground. They seemed to be attending a banquet. And then the enemy suddenly charged out. No, Dany carefully recalled the scene she saw that day. They seemed to be unprepared for danger before they died. Robb sat at the table with a leg of lamb in his hand. Impossible. Cora, Jordan, and Whitebeard said in unison. Through Dany's description of the scene, they almost immediately understood what had happened. Someone had violated guest etiquette and murdered their own guests when they were hosting a banquet with Robb and his vassals. Dany shrugged. I'm not lying. In fact, I'm wondering why I saw the prophecy of the House of Stark Boy. Whitebeard seemed to have found a flaw and asked, since it was a wolf head, how did you determine his identity? You haven't even seen Robb Stark in person. Dany rolled her eyes and said in annoyance, I haven't seen anyone, but don't I know the emblem of the 7 great dukes? Targaryen's red dragon with black background, the usurper's crowned stag, the Tower Rose, Dorne's sun-piercing spear, Tully's trout, Greyjoy's hydra, it's a sea monster! Whitebeard corrected. Dany waved her hand and said with a lonely expression, You don't understand. That's a hydra. Whitebeard did not refute this time. You're the princess. If you say it's a hydra, then it's a hydra. Lannister's lion, Irene's blue eagle, and House of Stark's grey direwolf. Is that okay? Seeing that the people below nodded, Dany sighed. It's impossible for me to miss such a big direwolf flag. Maybe it's Ed Stark, Whitebeard said. It's a young man with a crown on his head. Then do you know who killed them? Jordan Snow asked nervously. Dany shrugged. I don't know. The wolf head was alive. It looked at me with a pair of eyes full of grief and accusation. I was scared and ran away immediately. If it really happened that a king died in a guest's house, such a morally depraved and evil thing, only you can set things right. This is the symbol of your return that the people of the 7 kingdoms have been waiting for day and night. Whitebeard said passionately, Old man, you're thinking too much. How beautiful. He's already wearing the crown, and he's still waiting for the queen to redress his grievances? Cora complained. Wearing the crown meant that Robb had declared himself king. How about this? I'll have Black Diamond take down the picture. He and I have seen the scene. You can take it and give it to Little Stark. Although Ed Stark is guilty of the most heinous crimes, colluding with the usurper to murder his own king, The sacred rights of a guest are not to be blasphemed even if Robb Stark is my enemy. Dany's words were so righteous and impassioned that Whitebeard was thrilled. Finally, he had met a wise, righteous, kind, and selfless monarch. He really wanted to confess his identity to Her Majesty the Queen immediately. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of Beavis, Whitebeard, Blackbeard, Jon Snow, and the others, Big Black dipped its claws in ink and drew a ghastly and terrifying banquet of death. This is... Cora looked at the scene in the picture and thought hard. I must have been to this place before. This wooden hall, it's so familiar, but I can't remember. Twin Towers. Fry. Whitebeard Aston's eyes were as sharp as a sword. He said word by word, Fry, who's late? This is the guest hall of Marquis Frey's house in River Delta City. Yes. After being reminded by Whitebeard, Cora immediately understood. A long hall with 2-story platforms on both sides, specially set up for a band, the 7 levels of hell. He slapped his head and wailed, Meiji and the rest are dead. Other than the band, the platforms are also the best place to ambush the crossbowmen. I've already said that Robb Stark is too young and inexperienced. He's far from the scheming southern lords like Tywin. He'll kill everyone sooner or later. Beavos, who had been silent all this while, grinned and said casually, Megalosaurus painting is indeed eye-opening, but whether it's a prophecy or an illusion, no one can be sure. There's no need to be so agitated. You don't understand. Her Royal Highness and Black Diamond have never been to the Westeros, and have never seen Robb Stark. It's indeed that kid. Even I've almost forgotten about the Fry family's bridge of Twin Towers. Cora shook his head with a sorrowful expression. Among the corpses on the ground, there must be his family, aunt and cousin. Who else is left on Bear Island? Quickly inform the House of Stark about this. Stark can be judged, but he can't be killed like this, Whitebeard said to Jon Snow. I'll do it, as soon as possible, Jon Snow promised solemnly. After Jordan left with the last dinner of the young Wolf Master, Cora asked hesitantly, Your Royal Highness, what other prophecies did you see? Many are very messy. Something like the Son of Three, the Bride of Fire, the Killer of Lies, blown floating on the flag, blown! Cora was puzzled. Don't ask me. I don't know what it means. Dany shook her head and continued, I also saw the Iron Throne, the conversation between my father Aerys and the Prime Minister. After a moment of silence, she sighed, He deserves to die. Who? My father. What? Everyone was shocked. They never thought that she would say such disgraceful words. Dany narrowed her eyes and stared at Whitebeard. She asked, I'm sure you know a lot of royal secrets. Then, do you know that my father is going to burn King's Landing with wildfire? That's impossible, Whitebeard blurted out. Then he hurriedly said, He's the king. King's Landing is the capital. The people of King's Landing are his people. Why would he destroy the city? It's possible. Cora looked down and said, What if King's Landing no longer belongs to him? His Majesty may only have this intention, but he doesn't have the chance to implement it, Whitebeard said with difficulty. Maybe. Dany nodded and said, I also saw countless people calling me Misha. Everyone was stunned. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. The immortals were indeed burned to death by the dragon. They intend to extract my life and blood to show me the prophecy, just to fulfill the condition of casting witchcraft. Equivalent exchange. Or, to get something, you have to pay a price? Dany shrugged. She was not sure if she was right. At lunchtime, Dany was assassinated. The assassination was not successful. It was lunchtime, so Dany invited the captain of Bravos to eat together. After lunch, a sailor came to report that Zaluo had sent someone to deliver a gift to the Mother of Dragons. Dany was surprised. She immediately ordered the person to deliver the gift to come over. The person who came was a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. He was clean, well-mannered, and had a calm demeanor. I am the 8th butler under Lord Zaluo. Hassan, who often interacts with you, is the first butler. He is in charge of Lord Zaluo's mansion in Queers. I help Lord Zaluo manage the warehouse in the docks. Danny nodded. She remembered that Zaluo had once bragged to her about the number and quality of his servants. He said, "The number and quality of my servants are not inferior to any king in the world. Just the number of butlers that manage them is 30. My heavenly star, marry me. I can make you live like a queen, that disgusting gay man." Danny frowned and asked in confusion, "I have already left. Why did Lord Zaluo suddenly think of giving me a gift?" Butler number 8 revealed a shy smile. "The yellow jacket you gave Lord Zaluo today is extremely noble and luxurious. Lord Zaluo knows that you like jade from the East, so he specially asked me to find a piece of top-grade jade in the warehouse and send it to you." As he spoke, he held his hands in front of him, revealing an exquisitely crafted wooden box. The top of the emerald was inlaid with jasper and chalcedony. The body of the box was inlaid with shiny gold. Screech! Blackie suddenly let go of the charred beef leg bone in his mouth and stuck his head out. He stared at the box without blinking. Chapter 66. Looking at the exquisite wooden box. The smile on Danny's face froze for 0.1 seconds. She then asked as if nothing had happened, "Does Zero like the yellow jacket?" "Sir likes it very much. He is very sorry that you left so quickly. I didn't treat you well," the butler said respectfully. If there's a chance to meet him again, I'll give him a 3-eyed plum hat and a yellow jacket. I'll definitely let him experience an extraordinary feeling." She waved her hand to let Whitebeard, who was about to help check the box, back off. She took the box and opened it. Inside was a necklace, a long chain woven with fine golden threads. The golden chain was wrapped around a shiny green beetle. It was obvious that it was carved from the best jade. "It's very beautiful. I like it very much." Danny smiled like a flower. She reached out to pick it up. "Princess!" Whitebeard seemed to want to stop her, but he froze on the spot. Butler number 8 looked down and murmured, "I'm sorry." His voice was like a mosquito, as if he didn't want others to hear him. Danny took the green beetle in her hand and looked at it. She asked casually, "What are you sorry about?" "Ugh." Squires raised his head abruptly, his eyes bulging. He could not believe what he saw. The scorpion-tail beast that was used to kill Danny was frozen in her hand, as if it had really turned into jade. "You regretful guests are so long-winded. You still have to say, 'I'm sorry' when you kill someone." Danny seemed to be helpless. She shrugged and said, "It's okay if you encounter someone with bad ears and eyes. Like now, I have good ears and eyes. I can hear your voice and see your lips moving. The famous quote of the Queers Assassin Guild, 'I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I know it too.' Why is this happening?" The regretful guest almost collapsed. Did the scorpion tail beast die? It shouldn't be. He was experienced and had used similar methods to assassinate hundreds of people. "Calixi, he's an assassin." Go and Carolo reacted at this moment. They pulled out their machetes and were about to chop him to death angrily. "Blood of my blood, stop!" Danny stopped the two of them and turned to the regretful guest. "Just treat it as a gift. I like this insect very much. You can leave now. You're not going to kill me." The regretful guest was shocked. He stared into Danny's eyes as he carefully retreated to the gangplank. "Why would I kill you? Haya is the one who hired you, isn't it?" Seeing his pupils suddenly shrink, Danny understood that she was the one who had done the right thing. "You probably didn't notice it just now, right? The white-bearded guard beside me has already seen through your identity. The price of killing me is too high. Think about it carefully when you take on missions in the future. At the very least, you should have thought about which is more serious, offending the mother of dragons or rejecting the male adept. If the male adept's magic is really that miraculous, why would I let you come here?" Thump, thump, thump. The regretful guest retreated to the gangplank. Without saying a word, he jumped and ran, disappearing into the crowd in no time. Sorry. Sir Yorah blushed. He didn't see through the regretful guest's flaws. Compared to the astute, white-bearded man, he was a far cry. Sigh, Beavis should also apologize. Beavis didn't see through it either. The fat eunuch's face was also red, and he could only rub his hands awkwardly. You're warriors. You're not used to being bodyguards. Slowly accumulate experience, Denny said calmly. Why didn't the scorpion-tail beast hurt you? Could it be that it's dead? Whitebeard asked doubtfully. Patter. Danny threw the jade-like beetle on the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The beetle was like a transformer that had transformed. It spread its body with a hiss, and its claws popped out from under its body. A tail with a human face suddenly stood up from its tail. The human face at the end of the tail was bigger than its torso. It was ferocious and terrifying. Its eyes, nose, and mouth were all there, and it was vivid. On the forehead of the human face, the stinger that flickered with a dark purple cold light rapidly retracted, making a strange hissing sound that made people's hair stand on end. The scorpion-tail beast's poison goes straight for the heart. It's very vicious. This scorpion-tail beast has been specially cultivated. Its color is even more gorgeous, and it's almost no different from a real jade, Whitebeard murmured. Danny got up and walked to Blackie's side. She said, where the true dragon gazes, all beasts shall bow. The black dragon had sensed the danger almost at the same time as Danny. Without needing Danny's order, he had actively used his spiritual power to lock onto the scorpion-tail beast. That was why Danny could play with it like a real jade ornament. Later, when Blackie saw that Danny had thrown away the bug, he retracted his spiritual power and continued to lie on the ground sucking on the bone marrow. Only then could the scorpion-tail beast continue to move. Cora stepped forward and stomped the poisonous bug to death. He said with a serious face, We must leave as soon as possible. Blackbeard Galloway shook his head. The ship can only leave at night after the tide rises. We don't have to receive those dragon visitors in the afternoon, right? Danny thought for a moment, then accepted his suggestion. However, when the ship was about to set sail in the evening, a guest came. Zaluo was sitting in an ox cart, surrounded by a group of servants, and hurried over. Danny received him. That regretful guest is not one of my men, he said anxiously. I know. Zaluo was stunned for a moment before he said in annoyance, Those damned regretful guests. If they wanted to assassinate you, then so be it. Why did they have to do it in my name? You are the guest I swore to protect. If outsiders misunderstand that I have broken my oath and murdered my own guest, then, my kind, good person, my lovely star of heaven. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and together with the colorful jewels on his nose, he looked very funny. He threw himself at Danny and held her hand. Help me, he cried. You have to help me. You have to help me. Help with what? Danny felt as if a slug had crawled up her back. She was so disgusted that she almost vomited. Help me announce to the world that I did not send that regretful guest. I did not break my oath. At this point, he suddenly shouted loudly, Oh, damn it! I should have stationed a group of guards around this broken ship until you leave Queers. What are you talking about? My baby, Cedillion, is very beautiful, Captain Grolier said angrily. Zaluo ignored him and continued to be annoyed. I should have known that a mistake like this would happen on the last day. Those sorcerers have been secretly plotting this all along. Damn it, once I leave Queers, you can assassinate, poison, and curse me all you want. Cough, cough. Danny coughed loudly, reminding the scumbag that she was still here. Oh, my sweetheart, what do you think? Zaluo looked at her pitifully. I want to help you, but the ship is about to depart. Danny spread her hands and said tentatively, How about I write a contract? No need. That's useless. Justice and trust are in the hearts of the people. Zaluo shook his head. Oh, this shameless guy has some sense. Danny praised Zaluo in her heart, then asked, Then what should I do? Zaluo said confidently, The news of your assassination has only spread to a small circle. We have to make everyone understand my character. How about this? Every time you arrive at a port, tell them about how I treated you and your barbarians. When rumors about me spread, they won't believe it. Zaluo sighed and beat his chest. It's a pity that you have to return to the Sea of the Setting Sun. Most of my trading partners are in the Jade Sea. Understand your character? Shameless. Everyone on the deck looked at him with disdain. All right. Every time I arrive at a city, I will tell the people who receive me about your generosity and wealth. Danny held back her laughter. Thank you so much, my heavenly star. Zaluo began to wipe his tears again. All right. I have to remind you again. Zaluo saw the look in the eyes of Yura and the others and felt that it was time to come up with something useful. Haya also swore to you in the Red Plains. Do you remember? In quarrels, he couldn't harm you directly, so he used a little trick hiring regretful guests. However, once you leave this place, he and the other male adepts will be able to openly use their powers of magic and curses against you. I see. Danny understood. Zaluo looked around and lowered his voice. After knowing that you're going back to Pentos by sea, the wizards have already prepared a fast ship. Their destination is Pentos in the western continent. You've seen what the Nightwalkers can do. The wizard's strength is quickly recovering. You must be careful when you return to Pentos. Pentos is not the wizard's territory, Grohl shouted. The wizards only kill in the dark. They don't take over Pentos. Zaluo smiled contemptuously. Before walking down the gangplank, Zaluo gave Danny a gift. It was a silver necklace inlaid with a magic amethyst. Night covered the land, and a string of yellow lights lit up the sea in the distance. It was a lighthouse to guide the ship's direction. With the crashing sound of the waves hitting the shore, Grohl shouted for the sailors to raise the anchor. The first mate and a few strong men personally pulled up the sails. The huge white sails swelled in the night wind, and the Sidurian slowly left the dock. Danny and the centaur stood at the stern of the ship. The night market in front of them gradually shrank until it finally disappeared. She felt that the sail ship was really slow. Even though the Blood Guards had been training on the beach for a few days, they were still frightened when they saw the black sea around them. Their almond eyes were wide and white, but they had strong self-esteem and were determined not to show their fear in front of others. Their bodies were tense, and their faces were wooden. They did not move or show any expression. The Reese girl, Doria, was born on an island. She was more comfortable on a ship than on a horse. But the centaur maids, Iri and Jiki, were different. They had not even been to the beach for training. They grabbed the side of the ship with both hands, like people who had fallen into the sea, holding onto a life buoy. So Danny hurriedly asked them to go to her bedroom, but she regretted it after a while. Following the lighthouse's guidance, the Sidurian left the calm bay and entered the turbulent strait. A wave hit, and the ship shook slightly, and then again, wah. The two centaur girls turned pale and vomited. On the first night, Danny could not sleep peacefully. It was only when Grohl handed over 2 orange peel-flavored sugar cubes that the two girls calmed down. This is a secret medicine made by the apothecaries from the Northern Territory using hawthorn and Dorn's blood oranges. It contains many mysterious ingredients that I don't know about. Other than preventing seasickness, it can also cure fevers and colds. It's very precious. 1 silver moon can only buy 20 pieces. He said painfully. It was indeed a little expensive. 1 copper coin was equivalent to $5. 1 silver moon could be exchanged for 800 copper coins, and 1 piece of sugar was $200. Sigh, take them all out. There are many women and children below the deck. Give each of them 1 piece. Danny sighed as she sat on the bed. Blackbeard hesitated. If the sailors get a headache or fever, I'm afraid there won't be enough. We'll buy it when we reach the other ports. There should be something similar, right? And we're not going to Pentos. Chapter 67. In the first few days, Danny stood at the bow of the ship and enjoyed the scenery. She even imitated Jack and shredded meat and shouted, "I am the king of the world." Well, she stood behind Blackie and shouted. She was very confident and used Chinese. She was not afraid of being heard by others, but after a long time, the blue sky and sea became so monotonous that it could no longer arouse her interest. But there were two small things worth mentioning. First, the centaurs were indeed tough. They got used to vomiting. Aljiki ran to the side of the ship when she had time and looked at the dolphins swimming with the ship. The second thing. In the beginning, the crew was very worried that the dragons would burn their ship. When Blackbeard Grohl saw the 3 dragons flying around the main mast in the sky, he was as nervous as a young girl. He shouted at the sailors and filled the empty wood with seawater and hung it on the side of the ship to prevent the fire. Later, they found out that the dragons would only breathe fire under 2 circumstances. Danny gave the order, or when they encountered fresh food. The worries in their hearts disappeared. The sailors were surprised to see that wherever the 3 dragons went, the rats ran away like crazy. Then, Danny brought the dragons to the bottom of the cabin. That night, the sailors added a dish, braised rats. The rats ran to the deck and jumped into the sea as if they had lost their minds. 3 ships, a total of 146 rats were found. The largest one was half a pound. Danny did not eat the rat meat, but the centaurs loved eating rats, second only to their love for horse meat. Gradually, when the sailors saw the dragons flying in the sky, they would spontaneously feel a strange and strong pride. They often said, "We are the queen's subordinates. Under the wings of the true dragon, we will fight for her, die for her, and glory for the megalosaurus." The centaurs liked to lie on the side of the ship and look at the dolphins. From the captain to the cook, they all liked to see the 3 dragons flying. Danny was bored in the room and practiced the 108-letter standard reading table that she learned in the Immortal Hall. They were the foundation of the ancient Valeglia spells. Hi, Gelly Moo. She looked at the iron plate and stuttered. The 108-letter alphabet only taught Danny how to read the incantations. Danny didn't know what they meant at all. She didn't even know how to guide magic power or meditate. He didn't even have a complete incantation for Danny to recite. In the end, he could only take out the identity card he found in the Dragon King's corpse and recite the runes on it like a child reciting Pinyin. On the back of the silver coin of the Celestial Empire, outside the chrysanthemum, there was a circle of letters, Zongoran Minyanhang. It was a set of 2 characters, separated by a space in the middle. The iron plate in Danny's hand was a series of rune letters. She didn't even know how to add punctuation. If you showed Zongoran Minyanhang to the Chinese people, they would be stunned for a while before they could react. What if you showed it to a foreigner who didn't understand Chinese? Danny was now facing such a situation. With the 108 alphabet, she could read A, B, C, D. But she did not know what they meant or how to read them. "We're in trouble, Khaleesi." Doria walked into the room with a clay pot that smelled like milk. Lisa's maid was used to the sea and had been with the dragon for many days. She didn't mix with the sailors and centaurs on the deck. "What's the trouble?" Danny asked casually. Doria poured her a big bowl of fresh mare's milk and said with a sad face, "The wind on the sea is weakening. It won't be long before the ship stops moving." There were 5 seas in this world that were closely related to human civilization. The Jade Sea in the east, which passed through the Qual Strait and was located in the south of Ursos, was called the Summer Sea. The sea in the north of Ursos was called the Trembling Sea. Between Ursos and the Westeros, there was a narrow sea with an average width of 500 kilometers called the Narrow Sea. Westeros and Ursos had 2 common names, Undals and visitors from the land of the setting sun. Westeros were located in the far west of the world. but there was also a vast sea to the west of Westeros. The fleet that Dany was on took a day to leave Quill Strait, and it had only been 2 days since they entered the Sea of Summer. They were still some distance away from the easternmost city of the Sea of Summer, New Jith. There was still no sign of Slave Bay in the west. Dany left the room and found Blackbeard Galloway to ask him about it. He said carelessly, "We've got 2 rowboats." At first, Dany didn't understand why a ship needed so many oars. The Son of Summer had 300 oars in it. After the afternoon wind stopped, Blackbeard gave an order. The sailors on the main mast deck waved the flag, and 2 small boats were dropped from the 2 narrow ships in front. There was a bundle of thick hemp rope on the small boats, which was as thick as Dany's wrist. The small boats moved closer to the big ships as they released the rope. Finally, the iron chain at the end of the rope was fastened to the buckle on the protruding keel of the ship. As the flag waved, the 2 paddle boats suddenly heard the rhythmic beat of drums. Dany saw a white line on the sides of the 2 boats. It was the sound of hundreds of sailors rowing hard. Bang! Creak! Creak! The rope in front, which had been submerged in the water, suddenly sprung up and tightened. Water mist spread around the rope. The fat boat trembled and slowly moved forward with a groan. The paddle boat in front was 60 meters long and about 12 meters wide. It was as narrow as a plow, while the boat behind was as wide as a fat man with a big belly. At this time, the 3 boats were sailing slowly on the sea with the same drum beat. They were like 3 little ants on a boundless blue canvas. "This won't last long," Dany murmured. "It won't take long. We're not too far from the Giscari Strait. We can stop at New Guys for a while and wait for the windless period to pass," Blackbeard said calmly. The old sailor was indeed experienced. At noon the next day, Blackbeard, who was soaring in the sky, brought them the smell of land, a charred leg of a sheep. In the evening, the lookout on the paddle boat in front shouted, "We've arrived at Jean Island." Jean Island was about the same size as the Mormont family's Bear Island. The longest straight-line distance on the island was no more than 100 kilometers, but the value was completely different. Bear Island was remote, and there was not a single foreign merchant ship in a year or 2. Jean Island was located in the middle of the channel between Slave Bay and Queers. At the south end was the port of New Guys. Most of the ships traveling between the east and west continents would be resupplied at New Guys. It was known as the Pearl of the eastern end of the Summer Sea. Blackbeard Grolier also planned to wait there for the sea breeze. If the Mormont family's fief was Jean Island, his wife wouldn't run away no matter what. The people of Guys don't welcome outsiders into Jean Island, but the port of New Guys at the south end can be entered and exited at will. If we don't go close to the port and only stay in the bay, the people of Guys won't even collect taxes from us. Therefore, even though New Guys isn't far from Queers, the ships that come and go will still stop there for a while, Blackbeard Grolier explained to Dany as he stood on the bridge and looked at the small black in front of him. "Are the taxes of the free city very expensive?" Dany asked. Blackbeard thought for a moment and said, "If they don't sell goods locally, they will only collect the berthing fee of the ship. The bigger the ship, the larger the dock area it occupies and the higher the price. For 3 ships like ours, if they enter New Guys dock, the berthing fee for a day will be more than 10 gold radiance coins, about 3 gold royals." "Wow, it's robbery," Dany exclaimed. "It's not too expensive. All the major cities have this price." Blackbeard Grolier shook his head and said, "You might not know how high the profits of sea merchants are. Let's put it this way. Even if a sea merchant doesn't have a brilliant business mind, as long as he goes around the Summer Sea Jade Sea, he will be able to obtain wealth that he won't be able to spend in his lifetime. The profit starts at 20 times, and there is no upper limit. The clever merchants keep buying low and selling high at the major ports. After a trip, the profit margin can generally reach 100 times. People like His Excellency Zero and Governor Illyrio, who have connections, can average 150 times the gross profit. Not only was Danny dumbfounded, but Yora and Whitebeard also opened their mouths in surprise. Is it really that profitable? Yora said in disbelief. Then wouldn't everyone become sea merchants? If he had known that sea merchants were so profitable, he would have. The voyage he took his wife to attend the party was enough to travel to and from the Jade Sea several times. Then Blackbeard, stomped his feet hard, and the wooden board made a muffled bang 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 sound. Do you know the cost of my baby? It's not like I haven't built a ship before. Yora sneered, looked around, and estimated. Back then I used 2,000 gold royals to build a large ship, which is about 1/3 the size of yours. It is said that the largest warship in King's Landing costs up to 100,000 gold royals. Although your ship is big, it's not a warship. At most, it won't exceed 30,000 gold royals. Blackbeard gave a thumbs up and praised, So you're an old hand. It cost me 28,000 gold royals to build this Sidolian. Yora smiled proudly. But do you know the loss rate of ships? Blackbeard continued. On average, 100 ships go out to sea. If 80 ships come back, the sea merchant will be overjoyed and even go to the temple to donate. If 70 ships come back, he will breathe a sigh of relief. He can finally make a fortune. If 50 ships come back, he will sigh and go home to continue building ships. If not even one ship comes back, he will go home to write his will and end his life with a cup of poison wine. If a normal merchant loses a ship like mine, who can bear it? Silence filled the bridge. Everyone was stunned by the cruel living environment of the sea. Every year, there are as many merchants who commit suicide as there are merchants who become rich overnight. Take Governor Illyrio, for example. Blackbeard continued. When he was young, he was just a street warrior with his head hanging on his belt. Yes, he did a lot of thievery, robberies, assassinations, and the like. Think about it. If no one else gave up their position, how could a hoodlum climb up step by step and finally become the governor of trade? How did those people give up their positions? They failed in business. Chapter 68. New Gith was built on a long and narrow island that was 2 kilometers wide and 8 kilometers long. Since the Jean Island at the southern end was like a crab, extending 2 large pincers to protect the small island of New Gith in the center. The sea near the harbor was very calm. On the blue mirror-like sea, there were hundreds of big ships hovering. There were bright red wooden ships, fast-rowing boats painted white, black ships with big bellies. Many were like Danny and the others, waiting for the arrival of the sea breeze. You asked why they were not like Earth, accurately estimating the arrival of the monsoon every year and then sailing with the monsoon? In this fantasy world, even the seasons were not fixed. Where did the monsoon come from? Danny had been here for almost half a year, but only the temperature changes brought by the latitude the closer to the north, the colder. The hotter the south, she did not feel the slightest change of seasons. In the afternoon, the blue sea and the sky were one color. The green canvas on the mast was as soft as an old grandmother's nipple. In the shade of the bow, a few people chatted while looking at the scenery. When it came to the change of seasons, Whitebeard told Danny that summer was not completely over, and there was at least another year of Summer of Ghosts. Danny was very interested in the idea of Summer of Ghosts, so she asked the old man to explain. But before Whitebeard could speak, Cora said first, people in the north understand the change of seasons better than people in the south. Summer can have many harvests, providing people with a lot of food, and the poor can also not worry about food and clothing, so everyone looks forward to the arrival of eternal summer. However, the sunshine in summer is long, and the weather is often too hot, causing drought. Especially at the end of the long summer, which lasts for several years, the weather is too hot, and a lot of water evaporates into the sky, making the sky gray, haze, and water vapor everywhere. This season is called Summer of Ghosts. There is no doubt that this summer has lasted for 11 years, and it must be considered long summer. But after long summer, the last year must be Summer of Ghosts. After Summer of Ghosts, there is a year of autumn, and after autumn, Speaking of this, Cora's face became solemn, and he sighed. After long summer, there will be a long winter that lasts for several years, and winter is coming. As for the Westeros, the peasants have been conscripted into soldiers by their lords. They definitely won't be able to accumulate enough food in the next 2 years. When winter comes in 2 years, who knows how many people will die? The South may not be afraid of the long winter, but the North, Count Mormont is right. It was rare for Whitebeard to agree with Cora's words. Before I left the 7 kingdoms, the pivotal opportunity had already assigned white crows to various places. Dany raised her eyebrows. White Crow. There's a city of learning in the old town. You know about it, right? Seeing Dany nod, Whitebeard continued. The change of seasons is closely related to the lives of the people of the 7 kingdoms. However, the civilians and nobles do not understand the climate and astronomical phenomena. They can only rely on the scholars of the City of Knowledge. The City of Knowledge formed a committee to measure the length of the day, observe the changes in the constellations, and observe other objects of observation that I do not know. The people of the Observation Committee gathered the collected data and sent it to the Central Committee in the City of Knowledge, the management group of the City of Knowledge. One had to know that only doctors were qualified to attend the meeting of the Pivotal Opportunity Committee. A group of the most knowledgeable and experienced doctors could accurately calculate the changes of the 4 seasons through the collected data. Then they would use white crows to send the information to the fiefdoms of the various lords. That seemed quite advanced. Dany nodded and asked, Did the doctors ever make a mistake? Whitebeard heard this, and his expression suddenly became absent-minded. It seemed that her words had reminded him of a painful memory. The wrong spring, Cora Mormont said gloomily. Whitebeard closed his eyes. After a while, he suddenly opened them again. The pain in his eyes had disappeared. He said softly, After summer, there is a year of autumn. After the long winter, there is also a year of warm spring. Whenever spring comes, everyone knows that the cruel winter has passed and the beautiful summer is coming. When the white pigeons of the City of Knowledge bring the news of spring to everyone, the people of the country will take out the last of their stored food and celebrate the spring. Dany nodded. It was probably the spring festival for the Westeros. A few years of summer, a year of autumn, and a few years of winter, and finally a year of spring came. The Westeros are so miserable. On average, they can only celebrate the spring festival once every 10 years. Whitebeard continued. But at the end of winter, the weather may be abnormal. The weather will warm up as if spring has arrived. But then the winter will still be cold. People can't grow crops and can't resume production. The last time the wrong spring happened was during the early stages of the War of the Usurpers, about 18 years ago. The White Crows of the Pivotal Opportunity came to King's Landing. The Lord of Harlenberg, Count Heen, invited all the warriors of the 7 kingdoms to a tournament to show his status and to celebrate the coming summer. Your brother, Prince Rhaega, was very brave. He defeated all the strong enemies and won the tournament. But he put the winter rose crown, representing the Queen of Love and Beauty, on the lap of Robert Baratheon's fiancée, Lyanna of the House of Stark, and not on the head of his wife, Princess Elia Martell of Dorne. The scene at that time. I don't need to say the rest. You probably already understand, right? Retard? Brain filled with sperm? Met true love? Dany couldn't be sure of her cheap brother's thoughts. In the Chidia novels, most of the time the woman looked down on the man and broke the engagement. This kind of plot was commonly known as the annulment trend. There were 3 famous annulments in this world, but it was the man who annulled the engagement with the woman. The woman didn't shout things like, "Life is full of ups and downs," or "Don't look down on a poor girl." But the woman's parents were ruthless and made the scumbag pay a bigger price. About 60 years ago, Dany Liz's uncle, Duncan Targaryen, known as the Short Duncan, annulled the engagement with Duke Theon Byra's daughter for a commoner, Jenny of the city of Barrenstone. Well, Prince Duncan wasn't short. The reason why he was called the Short Duncan was because there was a legendary knight in the King's Guard, Tall Duncan. Yes, that Sir Duncan was very tall. Tall Duncan was a great knight. Even the king was a knight's attendant for him. Obviously, Prince Duncan's name came from Knight Duncan. Crown Prince Duncan paid the price of a throne and a sister. This also planted the fuse for the destruction of the Targaryen family in the future. The ending of the man who annulled the engagement wasn't bad. He didn't love the country and only loved beauties. The legendary story was passed down by countless bards. In the end, he even received the good name of Prince Flair. Many young ladies fell in love with Prince Flair because of this story. They were crazy with envy towards Jenny of the city of Barrenstone. The second man who annulled the engagement was Dany's brother, Rhaegar. He didn't annul the engagement because when he met his true love, he was already married and had 2 children. Rhaegar paid an even heavier price. His wife was killed by Chong, his son and daughter died tragically, his father died tragically, his family was destroyed, and the Targaryen dynasty ended. Yes, he also died. The word tragic was written in large letters. From this moment on, about a year later, the third man who annulled the engagement would be born. Robb Stark would fall in love with the daughter of a small noble family, the daughter of Marquis Fry, who annulled the engagement. By the way, the woman who made Robb annul the engagement was also called Jenny. The name Jenny was poisonous. Robb also paid a heavy price. His own life, his dream of becoming the king of the Northern Territory. Half of his mother died, tragically, resurrected as a soul-seeking, vengeful spirit. Countless northern nobles died, tragically, and the House of Stark family was on the verge of destruction. Wrong season, wrong choice. That was the most wrong spring. Whitebeard concluded, "Crew of the Seydulian, please take note. This is the New Gith Customs Patrol. Crew of the Seydulian, please take note. This is the New Gith Customs Patrol." A voice came from the sea outside the ship. The other party shouted 5 times in Valeglia with an accent. His voice was loud and clear, and even though they were dozens of meters away, even Dany and the rest at the bow of the ship could hear it. Ser Jorah walked to the side of the ship and looked down for a moment. He came back and said, "The Nugith Customs boat is docked beside our merchant ship. It seems that they want to check our cargo." "Why is that?" "We didn't even enter the dock area," Dany said, puzzled. "The last time we anchored here from Pentos to Kars, we were also checked. According to Growlithe, the Nugith people are here to prevent pirate ships from sneaking into the harbor in disguise," Whitebeard said. Dany's interest was piqued when she heard this. She led the way to the entrance of the warehouse, and the rest immediately followed. There were 2 Gith warriors in leather armor and a middle-aged official in a dark robe. They were stout and had amber skin, wide noses, and black eyes. The most unforgettable thing was that the 3 Gith people, whether they were soldiers or officials, all had straight red and black hair. It was not dyed. It was natural black and red, and it was combed into the hairstyle of the immortals in Slam Dunk. It was a pity that they did not have the looks of the immortals. It was a little ugly. They said that they wanted to check the cargo, but in fact, they just went down to take a look. After confirming that it was really cargo and not armed personnel, the Gith people came up. The whole process took no more than 3 minutes. "So fast, what are you all checking?" Dany asked the official who was climbing up to the deck from the cabin. "Ah, you." The man was stunned at first, then suddenly said excitedly, "You are the mother of dragons, the queen of the land of the setting sun." "Dany, Liz Targaryen?" "I heard that you bought a camel and planned to go by land. The people of Meereen are still looking forward to seeing Dragon's Day and Night." "I'll let them see enough." Dany nodded. "I am Dany Liz." "Oh, I am the Customs Commissioner of New Gith, Zanuck Zolorok." He quickly saluted and introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Lorok." After greeting, Dany was puzzled. "You know the route I originally planned?" The Gith people proudly waved their hands and pointed to the thousands of ships floating on the sea. New Gith is the gateway to the Western world. The news of the birth of the true dragon is spread among the sailors at the docks. When the two New Gith soldiers and a few sailors climbed up to the deck, the middle-aged customs officer explained, "Mother of dragons, you may not know, but the summer sea has been very turbulent in the past 6 months. There have been many incidents of pirates looting merchant ships, especially in the area near Valeglia in the Sea of Sorrow. Some people have seen red demon ships appearing in the fog." Chapter 69. Red Devil Ship? Danny was amused by Zingi's words and asked, "Do you believe that devils will come to the human world to be pirates?" "If it's not a devil, then it's even more terrifying," the customs officer warned solemnly. "It's said that none of the targets targeted by the Red Devil ship can escape capture. The Red Devil ship is too fast and no one survived. The devils on the Red Devil ship are too vicious. Thank you for your warning." Danny stopped smiling and thanked him solemnly. It was a matter of course for a devil to do the things of a devil. It was even more terrifying for a human to do all the things of a devil. The customs officer looked around and saw the white dragon and the green dragon on the observation deck above. He immediately stopped in his tracks. He peeked at the two dragons while trying to find something to say. Of course, the New Guy's Iron Guard Regiment is not afraid of pirates, but we also understand the principle of precaution. Therefore, in the past half a year, the customs officers have been checking every ship that enters Zingi's Bay. They are not checking the goods, but checking for hidden armed personnel. Seeing that Danny and the others did not respond, the guy's expression did not change. He continued, "By the way, other than pirates, you also have to be careful of sea monsters. A few paddling boats that passed by the Summer Islands encountered a huge and terrifying sea monster north of the Snake Lizard Islands. A 30-meter-long boat was directly dragged to the bottom of the sea. Only 13 of the 200 sailors were saved by the nearby boats. At that time, blood dyed the sea red, and the red waves rolled violently. It was extremely terrifying." Danny's interest was piqued, and she asked, "Really? I thought sea monsters were legends." 7 or 8 of those blackskins were scared out of their wits. How can it be fake?" The brown-red Zanuck smiled, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "And compared to your dragon, what are sea monsters?" Danny could not refute this. Sea monsters were very legendary, and the Megalosaurus was even more legendary than sea monsters. Perhaps he had seen enough dragons, or perhaps he had a lot of work to do. Zanuck left with the 2 soldiers after a few polite words. Seeing the Zingis' boat sail to the ship behind, Danny turned around and asked Blackbeard Grohl, "Do you think that the sea monster attacking the ship is true?" "Perhaps," the old sailor said worriedly. "Not only are there rumors of sea monsters in the depths of the summer sea, even the narrow sea. When the fleet set out for Queers, someone saw a sea monster on the Five-Finger Peninsula. It used its crimson tentacles to attack an Iban whaling ship. The ship was 25 meters long and was eventually dragged into the deep sea. That person's face was filled with fear as he told me that one of its tentacles was as thick as a bucket, as if it was dyed red with blood. It was almost like a demon's tentacle." "A red octopus?" He wondered how it tasted. Aston said, "In the legends of the 7 kingdoms, some megalosaurus can capture monsters from the sea as easily as an osprey catches fish from the river." "That sea monster is just a giant octopus. Haven't we eaten grilled octopus before?" Danny said disapprovingly. "No, it's not what you think," Chola interrupted. "The legends of sea monsters have been around since ancient times, but sea monsters attacking ships is almost unheard of." The old sailor Blackbeard agreed. "Knight Mormont is right. I have lived on the sea for 30 to 40 years, and I have only heard about sea monsters in the last 6 months. Was the appearance of sea monsters also related to the magic tides? If that was the case, then the sea monsters could be magical beasts and not ordinary giant octopuses. But the dragons had disappeared for more than a century, and the immortals had also been washed away by the river of time, leaving only decaying souls. How did those sea monsters survive the age of chaos? How long can sea monsters live? She asked this. They looked at each other, not expecting her to ask this question. No one has ever studied it. Whitebeard hesitated. Although the Greyjoy family used a golden sea monster as their emblem, they did not seem to be able to summon sea monsters to fight like the legendary King Timon. But the Setiga family of Crab Island, Count Adrian Setiga, once boasted that his family had an ancestral horn that could awaken sea monsters. Setiga? In his memory, Viserys had mentioned this family to Dany Rise. 12 years before the cataclysm in Valeglia, the virgin girl Dany of the Targaryen family predicted the destruction of Valeglia. At that time, the Targaryen family was not the only family that moved away from Valeglia, but also the Setiga and Valyrian families. The Targaryen family's fief was Dragonstone Island, Setiga was on Crab Island, and Valyrian was on Tidehead Island. The three islands were very close to each other, and the furthest was only an hour or two by sea. The Targaryens were only considered as small nobles in Valeglia, and Setiga and Valyrian were not even Dragon King, so they did not have dragons. Of course, they were nobles of Valeglia and had the ability to communicate with and control dragons. During the dance of the Blood Dragon more than 100 years ago, many Valyrian became dragon riders. If the Targaryen family had a slight chance of winning, Setiga and Valyrian would be their most loyal allies, but it was impossible for them to give up their entire family. Viserys often hoped that the two families would help him restore his kingdom, but at the same time he scolded them for being cruel and unscrupulous, forgetting the thousands of years of friendship. Dany did not continue the topic on Setiga and continued to ask, "How long can a dragon live?" It is said that it is determined by wisdom. Some legends say that wise old dragons lived for thousands of years, Yora said, frowning. Cora thought for a moment and said with a frown, "But during the Targaryen dynasty, the oldest Balerion did not lack wisdom, and the royal family did not lack its food, but it only lived for 200 years. Dragons not only need food, but they also desire freedom and the sky," Whitebeard said calmly. "Freedom." Dany turned to look at the old man and asked doubtfully, "Did the former Targaryen lock up Balerion?" The old man sighed, his eyes blurred, and said, "The King's Landing is mainly made up of 3 hills." "I know this," Dany said. "They are named after Aegon and his sister. The Red Castle where the king lives is on Aegon Hill. St. Belle's Cathedral is on Visenya Hill, and Renai's Hill has built a huge dragon's den." She was surprised and said, "Is the dragon's den too small and it limits the Megalosaurus movement?" Whitebeard shook his head slowly and said, "The dragon's den is very big, and it can accommodate 30 knights riding side by side. There's a huge circular dome above, and it is at least 100 meters high. But a dragon is a dragon, and your ancestors forgot one thing. Valeglia does not have a dragon's den." "No, Valeglia has a dragon's den, and they live together with Valeglia's Dragon King at the top of the Blackstone Tower, which also has a dome and walls." Dany thought so in her heart, but did not interrupt the old man's narration. From then on, the dragons in the dragon's den were shorter and smaller, and finally, the old man sighed. The last dragon was only the size of a puppy. Damn it, if walls could limit size, then the peasants living in the thatched houses would all grow into dwarves, and the kings in the tall castles would all be as majestic as giants. Sir Jorah snorted and said with a sneer, "The truth is the opposite. The thatched houses often give birth to big people, but the castles are short people. Humans are humans, and dragons are dragons. Dragons should live in the sky, and humans can only live on the ground." I did not say this, but the scholars have seriously studied the bones of the Megalosaurus before coming to this conclusion, Whitebeard said seriously. Humph. Sir Jorah had never liked the old man with the white beard, and now he snorted contemptuously and mocked. "You are just a little attendant, and you really think so highly of yourself. Since you know so much, can I trouble you to introduce us to the knowledge of dragons?" I was only lucky enough to see the skull of the Megalosaurus hanging on the wall of the throne room during the reign of King Ares. Those bones confirmed some of the scholars' deductions, but I do not know anything more profound. At this point, the old man turned to look at Danny and said gently, "Your Highness, if you want to know more about dragons, when you get to Pentos, you can borrow Dragons, Dragon Worms, and Pterosaurs, the unnatural history of the dragon race, from Governor Illyrio. It is a very valuable work, and it records the knowledge of dragons in detail." Danny's interest was piqued, and she asked curiously, "The title of the book seems to imply that the Megalosaurus evolved from other animals, and not naturally." Ah! She suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Could it be that humans made the dragon-like creatures evolve into the Megalosaurus? Heavens, blood magic, the blood wizards of Valeglia. That book came from the ancient free fortress of Valeglia?" Whitebeard's eyes widened. He was shocked that she could deduce so much from a name. Looking at Danny seriously, he nodded and said, "Friar Bath recognized that dragons were magical creatures created by the blood wizards of Valeglia using pterosaurs." Friar? Friar Bath was the hand of the king 200 years ago. He reigned for 40 years and brought peace and prosperity to the 7 kingdoms, Whitebeard explained. He was a prime minister. How did he study dragons and magic? Danny was speechless. Most importantly, it did not affect the main business, and the country was well managed. I know Friar Bath. I heard that he was born poor, the son of a blacksmith. Because his family could not support him, he was given to the church by his father. Cora understood at first, and then questioned, "Why have I never heard of him writing the unnatural history of the Megalosaurus?" Friar Bath was unusually smart since he was young. He was sent by the church to work in the royal library. There he not only learned endless knowledge, but also met the King of Men, Jares I, who loved to read. He looked at Danny and added, "King of Men is the grandson of His Majesty Aegon." After that he said to Cora, that book was not passed down. After Saint Baal ascended the throne, he ordered all of Friar Bath's works to be burned. Only a few handwritten copies were spread overseas, or collected by some nobles. Danny knew about Saint Baal. There were many legends about him in the tales of the Westeros that Cora gave her. Later, she asked the knight about Saint Baal's deeds in detail. Even if the Targaryen family had many weirdos, this was still the weirdest of weirdos. Chapter 70. Baelor Targaryen, also known as Blessed Baelor, was the king of the 7 kingdoms, but he was a devout believer of the 7 gods. What impressed Danny the most was that Saint Baelor built a tower in the Red Keep called the Virgin House. What was the purpose of the Virgin House? To imprison his sisters. The Targaryens had a tradition of brother-sister unions, but this kind of nonsense was strictly forbidden by the teachings of the 7 gods. So, Baelor annulled his engagement with his sister Diana, and even made a monk's vow to keep his virginity and never marry again. This was not a big deal, as he was not the only emperor who became a monk. The bad thing was that his 3 sisters, Diana, Renee, and Alana, were all young and beautiful, cute and moving, the beauty of the Targaryens. Then Baelor was a normal man, and he had desires for them, but he was too devout, and even became the archbishop of the Church of the 7 gods. Baelor suppressed his desires madly, and in order to resist the temptation of his sisters' bodies, the sisters were black with question marks, he built a tower in the palace, the Virgin House, and locked his 3 sisters inside. "Vixen, don't try to seduce this holy monk." He did not touch them, nor did he let other men touch them, claiming that it was to protect their innocence from being polluted by men's desires and the evils of the world. With Baelor's character, perhaps he was not lying and he really thought that way. He and his sisters went to heaven together. Saint Baelor later declared that sex trafficking was illegal, and all the prostitutes and their children in King's Landing were expelled from the city. He believed that everyone was equal under the 7 gods, and let a noble count wash the feet of a leper. In order to communicate with the 7 gods and understand the true meaning of the teachings of the 7 gods, he He would often practice in seclusion, shutting himself in the holy church, praying without eating or drinking, and finally starving to death. There were many more deeds of Saint Balor, and you could almost say that the 7 gods equals Christianity and Saint Balor equals Saint Peter, the head of the 12 apostles of Jesus. Burning books of magical knowledge was just child's play to him. Sigh, what a pity knowledge is priceless and innocent. Danny sighed. The maid Jichi, who had been listening by the side, spoke up. Khaleesi, dragons came from the moon. Oh, Danny was amused and asked with a smile, you also know about the origin of dragons. The centaur girl's face turned serious. There were originally 2 moons in the sky. One of the moon was too close to the sun and could not withstand the high temperature. It cracked like an egg, and millions of dragons came rushing out. Everyone knows, she added hurriedly after saying that. Haha, do you know how far the moon is the moon? Long Fei will never be able to fly to the ground for the rest of his life. Furthermore, the environment outside the sky is too harsh. Giant dragons will not be able to survive. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked, does everyone know about this legend? Even the people of KLSI know about it, Ji Chi said hurriedly. Danica glanced at Cora, Whitebeard, and Beworth and asked, do you guys know? Kalia's. In As and as Kalia's gods. I've also heard of this legend in Meereen. The fat eunuch scratched his head and said, uncertainly. Danny fell into deep thought. The Dothraki, Quillen, and Meereenese were 3 different races, with different beliefs and cultures. If there was one thing that they all agreed on, then there must be some truth in the legend. What if there really were 2 moons? This did not violate celestial kinematics. There were not many planets with many moons, but planets with only 1 moon like Earth were rare. If one of the moons disappeared, or was the star close to the sun really a moon? What if it was another star that was even farther away? The most famous feature of the 3-body system was that the seasons of the planets were completely irregular. All right, Danny was thinking too much. Even if the second moon was a star, there were only 2 stars, one away from a 3-body system. However, a 2-body system seemed to be possible. Let's hope that what the great wizard Valeglius said was true, that there were gods in this world. Finally, the Green Prophet was like a bug in the plot. I might be able to find the truth of the world from them. As soon as the thought came to her mind, she laughed at herself. Even if she understood the operation of this system, what was the point of it to her? The fleet stopped at Zingi's for 3 days. On the 4th day, the sails were swollen. Under the command of Captain Growlett, the thick anchor was pulled out of the sea by the winch. The fleet continued to sail westward, leaving the tiny Zingi's behind. Before they left, they only sent a small boat to buy some fruits, vegetables, and medicine from the harbor. The Black Dragon is not back yet. Are we really not waiting for it? Blackbeard looked around and asked Danny worriedly. Dahe seemed to look down on Little White and Little Green. The top student of the rocket class dissed the bad students. He had always been a loner. These few days he had been poaching goats and fat cattle in the interior of Ban Island, the livestock raised by the Zingi's people. Little White and Little Green's endurance was not as good as Dahe's, so they did not dare to fly too far away from Danny. They could only catch flying fish that jumped out of the sea near the ship. There's no need to wait. The Megalosaurus can sense my location. He will find me on his own, Danny said. Ever since the Hall of Dust ate a faith spirit demigod, Dahe's intelligence had increased. His size was also like a crop that had been sprinkled with jinkala, growing rapidly. Growing a body could not be separated from a large amount of food. The ship's resources were limited, so Dahe could only go out and hunt in the wild. Sure enough, 2 days later, the sailors on the deck suddenly felt that the top of their heads was dark, as if a large dark cloud had covered the clear sky. When they looked up, they could not help but let out a cry of surprise and fear. The pony-sized black dragon spread his wings, which were 10 meters long and 4 to 5 meters wide. He suddenly folded his wings and swooped down like a missile. Whoosh! The water splashed in a beautiful arc. The amount of water was not large, enough to win a gold medal in a diving competition. Gurgle, gurgle. White steam and black smoke rolled in the blue sea. This small area of the sea was like a boiling pot. After a full half a minute, boom! The sea water exploded more than 10 meters high, and a black shadow suddenly emerged. Splash, splash. Dahe spread his wings and floated 4 to 5 meters above the sea surface. He shook off the water droplets on his wings and then flew into the sky with a hiss. Yora looked down from the side of the ship and wondered, "What is it doing? Taking a bath?" Before he finished his sentence, a white thing slowly floated up from the deep blue sea. It was a fat white whale that was 15 meters long. Its belly was on the surface, and its latex white head was charred and tattered. Black blood flowed out, and it was a mess. 7 levels of hell. Knight Yora exclaimed in disbelief. The black dragon really killed a sea monster. Danny said unhappily, "Why do you think it's a sea monster? This is a whale, the most docile large sea animal." But the black dragon is not even half a year old. When he's 100 years old, he can definitely kill sea monsters easily, Yora said seriously. Looks like the legend is true. The Megalosaurus feeds on sea monsters. Oh, bless the 7 gods. The black dragon killed a huge whale. The sailor shouted loudly. Soon, a large group of people surrounded the side of the ship. Release the hook quickly. Get a sailor to go down and hold the whale back. Grolier looked sideways for a while and saw that the whale's body was about to fall to the back of the ship. Danny pushed away the 3 eager dragons and asked the sailor to cut the huge whale's body into pieces. Then, she stood at the back of the ship and picked up a piece of bloody whale meat from the wood and threw it into the sky. Hiss boom! A pillar of fire shot out from Dahe's mouth, and the whale meat was almost instantly charred black. Before the piece of fish fell, Dahe's mouth, which was full of sharp teeth, caught it. She bent down and took another piece of meat from the bucket and repeated the previous action. Little White and Little Green fought each other while fighting for food. Your Highness, Your Highness! Yora stuck his head out of the railing of the bridge and waved at Danny, who was at the back of the ship. Danny handed the job of feeding the dragons to Kuei Shi and washed the blood off her hands with seawater from the wooden bucket hanging at the side of the ship. Then, she quickly walked to the platform on the 3rd floor. Other than Danny herself, the person closest to the 3 dragons was the centaur warrior Kuei Shi. A dragon feeder could establish a friendly relationship with the dragons. Danny appointed Kuei Shi as the guard of the Megalosaurus, so naturally, she could not let the dragons hurt him. Therefore, she often handed the job of feeding the dragons to him. This Sidurian ship was a bit like the big treasure ship that Zheng he used to travel to the west in the early Ming dynasty. It had a bigger belly than the Spanish galleons. However, the design of the bridge was a bit similar to that of a sailing ship. It was an open platform where the helmsman and sails could be commanded. The burly man, Beworth, was squatting at the side eating skewers. The oily, charcoal barbecued whale meat was stained with a lot of oil on the chest of his narrow, studded vest, but he didn't care at all and continued to eat happily. Yora, Grollet, and Whitebeard had serious expressions on their faces. They seemed to have quarreled earlier. Your Highness, there is only 1 more day before we reach the Sea of Valeglia. We must change our course immediately, he said seriously. He had already discussed this matter with Danny many times. Although Danny agreed with his idea of going to Slave Bay to buy the Unsullied, she had never asked Grollet to change their direction. Your Highness, Governor Illyrio, and the people of the 7 nations are waiting for you, Grollet advised with a frown. He was not stupid. Knight Yora definitely did not just have the idea of going to Slave Bay. Perhaps the princess had already known about it. Your Highness, you are the true queen. Now that the kings of the Westeros are at war, all industries are ruined and the people are in dire straits. They are waiting for you to set things right. Whitebeard also advised. Danny looked at them hesitantly and asked Yura, "What do you think?" Sir Yura looked at Whitebeard and sneered. "These days you have perfectly displayed your wisdom and experience to the princess. You even know about the knowledge of dragons. Then why are you acting dumb and encouraging her to go to the Westeros to die?" "Nonsense." Whitebeard's white beard was about to stand up in anger. "Humph, with your knowledge. Don't you understand that other than the 3 dragons that have yet to grow up and the reputation of Targaryen, Her Highness does not have any capital to contend for hegemony?" Chapter 71. Without waiting for Aston to answer the previous question, Cora said aggressively, "Let me ask you again, how will Illyrio arrange the princess's future? Contact the nobles of the 7 kingdoms? Use his family's wealth to hire mercenaries? The names of the dragon and Targaryen will only incite those warring dukes to immediately put down their disputes and unite against the outside world. Perhaps there will be people who have expectations for Her Highness, but there will be even more endless assassins. Who can guarantee her safety?" Cora's continuous questions left Grohl at a loss. This old sailor did not understand politics at all. The purpose of his trip was to bring Dany and Queen Liz back to Pentos. But in theory, he was now serving the Queen and could be considered a subordinate of the Queen. This Beworth did not react at all and continued to eat his skewers. Protecting the little Queen's safety was his job, and he did not care about anything else. Whitebeard pondered for a long time before raising his head and looking at Dany with a determined gaze. "I swear on my life and honor that I will protect the princess's safety." Sigh. Cora sighed and said helplessly, "As the Queen's guard, I have already given my life to Her Highness. Her blood guards will live and die with her. But what is the point of facing the traitors of the 7 kingdoms? A mercenary team of 300 people can wipe out all threats. Do you think that Duke Tywin, whose poop is gold, will be stingy with that little bit of gold royals?" Whitebeard's tall and burly body froze there. His lips pursed tightly as he asked, "What do you suggest?" "Go to Slaver's Bay and buy the Unsullied." Cora said clearly, "But the Unsullied are useless. My ship won't be able to hold them all." Grohl sighed. "Let's go to Slaver's Bay first." Cora did not say that he would sell the goods on the ship, or even your ship for the Unsullied. At this moment, Dany seemed to have finally made a decision. She gritted her teeth and said, "I have decided to listen to Sir Mormont's suggestion and go to Slaver's Bay. Are the 3 of you coming?" "Wherever you go, I'll go." Beevos, the strong man, raised his head and mumbled with food in his mouth. "That fatty Pentos only hired me to protect you. Now I'm your man. You damn eunuch, you can eat more than my dragon. Speaking so ambiguously, I don't want you." Dany smiled and nodded. "I am at your service," said Grollet. "I'm Beworth's attendant." Whitebeard said. Thus, everyone's opinion was basically the same. Regardless of the degree of loyalty, the 3 ships temporarily submitted to Dany. "Shall I order a change of course?" Grohl asked her. "Let me think about it." Dany asked Galloway to open the map and mark the approximate location of the fleet. The speed of this big-bellied ship was not comparable to the sailing ships of the Great Voyage era on Earth. It was only about 8 knots. Well, about 14 kilometers per hour, he could run more than 300 kilometers a day. Of course, this was related to the wind speed. When there was no wind, the ship would just hover on the surface of the sea. When the wind speed was good, it could reach more than 10 knots. It had already been 3 days since they left New Guise, and they were still a day or 2 away from crossing the stormy sea outside Valeglia. Now was the perfect time to turn to Slave Bay. However, after seeing the ruins of Valeglia on the map, Dany remembered the majestic city of magic she had seen in the Immortal Hall. She gently tapped the location of Valeglia's capital on the map with her finger and turned back to ask, "Has anyone explored the ruins of Valeglia?" Yes, Whitebeard frowned. For nearly 400 years, countless people have wanted to go to the ruins of Valeglia to search for treasures. The most common long sword of Valeglia's nobles is also forged from Valeglia steel, and the most common two-handed sword of Valeglia is also a priceless treasure today. It is said that Tywin Lannister once tried to buy the clan sword of a destitute nobleman, the steel sword of Valeglia, but no matter how Tywin raised the price, the nobleman did not sell it. I don't know how much Tywin offered, but with Lannister's wealth, it started at least 200,000 gold royals. Cough, cough, cough. Jorah Mormont seemed to choke on his saliva and coughed violently. After a while, he touched his nose, his face flushed red, and muttered awkwardly, "No, not a destitute nobleman." Whitebeard and Dany's 4 eyes widened as they looked at the exiled Count of Bear Island in surprise. "Were you the seller?" Whitebeard murmured, "I never thought of selling Longclaw." Mormont refuted loudly. "When I was at Lannister Harbor looking for a loan from Tywin, that fellow kept pestering me to buy a sword. But Longclaw is the clan sword of the Mormont family. My old man is not dead yet. If he knew, he would most likely return from the Great Wall and cut me in half. If your old man had died, would he have sold the clan sword at that time?" Everyone had this thought, and Whitebeard looked at Jorah with even more disdain. Well, just like how Mormont could not bear to see Whitebeard also looked down on knights who had lost their honor. "I'm afraid Lyneth Hyder doesn't know about this, does she?" Whitebeard said sarcastically. Mormont's eyes evaded and changed the topic. "It's not 200,000. Tywin offered a sky-high price of 850,000 gold royals. But I insisted on not selling, even if he threatened not to give me a loan. Later, I went to the Bravo's iron vault to borrow money. 850,000 gold royals? 2 billion renminbi. This was enough for that prodigal Jorah woman to chop off her hands for the rest of her life, Lyneth. Humph, you underestimate me too much." Dany was dumbfounded, and the idea of going to Valeglia grew stronger in her heart. Then another question arose in her heart. "Sir, even the Lannister family doesn't have a Valeglia steel sword. Where did your Bear Island get it?" Jorah immediately replied, "Lannister also has a Valeglia steel, two-handed greatsword, Light Howl. More than a century before Valeglia was destroyed, King Cayenne spent nearly 2 million gold royals to order it from Valeglia." "Shit, Big Bear, please don't provoke me anymore." Dany's eyes almost turned into gold coins. Whitebeard seemed to have guessed her thoughts, and then warned. After Valeglia was destroyed, the world coveted Valeglia's treasures and secret arts, and Lannister was no exception. More than 300 years ago, King Cayenne Tomon II formed a super fleet, known as the Golden Fleet, to explore Valeglia that was destroyed by the apocalypse. In the end, dozens of warships, thousands of sailors, and Tomon II himself fell in the cursed ruins. King Cayenne's sword, Light Howl, was naturally lost in the ruins of Valeglia. Just 10 years ago, Duke Tywin's brother, Gillian Lannister, also went on a journey to find the family sword and never returned. Other than Lannister, the closest to Valeglia was Valeglia's Volantis. They were the most orthodox nobles of the ancient Valeglia's free fortress, but they still did not return. The painful experience of countless people tells us that it is a dangerous place. Your Highness, with your wisdom, you should not make such a foolish move. Dany's people and ships were naturally far inferior to Tomon II, but she also had her own trump card. "Aston, I completely understand your wise advice." Dany smiled at him gratefully and then continued, "But I have a dragon. Our fleet only needs to stop at the safe periphery, and my dragon can pass through the dangerous sea and enter the broken peninsula." This. Whitebeard was surprised and doubtful. "This is worth a try." Jorah touched his furry chin and said worriedly, "But we don't know what dangers there are inside. If there is an accident, I'm afraid your dragon. Why don't you let the dragon explore the ruins of Valeglia when it grows up and becomes stronger?" He suggested. This was an old man's opinion, stable and reasonable. Dany had no reason to refuse. "Dragons have 3 heads," she said with a sigh. "But there is only one dragon tamer. When the dragon grows up, the white and black dragons will become wild dragons. They will definitely not hurt me, but they're still young and will not attack humans, but it won't take a few years, just 1 year. I can't watch them all the time, just like Blackie, who will always leave my sight to hunt in the wild. I want to go to Valeglia to find the true secret of dragon taming, at least to stop the 2 dragons from eating humans. In the original plot, Danny and Rise's dragon ate humans, even little girls, and the 3 dragons almost became wild dragons. In fact, the white and green dragons were wild dragons that no one could control in the end. Can you control the black dragon? I think it can easily hunt humans now. Whitebeard was worried. Yes, you don't have to worry about the black dragon at all. Danny said confidently. It was because the black dragon once had the desire to eat centaur children that Danny was worried about the megalosaurus eating humans. She could feel Blackie's emotions. In Karth, a centaur girl of 2 or 3 years old accidentally broke into her bedroom. Blackie was alarmed and immediately had the idea of eating her. Danny was frightened at that time. For the first time, she realized that the megalosaurus were legendary creatures at the top of the food chain, and humans were also a dessert in their diet. Later, she asked Yura. Ser Yura told her that the megalosaurus not only ate humans, but also a few Targaryens. Of course, that was the infighting of the Targaryens. One Targaryen fed another Targaryen to the dragon. Under normal circumstances, the megalosaurus would not take the initiative to eat a Targaryen. If the Targaryen did not have the qualifications to be a dragon rider, but insisted on riding a dragon, he would most likely be eaten. Later, Whitebeard came. Danny saw that he was experienced and knew the history of the Targaryen family in detail, so she asked him for advice. Whitebeard said that the megalosaurus with a master would not harm humans. The most terrifying thing was the wild dragons without a master. They were rebellious and difficult to control. He also told her a terrible example. During the time of the dance of the blood dragons, the Targaryen family had more than 20 dragons. There were so many dragons that no one could tame 3 of them, and they became wild dragons. There was a wild dragon called Gluttony that was terrifying. Not only did it eat a large group of trained dragon knights, Targaryens or Valerians without dragons, it also bullied the weak by eating dragon corpses, young dragons, and dragon eggs. So when he heard Danny's worries, even the most experienced and prudent Whitebeard was silent. You can only go near the edge and definitely not enter. That place. Sighing, Whitebeard waved his hand and said, When you get there, you will understand. I hope the black dragon is not hurt. I will. Danny nodded and asked Mormont, Why is your family's Longclaw only 850,000, but Light Howl costs 2 million? Is the price of Valeglia's steel sword so fluctuating? Chapter 72. Light Howl is a 2-handed sword. My family's Longclaw is a hybrid sword. Mormont said, Bastard sword. Danny was stunned. Mormont looked around and didn't find an example on the ship. He pulled out the sword from his waist with a clang and explained, Although my sword can be used with one hand, holding the hilt with both hands is more conducive to strength, so it is considered a 2-handed sword. The sword in Mormont's hand was 5 meters long from the tip of the sword to the end of the hilt. Fortunately, he was about 95 meters tall. In addition to the 2-handed sword, there is also a 1-handed sword used by one hand, which is a quarter to a third shorter than this one. The hybrid sword is between a 1-handed sword and a 2-handed sword. It is considered a hand and a half sword. We also call it a hybrid sword. Ha ha ha! A hybrid sword born from a 2-handed sword and a 1-handed sword. The burly man Beworth laughed loudly. What a hybrid sword! Mormont glanced at him and said indifferently, whether it is in Westeros or Ursos, hybrid swords are the mainstream. A 1-handed sword is not good for slashing, and a 2-handed sword is not easy for ordinary people to wield, let alone use against enemies. Then he turned to Danny and said, "So, do you understand? The reason why light howl is expensive is because it is heavier than long claw and consumes more Valeglia steel. If Ned Stark sold his clan sword, Frost, to Tywin, he would probably be able to sell it for 3 million gold royals. The ice is taller than most knights, 85 meters tall. 85 meters, the tall, rich, and handsome of Valeglia's steel swords." Danny ridiculed in her heart. This tall, rich, and handsome man had benefited Lannister for nothing. He didn't even get a single gold royal. However, it was indeed as Mormont had said. Most people would not be able to use two-handed greatswords. So Tywin had melted the ice and created 2 hybrid swords, Widow's Howl and Oathkeeper. Well, Ned Stark took the sword to King's Landing, was beheaded, and the sword fell into Tywin's hands. Not knowing what she was thinking, Mormont continued, "I'm not sure about the market price of Valeglia's steel swords. Lannister is rich, and the world of rich people is different from the world of poor people like us. You can imagine that the ancestors of the Mormont family definitely didn't spend 850,000 gold royals when they got the claw 500 years ago." "How much did Stark spend on the ice?" she asked. "I don't know." Mormont shook his head. "Maybe Stark, like me, has long forgotten how much it cost him to get his clan sword." At this time Whitebeard interrupted and added, "Your Royal Highness, the division of two-handed sword, one-handed half-sword, and one-handed sword is not only determined by length, but the key is the center of gravity of the sword hilt. For example, the two-handed greatsword Dawn is a two-handed sword for many people, but Arthur Dayne is tall and powerful, and his arm strength is amazing. He can easily wield the Dawn greatsword with one hand. So, by adjusting the weight of the accessory at the end of the handle, the knight turned it into a one-handed sword, but when he died, the knight of the Dayne family changed it back to a two-handed sword." Mormont looked at the old man in surprise and nodded. "This old fellow is right. Every sword is best like an extension of the master's arm. Real knights go to the blacksmith shop to buy weapons, almost never buy ready-made goods. Generally, they have to measure the arm span and arm strength and have the blacksmith tailor them. Arthur Dayne, the legendary Sword of Dawn!" Danny exclaimed. "Viserys said that he was the #1 swordsman in the world, and that only Liga could compare to him." Whitebeard had a look of reminiscence on his face as he sighed with emotion. Arthur Dayne's martial arts were indeed superb. He could eat skewers with his right hand while wielding a sword with his left hand. He had cut down all 7 Kingsguard today. As for Prince Liga, hearing the hesitation in the old man's words, Danny waved her hand and said indifferently, "I know Viserys is bragging. Liga is no match for Robert. However, the Sword of Dawn is not a prince. No one needs to flatter him. His strength is definitely real and credible. Why did he die at the hands of Ed Stark, who is not known for his martial strength?" The old man muttered, "Any warrior, no matter how strong, fast, or accurate he is, as long as he is human, there will always be a limit. He can win a difficult competition, but he can also lose a simple battle. I have seen thousands of competitions and participated in many wars. I know that there are many factors that determine a duel. A small pit in the grass, something dirty to eat at dinner, might mean failure, but a sudden change in the wind will give you victory." At this point he glanced at Knight Yora. "Perhaps the token given by the lady on my arm can also awaken a war god." The big bear didn't expect the old man to involve him as he spoke. His face darkened as he said coldly, "Old man, be careful of your tongue." In the martial arts competition at Lannisport, Mormont had won the spear competition with a scarf given to him by Linus. But from then on, he had never won a competition again. This example was very vivid, very typical, and indeed a little damaging. At the end of the conversation, the few of them parted unhappily. Danny also left with her maidservant. Geoffrey slightly adjusted the route and sailed towards the north of the west for 2 days. Danny saw the apocalyptic storm sea. The gray sky in the distance seemed to have collapsed and connected with the sea. Or perhaps a huge tornado formed a barrier that surrounded the northern part of the Valeglia Peninsula like a seal. It not only blocked the entry of external ships, but also prevented the demons in the ruins of the ancient civilization from escaping. We can't go any further, or the storm will tear us apart. Geoffrey roared at Danny, and the wind blew his messy half-length black hair horizontally. Then stop. Danny also roared at him. It was impossible not to roar loudly. The continuous storm in the distance not only brought with it whirling winds and thick water vapor, but also thunderous rumbles. It was strange to say that under normal circumstances, if there was a huge sea storm ahead, even if there was no storm not far from it, there would be turbulent waves. However, the sea area of the Valeglia Peninsula was completely different. The sky ahead was dark and heavy. The strong winds and tsunamis almost broke the boundary between the sky and the sea. The sky was the sea, and the sky merged. However, more than 10 kilometers away, the sun shone and the sea was calm. Apart from the loud sounds and gusts of wind, there was almost no effect. It was as if a wall separated the two worlds. Inside the wall was a storm purgatory, and outside the wall, flowers bloomed everywhere. The anchors were thrown into the sea, and the 3 ships temporarily hovered above the sea. Danny left Geoffrey on the bridge to control the rudder, and she, Cora, and Whitebeard entered the lower cabin to discuss their next move. "Your Highness, you must hurry. It's calm here now. Maybe in a few hours, this place will become the center of the storm. The storm wall is not fixed, and it can expand or shrink inwards. Whether it expands or shrinks, it will cause intense meteorological changes nearby." Blackbeard warned Danny before leaving the bridge. "I understand." Danny shouted back. Below the deck, the roaring of the storm was a little lower, and they could speak normally. Seeing Danny, Whitebeard immediately advised, "Your Highness, let's leave. I didn't expect the sea area near Valeglia to be so harsh. Even the Megalosaurus can't fly over the storm wall." "Alas, I didn't expect it either." Danny looked helpless. "This doesn't make sense or science. A continuous storm requires a lot of energy. It's been hundreds of years. Why hasn't it disappeared?" Cora didn't know what science was, but he understood what she meant. He said, "The rise and destruction of Valeglia is a miracle. It's not surprising that such a spectacle appears here and now." "What's the environment like in the Smoke Sea?" Danny asked. Valeglia was built on a peninsula in the summer sea. During the cataclysm, the volcano in the middle of the peninsula erupted, and the mainland was shattered into a strait of boiling seawater, the Smoke Sea. Valeglia was shattered into countless pieces, and the land in the north became the Smoke Sea burning with hellfire. The sea in the south was surrounded by storms that never dissipated, and the environment was extremely harsh. Cora shook his head and sighed. "The Smoke Sea is also very dangerous. The volcano at the bottom of the sea boiled the sea, and the exposed reefs were roasted until they smoked. The sky was almost covered by the black smoke from the volcano eruption, and the sea was dark red. It is said that there are demons and sea monsters living there. In the harsh environment of an underwater volcano eruption, the creatures that could survive would either become demons or become demons." "Dragons aren't afraid of high temperatures," Danny said hesitantly. "But thousands of Valeglia's dragons died in the volcano eruption." Whitebeard poured cold water on her. Although it wasn't pleasant to hear, it was the truth. "All right, let Big Black charge into the storm," she said, helplessly, as the bare mast with its sails rolled up trembled slightly in the wind. The 3 small dragons folded their wings and curled up on it, as quiet as stone statues. Upon receiving Danny's order, Big Black's blood-red eyes suddenly opened. It jumped down and flapped its wings, gliding toward the storm. Danny's soul was one with Big Black's. Along the way, she constantly used Big Black's eyes to observe the situation of the wall of storm. "Big Black, pull yourself up." Big Black spiraled upwards and flew higher and higher, getting closer and closer to the storm in front. Gradually, the big ship on the sea became a black dot on the blue screen. Whoosh! Their line of sight swayed as if a helicopter had gone out of control. The gale pulled at Big Black's fleshy wings, producing the sound of whipping cooked cowhide. Steady, steady, Follow. Danny was just about to let it fly in the direction of the wind, but Big Black had already adapted to the storm environment. It raised its wings to reduce the surface area exposed to the wind, and then swung its long tail slightly, stabilizing its torso like a balancer. Like a gliding paper airplane, Big Black bobbed and swayed back and forth in the storm, but was as steady as an old dog. "Wow, Big Black, that's great," Danny excitedly encouraged. Crackle boom! A silver-blue electric net that resembled tree branches suddenly flashed in the gloomy tornado, and one of them hit Big Black's neck. Danny let out a muffled groan. Her vision turned black and her ears buzzed. Time slowed down in her consciousness, and that short moment felt like hours. "Calixie, what's wrong with you?" the maid exclaimed. In the spacious cabin, Danny, who had been silent with her eyes closed, suddenly let out a cry of pain. 2 streaks of bright red blood flowed from her nostrils across her pink lips and white chin. Her body also tilted to one side as if drunk. Fortunately, Doria reacted quickly and immediately caught her. "Sigh, I'm so unlucky. Big Black was struck by lightning, and I helped share some of the damage." Danny waved her hand to calm the nervous crowd. Chapter 73. Big Black's crash didn't last long. First, it fell toward the sea like a log and was swept up by the gale midway. The bumpy ride woke Big Black up from its temporary coma. Danny's dragon spirit state hadn't been lifted. Although she had been treated by spiritual electricity once, she was still in good condition. After comforting Cora and the others, she began to command Big Black to fly again. This time, Big Black lowered its altitude. Danny was no fool. She had already considered the problem of lightning strikes. On Earth, the highest thundercloud layer was only 10 kilometers. According to her original idea, Big Black could cross the dark cloud layer and enter a position close to the stratosphere. Who would have thought that Big Black would be unable to cross the thundercloud layer even after reaching its maximum altitude of over 10,000 meters? Unfortunately, it was struck by lightning. Since it couldn't cross, it would drill under the thundercloud. It couldn't be that the thundercloud layer was 10 kilometers thick, could it? After descending to about 2,000 meters, Big Black couldn't go any lower. The lower it went, the stronger the sea breeze. It couldn't maintain its balance in the storm. Fortunately, this height allowed it to evade the thundercloud. As such, Big Black was able to pass through it with difficulty. 5 minutes later, the road ahead was vast, dark, and torrential. Gusts of gales whistled past. Half an hour later, the road ahead was dark. Water vapor poured on Big Black's body, evaporating into a white mist passageway. An hour later, Big Black's stomach rumbled. It was hungry. "Haven't we entered the island yet?" Cora asked for the 5th time. Danny had calmly comforted him the previous 4 times. "We'll be there in a while. Big Black is flying really fast." Big Black was indeed very fast. It could fly 150 kilometers per hour. Could the wall of storm exceed 150 kilometers? No, Big Black is lost. Danny found that Big Black's perception of the magnetic field was in disorder. When she first entered the dragon's spirit fusion state, Danny could receive 7 or 8 senses from Big Black in addition to the 5 senses. Danny didn't know what those 7 or 8 unfamiliar senses were. She was just an ordinary person who didn't cultivate the pocket universe. She could only understand the 5 senses: eyes, nose, ears, touch, and tongue. In addition, through taste, Danny knew Dahe's favorite food: bison hind leg bone marrow. Every time he sucked on the hind leg bone, his taste buds were especially excited. After several months of continuous testing, Danny identified magnetic field perception, thermal perception, and danger perception. Danger perception had been discovered when the regretful guest had tried to assassinate her last time. When the regretful guest had taken out the box, a perceptual information that she had never understood had jumped intensely. Danny didn't know what it meant, but she knew that it represented danger. This was great news for her. In the future, Danny would be able to observe the intensity of the perceptual signal to deduce whether or not the person on the other side wanted to harm her. At this time, she suddenly noticed that Dahe's magnetic field perception was fluctuating greatly, so she guessed that he might be lost. "Can you find your way back?" Whitebeard asked nervously. "Yes, I'm the best coordinate." Danny sighed and ended the failed Valeglia expedition. Dahe changed direction and rushed toward Danny's position. He had been flying away from Danny, so theoretically he should. Well, she hadn't thought it through. Flying around the arc of the Wall of Storm was also considered away from Danny. That's a ship." 15 minutes later, Danny suddenly exclaimed, "There's someone else exploring the ruins of Valeglia!" she shouted excitedly after coming to her senses. "What?" Cora and the others were puzzled. "Oh, Dahe saw a ship in the storm," she said. "Impossible." Grohl shook his head. After waiting for 2 hours on the bridge deck and not seeing the dragon return, Blackbeard anxiously went to the cabin. "No ship can withstand such a fierce storm. Once swept in, they'll be torn to pieces in an instant," he said with absolute certainty. Danny shook her head and said, "Seeing is believing." When Dahe descended to 2,000 meters, he could see sand lizards in the desert. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Cora and Ago." "Calixie is right," Cora immediately said. "I've seen the dragon fall from a high altitude and capture a sand lizard hidden in the grass." This. Grohl hesitated. Could it be the wreckage of a ship? Danny couldn't be bothered with him. Dahe circled above the ship for a long time. Through the dark clouds and torrential rain, he could vaguely see that the ship's main sail had been retracted, leaving only the 2 low sails on the side unfolded like wings. Although the ship was swaying left and right, it didn't capsize like a roly-poly toy. This was an expert. The sea and the sky merged into a dim space. Even with Dahe's eyesight, he couldn't see the people on the ship clearly. He also couldn't see the name painted on the ship. "When it comes out, should we go over and ask about the ruins of Valeglia?" Danny asked her think tank. Cora thought for a moment and said, "Don't get too close. Send a small boat over first, no." Whitebeard interrupted him directly and said seriously, "No one who dares to explore the ruins of Valeglia is easy to deal with. More importantly, if the other party succeeds, he must have a huge harvest. No matter what we say, we can't dispel his wariness, unless—" The old man's blue eyes met Danny's purple eyes directly and said slowly, "Unless your highness has the idea of looting a burning house." "You old man, you're very bad. You've seen through my dark thoughts in just a moment. If you guessed it, then you guessed it. Why did you say it out loud? Shouldn't a really good minister immediately put the blame of looting a burning house on himself? For example, you try to persuade your highness to consider the overall situation. For the thousands of people in the 7 kingdoms who are looking forward to you, you can do a double cross. With those treasures and secret techniques, there is hope for the restoration of the kingdom. Then, I, who is righteous and kind, refuse in every way possible. You try to persuade me again and finally force me to act first and report later. I can only helplessly sigh. Then let's weigh the anchor and leave immediately." Danny looked at his deep and calm blue eyes and sighed. "Compared to a big fat fish, I want to know the method of fishing more. Sigh, forget it. Those guys are probably outlaws. We are not their opponents, even if we have bad intentions." "What fishing?" The tall and strong fat eunuch pulled out the curved sword from his waist and asked in confusion, "Are we not going to rob that ship?" "This idiot, I don't want to bother with you. Whitebeard seemed to have realized that his daughter really went to her best friend's house and was not fooling around with a wild boy as he thought. He let out a big sigh of relief and said, "Your Highness, you are the Queen of the 7 Kingdoms and are rich in the entire kingdom. To you, only the people and the honor of the royal family are the most important. The gold and silver of the mortal world are completely meaningless." "Humph. Don't you need money to buy Unsullied? Gold royals are meaningless. Go tell that to Tywin." Cora retorted, then turned to Dany and said seriously, "It is right to leave immediately. We may not be their opponents. If it is on land with 80 roaring warriors riding draconic horses, even if they have 200 swordsmen, we can still fight. But on the sea, the centaurs can't even stand steadily. As for the hundreds of sailors in the fleet, they can protect themselves, but they don't have enough courage and motivation to launch a fatal attack. After a few rounds of arrow rain, the sailors will definitely be defeated. If there were pirates attacking the caravan, the sailors could only fight with their lives in order to survive. The battle loss rate could reach more than 50%. But if the death rate reached 10% for Dany, the morale would collapse. Dany herself understood this, but "I didn't say that I was going to rob that ship," Dany said angrily with a straight face. "I only said that I encountered a ship returning from Valeglia and was going to ask them if they needed help and where they entered from. These bastards, what kind of person do they think I am?" Seeing that she was angry, the few of them fell into an awkward silence. Grohl also quietly returned to the bridge deck and loudly ordered the crew to raise the anchor, raise the sails, and turn the rudder. 10 minutes later, Blackie landed on the deck, and Dany hurriedly carried a bucket of fish to feed him. About half an hour later, the angle of the sails was corrected, and the big-bellied ship creaked as it steered northeast, gradually leaving the wall of storm. Another 10 minutes later, the lookout shouted to the deck, "That ship has come out." Someone actually passed through the wall of storm. Thud, thud, thud. A group of idle sailors on the deck quickly ran to the stern and scrambled for a telescope. Yes, although this world had a medieval system, the level of technology was not low. The lens technology of the city of Myr on the west coast was world famous, and telescopes were just child's play. Westeros scholars had even built high-precision astronomical telescopes. Dany did not scramble for the telescope. As long as Blackie at the top of the mast tilted his head, she could see more clearly than the sailors. An eagle could spot a rabbit running in the grass 10 kilometers away from an altitude of 4,000 meters, and could also constantly adjust its visual range and focus to see more details. A dragon's eyes were stronger than an eagle's. Dany saw that it was a ship with huge sails as narrow as a blade. The hull was dark red, and the huge sails were as black as the night sky. The wing-like secondary sails were gradually retracted, and the main sail was slowly pulled up. It was actually twice as wide as the ship's hull, with the extra part extending diagonally beyond the ship's side. The design looked fast, especially fast, as if it was specially designed for fast navigation. The huge black sail bulged, as full and straight as a King Kong Barbie's chest. The ship shot out of the final storm zone like an arrow. It had really broken free and passed through the purgatory of the wall of storm. "Captain, they've discovered us," the lookout shouted. Black fire's blazing red eyes adjusted its focus. Dany had also discovered that there was a person standing on the ship's stilts, looking in their direction with a telescope. The distance between them was about 15 nautical miles, almost 30 kilometers. It was not too far, but not too close either. It was basically a safe distance. The other party was a fast ship and could leave quickly without worrying about the fleet taking advantage of the situation. But they've changed direction. The lookout shouted, puzzled. "They seem to be coming towards us. Could it be that they're looking for help? Damn it, they're pirates." Grohl suddenly cursed loudly. He, too, had been observing the long and narrow ship with his telescope. Chapter 74. "Damn it, we don't have to rob it. It's a pirate, and now it wants to rob us." Captain Growlithe cursed loudly. "How do you know it's a pirate ship?" Danny was puzzled. "It doesn't have the pirate's skull flag." Yes, the skull flag was very popular among pirates in this fantasy world. The skull flag was prepared for those wild pirates. Blackbeard shook his head gloomily. If the Pirate King had his own emblem, there would be no need for the popular skull flag. After that, he ignored Danny and began to hurriedly shout for the sailors to arrange the troops. Danny carefully observed the ship for a while. In addition to the eye-catching golden ink jade on the black sail, she also saw the word Serenity painted in black paint on the dark red hull when it turned sideways. "Oh my God, Westeros!" Danny exclaimed. "Why are Westeros pirates in the summer sea?" It turned out that Serenity was written in the common language, not Valeglia, which was the most popular language in the continent of Ursos. "Sir, do you know the Serenity?" Danny turned her head and asked Jorah Mormont, who was standing on his tiptoes. Well, other than the captain, the chief officer, and the lookout, no one else had binoculars. "Serenity." Jorah looked puzzled. "It sounds familiar, but I don't know where I've heard of it." "That ship is from the Westeros. There's a huge golden ink fish painted on the sail. It's a bit like the sea monster of the Greyjoy family." Danny explained. 7 levels of hell. Big Bear slapped his forehead and shouted as if he had seen a ghost. "Is the hull dark red?" "Yes," Danny said in surprise. "You know it? You Lewin Greyjoy, the villain known as Crow's Eye?" Jorah said word by word, gritting his teeth as if he hated the name very much. "But that ink fish? Well, even if it's a sea monster, it's in the opposite direction. Greyjoy's sea monster's head is down, but that one's head is up, and its tentacles are different." Danny was puzzled. "Don't think that this is a small matter. The clan emblem can't be sloppy. If the direction is reversed, it would be equivalent to having 2 different clan emblems. For example, the flags of Russia, France, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg. Ordinary people would be confused when they saw them, but they were indeed different flags and had their differences. This explains why Lewin Greyjoy is here." Aston had a look of realization. Cora also nodded and said, "He must have done something." Duke Balan expelled him from the Greyjoy family. Those who have been exiled often feel ashamed and don't want to bring shame to their family, or out of jealousy, they will change their family emblem slightly, such as reversing the direction. Danny glanced at the black bear on his chest. Her mouth opened and closed several times. She really wanted to ask, "Do you not have any sense of shame? Do you have any feelings of jealousy? Why don't you let Big Bear lie on the ground?" Big Bear Mormont was wearing a black woolen sweater and brown leather armor. There was a big black bear on the chest of the leather armor. It stood up like a human and roared with its mouth open. It was a great contrast to the Mormont family's motto, "Stand tall with your head held high." According to the tradition of Westeros, everyone knows if he felt ashamed, he should learn from Lewin and let the black bear lie down. Danny's gaze was also noticed by Big Bear. He blushed and said, "I don't hate my family." Whitebeard said coldly, "Don't you feel ashamed?" Big Bear was furious. "I serve the Queen, and I am honored. And, no matter what, I am better than you, who don't even dare to show your clan emblem. You—" Whitebeard was angry. He opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but he looked at Danny and swallowed his words. Only nobles had clan emblems. Westeros nobles were divided into knights, counts, marquises, dukes, and kings. Knights were the lowest level. Knights could also be called knights, but in fact, they were half a level lower than knights. They were only nobles' reserve. Big Bear Mormont had 2 identities: the ancestral count of Bear Island and the knighthood given to him by King Robert to quell Greyjoy's rebellion 10 years ago. He was also a knight, but he already had the title of count. Big Bear was going to be tried by Ide and Stark for selling slaves. Even ice was taken there, so he must be beheaded. He was afraid of death, so he gave up his title of count and went into self-exile. But the knighthood given to him by Robert was not taken away because he escaped the trial. I'd had no chance to take away the knighthood given to him by the king. So Danny and others called him Sir Jorah or Sir Mormont. Danny and Jorah both knew that Whitebeard hid his identity. His knowledge, experience, and speech were not as good as Count Mormont's. It was difficult for people who had not received an orthodox aristocratic education to have the excellent characteristics he showed. But Whitebeard wore a simple linen robe and held a crutch. He never showed his clan emblem or other identification. Whitebeard also guessed that his identity had been suspected, so he was rendered speechless by Big Bear's rebuke. Well, speaking of which, he had to sigh. As the most orthodox descendant of the royal family, Danny also did not show her clan emblem. Moreover, she was theoretically illiterate and had not received an orthodox aristocratic education. That sea monster ship is so fast, it's really chasing us, the lookout exclaimed, breaking the awkward silence on the bridge. After a few light coughs, Danny asked, "Why are you, Llewyn Greyjoy, chasing us? Did we guess wrong? Did he also fail in his exploration of the ruins of the Leglia and suffer heavy losses, so he needs to rob us to recover?" "It's possible." Jorah glanced at Whitebeard and said thoughtfully, "We only saw the Serenity struggling in the wall of storm. Maybe he was lost in the storm and did not enter the ruins. After all, even a dragon is lost. If we reveal our identities, will he let us live on account of the fact that we are from the same hometown?" Danny said with a strange smile. Whitebeard was stunned for a moment before he reacted and asked, "Are you sure you can win? Greyjoy is not easy to deal with. Last time when Balon rebelled, Llewyn displayed extraordinary cunning and ruthlessness. Port Lannister was almost captured by the Tie-Men led by him. If he was not sure he could defeat our fleet, he would not be in such a hurry to chase us. I have a dragon, and it's not an ordinary fleet," Danny said confidently. The old man looked up at the white and green dragons circling in the sky and said solemnly he saw your dragon. "Ha ha ha. You don't think I'm going to let my dragon burn his ship, do you?" Danny laughed. "I'm their mother, and I cherish their lives more than anyone else. The young dragons can't even resist arrows now. If I really let my dragon fly over the enemy's ship and breathe fire, it would be murdering my own children." At this point, she ordered the blood riders beside her, "Call up all the warriors in the cabin. Bring up bows and shields." Centaurs were afraid of the sea. If it was not necessary, they would rather stay in the cabin with their horses as companions. "What do you think the other party will do?" she asked Blackbeard Galloway. The old sailor frowned as if he had encountered something difficult to understand. "Under normal circumstances, pirates without a large fleet will not attack us. The ratio of ships is 3-1, which means that when he ships with us, the other two ships can attack his mothership from the side and the back. We have a total of more than 600 sailors, and the other party only has a narrow ship. It can only hold 300 pirates. With twice the number disadvantage, how can Llewyn win? Unless he has a trump card." Whitebeard said solemnly. Danny thought for a moment and asked, "What kind of person is Llewyn? Will he suddenly go crazy? By the way, why was he exiled? Tie-Men Island is relatively closed, and Llewyn is not King Balon. Very few people pay attention to him. I don't even know that he was exiled, but I'm sure that he won't go crazy. That person is cunning and unpredictable." Whitebeard shook his head and looked at the big bear. "Perhaps Sir Mormont knows him better. Tie-Men often plundered the west coast of Westeros, especially the north, without the protection of ships. The people of Bear Island often fought with Tie-Men, who disguised himself as a pirate." Mormont sighed. "I hope he suddenly becomes stupid. Unfortunately, let's prepare for battle." As he spoke, he walked towards the cabin to change into full-body armor. This fantasy world was not without gunpowder, but it was not very powerful. It was just a prop used by fire warlocks. Therefore, there were no cannons. Naval battles were still mainly based on boarding, and arrows were used as support. It was safer with armor. Of course, the premise was that they did not fall into the sea. Other than Mormont, Danny centaurs and sailors also began to change their equipment in full swing. The centaurs all wore dark red leather armor with a heart protection mirror, shiny red copper helmets, a small copper round shield tied to their left wrist, an araximeter at their waist, and a longbow in their hands. They looked like a regular army. Unlike the centaurs who were dressed in uniform, the sailors' armor was a mess. There were rusty plate armors, mismatched chainmail armors, tattered leather armors, and there were even some who used a pot lid as a shield. Blackie entered the storm around 9 in the morning and returned at 11. Then, the Serenity began to chase the fleet around 12. At that time, the distance was less than 30 kilometers. Then, at 3:30 in the afternoon, the two sides began to enter battle range. 1 kilometer. Although there were no cannons in this world, the cannons of the warships during the Invincible Fleet era only had an effective range of 300 to 400 meters. Catapults and ballistas were installed on the bow and stern of the ship. What was thrown out were not stones, but bags of linen soaked in oil. The linen soaked in oil was wrapped into a solid bullet the size of a school bag and was thrown out after being ignited. It was very difficult to hit a target with that kind of thing. It was mainly used to hit fixed targets, such as attacking a city or attacking a fleet in a port. The Seidulian was a purely naval ship and did not have any weapons. However, the rowing ships, the Son of Summer and the Joking Yassos, were originally used as frigates for merchant ships. Not only did they have many sailors, but they also had a total of 6 catapults and 18 ballistas. Blackbeard's original plan was to delay as much as possible. If the sky turned dark, the Serenity might not be able to catch up to them, but he underestimated the speed of the narrow ship. Not only was the ratio of the sail to the hull huge, the bigger the ship, the faster the ship. When they got close to the Seidulian, the Serenity lowered 200 straight oars on both sides of the ship. The dull sound of drums could be heard from afar, as if it was beating on everyone's hearts. Chapter 75. Seeing the red shell-black sail clipper chasing after them like a sea snake, Galloway's face was pale. He said to Danny with absolute certainty, "Serenity's speed is definitely more than 20 knots." For a merchant ship that was only 7 or 8 knots, it was almost impossible to escape. I understand now. Galloway wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and gritted his teeth. The red demon that has been circulating in the eastern sea of summer is this ship. It's Serenity. No wonder the people of New Guise said that no ship can escape from it. It's just too fast. Whitebeard did not want to fight with the other party. For this reason, he even asked the sailors to hang Danny's flag at the top of the mast. Any Westeros knew what it meant. "Maybe he will pledge loyalty to Her Majesty," the old man said with some disdain. Even Jorid Mormont, a knight who had lost his honor, was looked down upon by Whitebeard. He sincerely despised pirates who killed and robbed, but the other party seemed to have nothing to fear. The old man still hoped to avoid a situation where there would be heavy casualties. Unfortunately, not only did the ship behind them not respond, but it also chased even faster. Danny could even see Uluin's sneer through the black dragon's vision. Well, Uluin's bandit name was Crow's Eye. He was a one-eyed dragon, so it was easy to recognize him. He stood at the top of the bridge and also used binoculars to observe his prey. Looking carefully, Danny found that the guy was not bad-looking. He was in his early 30s, with black hair and a black beard. He wore a smoky black full-body armor like Yora, but he did not wear a helmet. His exposed skin was a little pale, but he was very handsome. His left eye was covered by an eye patch, and his right eye was bright blue. It shone brightly and had a strange charm that made it seem like it was smiling gently at you. Beside the devilishly handsome uncle, Danny also saw a 2-meter-tall, muscular black man. His muscles were bulging, and his skin was oiled, glowing under the sun. The black man was expressionless and hugged a huge horn that looked like a saxophone. Well, the curve was smoother than a saxophone. It looked like a ram's horn magnified 10 times. The warped horn was estimated to be more than 8 meters long from head to toe. Its main body was black and covered with red and gold stripes. It could be seen that its surface was extremely smooth and shiny. Galloway had already commanded the 3 ships to form a horn around each other. All the sails were retracted to avoid causing a fire during the battle. After the 2 paddling boats began to fire incendiary bombs at Serenity, Yuluen retracted the sails and relied on the paddlers to propel the ship forward. When they were 500 meters away from the Sidurian, Serenity began to change its course. It did not charge straight at them. Instead, it circled the ship like a hunting lion, looking for flaws in its prey. "Are you Sir Lewin of the Greyjoy family?" Whitebeard shouted at the blood-red pirate ship. It was in the common language. His voice was loud and clear as it traveled across the sea towards Serenity. Danny grinned. "I didn't expect you to have such a loud voice at your age, Aston. Your Royal Highness, the knight I served told me that on the battlefield, a loud voice is as important as superb commanding skills." Whitebeard seemed to have thought of something, and his face was full of pride. Danny thought about it and felt that his words made sense. A loud voice could not only effectively convey orders in battle, but also increase morale. Well, at least in a chaotic battle, it could let the soldiers know that their boss was still alive. "In the Westeros, whose knight are you?" Cora's eyes twinkled as he smiled faintly. "A knight far greater than you," Whitebeard said coldly. "I am Yu Lewin Greyjoy. Is that His Majesty Viserys?" Yu Lewin also had the potential to become a famous general. Well, his voice was also very loud. It was just that his information was severely outdated. He did not even know that Viserys had died. Then, he did not know that Danny had hatched a dragon? "Yu Lewin, this is the fleet of Her Majesty, Queen Danny Liz Targaryen. Do you want to ask for iron money from us?" Whitebeard said loudly. 12,000 years ago, the ancestors invaded the Westeros. In addition to establishing their kingdom on the mainland, they also occupied a bay in the middle of the Westeros' western coast, Tymon Bay. Tymon Bay had a group of islands. The ancestors there formed a unique culture and religious belief and called themselves Tymon. In the culture of the Tymons, warriors would plunder spoils of war from defeated enemies. This was called iron money. They were even more ruthless than the Dothraki. The centaurs would exchange gifts to get what they needed, but the Tymon would never use money to buy things. Look at the Greyjoy family's saying, "Strength wins through hard work." The Tymon lived by plundering and robbing. They took material goods, slave labor, and salt concubines. They were proud of it and called this way of life the ancient road. But with the progress of civilization, especially in the rich West, the High Court began to build fleets more powerful than the Tymon, and the ancient road was gradually unable to be maintained. When the Targaryens united the 7 kingdoms, the ancient road was completely abolished, and the Tymon began to become the people of the sea. But the Tymon, led by Greyjoy, always hoped to restore the ancient road. For example, the rebellion of Balon Greyjoy 10 years ago. That rebellion not only caused Balon to lose his eldest and second sons, but the third son, Theon Greyjoy, was also controlled by Stark in the form of an adopted son. Well, he was actually a hostage. Now, Robert was dead, the 4 kings were fighting, and Balon rebelled again with the intention of restoring the ancient road. But this time, King Balon learned his lesson and no longer provoked the Lannister and Tyrell in the south. He chose the soft persimmon to pinch, and the north, which was empty of military strength, suffered greatly. Is Her Majesty Danny Lilith returning to the Westeros? Yu Lewin purposely used the iron money to provoke Yu Lewin, but it took Yu Lewin a long time to digest the information revealed in his words. "No, we are going to Slaver's Bay." The old man did not tell Yu Lewin that Danny intended to buy the Unsullied. "Since Her Majesty the Queen is here, I naturally dare not offend Her Majesty's Dragon Majesty." Yulun turned around and shouted to the pirates on the deck of Serenity, "Immediately throw your weapons into the cabin. Raise your hands, and stand by the side of the ship. I have already put down my weapons. Can you stop the attack and let me speak to Her Majesty?" Yulun raised his empty scabbard and said loudly, "Well, when Serenity was approaching, the ballista and the catapults never stopped." When Yulun spoke to Barristan, the catapults stopped, but the centaurs and sailors all raised their bows and aimed at the sailors on the deck of the other ship. "Let him row a small boat over," Danny whispered. Whitebeard hesitated. He may refuse, after all, even if the exploration of Valeglia fails. His ship has countless stolen treasures. "If he refuses, let him leave. I don't want to take in a pirate," Danny said directly. Game of Thrones had been broadcast for several years. Danny may have forgotten the early plot, but the last 2 seasons were still fresh in her mind. Yulun was not trustworthy at all. Balon Greyjoy was killed by him. Although Danny was not a clean freak, how could she trust a villain who even killed his own brother? He was also ambitious and wanted to conquer the Mother of Dragons, and then conquer the 7 kingdoms in the name of the Queen's husband. In the plot, the Queen of Meereen, Danny Rise, was Yulun's first target, and Cersei was just a spare tire. After his niece beat him to the Mother of Dragons, he really climbed onto Cersei's royal bed and made Jaime wear a big green hat. Other than not wanting to be a target, the more important reason was that Danny thought that Yulun did not have much to gain. In the plot, he did not even have a Valeglia steel sword, which meant that the expedition to the ruins of Valeglia had failed. A Luther who wanted to eat the flesh of a true dragon, scram! The result was beyond Danny's expectations. Faced with such a difficult situation, Yulun did not hesitate and immediately agreed. 10 minutes later, the Serenity stopped 300 meters away, and a small boat carrying Yulun and a servant slowly approached the Sidurian. Yulun even took off his armor and sword, revealing a black silk robe embroidered with golden embroidery. It was low-key and luxurious. Danny received him on the upper deck. Seeing Danny in the center of the crowd, Yulun's blue-right eye flashed with surprise and surprise. "Your Majesty, even the moon in the sky is not as beautiful as you. Winterfell's winter roses will pale in comparison to you. When the nobles and commoners of the 7 kingdoms see you for the first time, they will immediately kneel and submit to you like I did." As he spoke, he respectfully knelt on one knee and raised an exquisite jade box with both hands. It was the size of a palm and was carved entirely from jade. One could imagine how valuable the item inside was. Cora took a step forward and opened the box. His pupils constricted, and his breathing became heavier. "Wow, is this really a diamond?" "It's huge." Danny took the box from Cora and could not help but exclaim. Who had seen a smoky purple diamond the size of a goose egg? If it was in modern society, Danny would have thought that it was a fake. But in this era, it was much harder to fake a diamond than to find a real one. "Only you are worthy of this pearl of Valeglia." Yulun looked at Danny affectionately. That expression, that tone, it was like a boy's first love. Danny's beautiful mood at the sight of the big diamond immediately disappeared. Just like in the plot, this guy is treating me as a target to conquer. Crow's eye, you really went to the ruins of Valeglia. Cora could not help but ask, "You are so familiar." Yulun stood up and stared at Cora for a while before saying in surprise, "To think, to meet Count Mormont of Bear Island in the Sea of Grief." "That's right, I went to Valeglia." He continued, "Haha, from the Jade Sea to the Summer Sea, my name is spread everywhere. Now, I have become the first man to conquer the Smoke Sea and the Wall of Storm." Yulun threw his head back and laughed, extremely pleased with himself. Smoke Sea? Danny's heart skipped a beat. You entered from the Smoke Sea, then went from north to south, passing through the islands of ancient Valeglia? Yulun's smile froze as he rubbed his nose awkwardly. I dare not lie in front of a true dragon. At first, I had no intention of passing through the broken peninsula. Returning to the Smoke Sea was of course safer, but it was very strange. It was hard to tell directions in the storm, and I ended up thousands of miles away in a daze. That's possible. This guy's luck is too good. What's on the islands of Valeglia? As soon as Danny asked this question, everyone from Cora Groll to the sailors beside them focused their attention and looked at Crow's Eye with curiosity. Curse! Yu Luan's pale face was almost transparent, as if he had thought of something terrifying. There were 3 ships when we went. Other than my Serenity, there were 2 other great pirates. But, apart from me, everyone who set foot on that land died, Yu Luan said with a trembling voice. Chapter 76. What kind of curse? Danny was even more curious. I don't know. Yu Luan shook his head and said with a face full of fear, We came ashore at Traya at the northern end of the Smoke Sea. There were rumors that even after the great calamity, there were still people living in Traya, but it was all nonsense. The sky there was dark red like a furnace, the ground was as hot as the iron plate on the furnace, and the well water was bubbling with white steam. It has been 400 years, and the fire has not been extinguished. If there was really life there, it would not be humans, but demons. The so-called curse, could it be a fever? Cora asked while stroking his chin. No, it is definitely not a fever. Although everyone has symptoms of dehydration, we do not lack water and are not afraid of the heat. The other 2 pirates came from the Summer Islands. Do you think they are not as resistant to the heat as I am? Yu Luan retorted. How did they die? Danny asked. For limbs curled up into a ball, hands spread out like claws, skin all over with purple-black pustules as dense as pomegranate seeds. In less than half a day after stepping foot on Traya, hundreds of people turned into that horrible state. How could it be a fever? When Yu Luan said this, his single eye flashed with unconcealable fear. Danny's heart skipped a beat, and she could not help but look at Cora. The knight happened to look over as well, and when they looked at each other, they knew that the other was thinking the same thing. The corpse of Valeglia's Dragon King that was found at the southern end of the Red Wasteland was also curled up with purple-black skin. Dense holes were densely packed on the skin, and the muscles all over the body had turned into water and dried up. There was an 80% chance that there was a curse. Who knew if the dragon could withstand it? Oh, the dragon corpse that was even bigger than Balerion was now buried in the sand. Did you find any city ruins? Danny asked again. Traya was the richest city other than Valeglia, and most of the houses were covered in thick volcanic ash. How could I have the strength to excavate by myself? Fortunately, the city lord's mansion is a tall castle. The volcanic ash piled up into a small slope below the castle. After climbing up, I directly reached the top. At this point, Yu Luan smiled proudly. Ha! The richest person in Traya is undoubtedly the city lord. That's the noble Dragon King. Did you get any secret techniques? Danny didn't take the initiative to ask him how many treasures he had obtained. Yu Luan's blue eyes darkened for a moment, but before anyone noticed, they returned to their gentle smile. No secret technique. He shook his head and explained, even though the entire land of Long Summer belongs to the Valeglia Empire, only Valeglia City, which is the capital, is the core of Valeglia. The rest of the land could only be considered as Dragon King's colonies, where one or a few Valeglia nobles ruled over the other races in the city-state. Just like today's Volantis, only the ruling class is truly Valeglia, and they aren't considered great nobles. Look, they don't even have dragons. At this point, he glanced at Danny. The Dragon King is in Valeglia, and most of the secret techniques and treasures are also in Valeglia. Even the Targaryen, after leaving Valeglia, even the secret technique to forge Valeglia's steel was lost. Or perhaps the ruler at that time didn't allow your ancestors to take the secret technique away? Danny could tell that Yu Luan was the same as her, yearning for Valeglia's witchcraft and magical technology. Yulun looked around and asked, "Your Majesty, where are your dragons? Where did they come from?" Dany thought that this wasn't a secret, so she told him about her marriage to Khal, Illyrio's gift of dragon eggs, Viserys' death, and Drogo and Leg's deaths. Her voice was calm, as if she was telling someone else's story, and it was indeed someone else's story. But in the ears of others, these calm words sounded as if her heart was already riddled with holes, and there was no greater sorrow than the death of her heart. "Your Majesty, Yuluen's eyes were brimming with tears, as if he could empathize with her. This guy has good acting skills. Dany didn't believe that this cold-blooded pirate could be so emotional. "It's all right." She waved her hand and sighed. "Fate took away 3 of my loved ones, Viserys, Drogo, and Leg, for me, and brought me 3 children. A shadow binder from Asha told me that only a life could be exchanged for a life, and that the 3 loved ones were the price I had to pay for hatching a dragon. So that's how you hatch a dragon?" A glint flashed across Yuluen's eyes as he said, "Your Majesty, perhaps it's the will of the gods that I was lucky enough to survive and dig up so many treasures in Valeglia. Finally, just as you arrived in these waters, I happened to leave the Wall of Storm and meet you under the 1 in 10 million chance. This is also fate. Fate has destined me to bring you enough wealth to restore your country." "What did you say?" Dany's mouth was agape as she asked in disbelief. "I want to offer all the wealth on the Serenity to you. I'm willing to serve Her Majesty the Queen and take back the throne that belongs to you from the hands of those traitors." Yuluen's righteousness was awe-inspiring. At this moment, he wasn't alone. Countless people with lofty ideals in China's thousands of years of history were with him. But the problem was that in the Westeros, whose history was several times longer than China's, there had never been a single person who would destroy his or her family. "Are you sure?" Cora also looked at Crow's eyes with suspicion. Yulun smiled faintly and said to the black servant behind him, "Tell them to pull the boat over." The servant didn't say a word as he climbed down the spiral ladder from the side of the boat and returned to the small boat, where he rowed toward the Serenity 300 meters away. Cora and Whitebeard didn't stop him during this process because Crow's eyes had no intention of leaving at all. He remained surrounded by the crowd. If the Serenity made the slightest move, Crow's eyes' life would be in danger. Could it be that this guy has been seduced by my beauty? Or could it be that I've inadvertently revealed an extraordinary quality that I don't even know about? My inner beauty? Dany thought shamelessly. She wasn't the only one who was puzzled. The experienced Whitebeard also felt that the situation was gradually spiraling out of control. His decades of experience as a bodyguard made him subconsciously take half a step forward, faintly protecting Dany within the defensive range of his crutch. But after the red-hulled boat approached and set up the gangplank, nothing unusual happened. A group of bare-chested, bald sailors carrying large boxes walked over from the opposite boat. The heavy boxes made the gangplank creak, and with every step, the thick gangplank would bend at an astonishing angle. "Dong!" The first sailor silently placed the box on the deck of the Serenity. The red sandalwood box, which was even bigger than the largest suitcase, was opened, and the light of the jewels and gold shone brightly. The deck was filled with gasps of surprise. "Dong!" The second box was filled with Valeglia's gold coins. "Dong!" The third box was filled with shining purple pearls. Throughout the entire process, there was only the heavy sound of the boxes being placed on the deck, the gasps of surprise after the boxes were opened, and the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard. Dany was surprised to see that the sailors from the Serenity were very quiet. They didn't say a word and didn't react to the gasps and discussions of the crowd. When the 24th sailor opened the 24th box, Dany said to the bald man, "There's no need to open the box." But there was no response. It was as if the man didn't hear her and continued to open the box. It was a box of exquisite silk from the Jade Sea. It must have been obtained by Yu Luin when he robbed the merchant ship and not by Valeglia. What's wrong with them? Whitebeard also sensed the abnormality and stepped forward cautiously. Yu Luin was stunned and didn't answer immediately. Instead, he smiled strangely and looked around. I'm the captain of the Serenity. As fellow Westeros, don't you know why it's called the Serenity? You cut off the sailors' tongues. Yura looked away from the 24 boxes of treasure and looked at the one-eyed man in disgust. Bada! Crow's Eye smiled and raised his right hand. That's right. I like silence, and I don't like my subordinates talking too much. So if you want to board my Serenity, you have to cut off your tongues first. That's not right. Dany frowned. They're not only mute, they're also deaf. That's right. Crow Eye smiled strangely and took a step back to put some distance between him and Cora. Your Majesty, you have keen insight. Then, can you guess why I filled their ears with golden liquid? All of a sudden, the low and desolate sound of the horn was like a thick and heavy dark cloud that instantly covered the 3 ships nearby. In an instant, the people on the deck felt as if there were thousands of undead spirits that had died unjustly beside their ears. They screamed, cursed, and cried. It was as if every inch of their skin was being pulled by the undead spirits, and they couldn't move at all. Yura and Whitebeard had strong willpower and were better than the others. They swayed in front of Dany as if they were drunk, but this was the limit of what they could do. At that moment, their faces were distorted, as if there was a scorching flame burning in their bones. The scorching temperature spread from the inside out, roasting their bones, muscles, blood vessels, skin, and hair. Every cell in their body was burning in the dragon's flame. Dany felt the same, but she was so comfortable in the flame that she wanted to moan. This was the peak of male and female lust. At this moment, Yu Luin quickly stepped forward, leaned forward, and used his left elbow to knock over Whitebeard, who was trembling as he raised his cane. His right hand was like a phantom, swiftly snatching the iron sword from Yura's hand. Then Dany felt a chill on her neck, and she woke up from the aftertaste. She was in Yu Luin's embrace, and a cold, wide sword was placed on her slender neck. She was being held hostage. It's easier than I thought. Yu Luin giggled as he licked Dany's ear with his long tongue and murmured intoxicatedly, This is the taste of a queen? It's wonderful. What a pity, Dany Liz, my baby, my little queen. I'm a little reluctant to kill you. You! SSSSGA before Dany could reply. She was shocked to see the white dragon and green dragon that were hiding behind the centaur's bronze shields, charging out crazily. They even opened their mouths and spat out scarlet dragon's flame at the centaurs who were swaying drunkenly, and her blackie fell headfirst from the top of the main mast. She immediately entered the dragon spirit. It was as if she had entered a sea that was being ravaged by a level 12 typhoon. This place used to be so peaceful, like a wanderer in her mother's embrace, and could easily merge with her. But now, Chapter 77. Big Black, what happened to you? The next moment she groaned. Her nose, eyes, and mouth seemed to have been stabbed by a sharp blade, and blood flowed out. A sense of oppression from a superior being held her mind, constantly crushing her self-esteem and personal consciousness. This was not her feeling, but Dahe's current state. I am the dragon binder. Submit, 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 submit. The ancient Valeglia's spell seemed to have materialized. It was like the legendary heaven flipping seal, emitting thousands of rays of golden light. With the pressure and weight of the sky, it hit the black dragon's soul bone again and again. Perhaps White Lady, who was subdued by Fahai's golden alms bowl, felt this way. The inexplicable grievance made Dany feel the same way. She wanted to shout, and then she really did. I am the mother of dragons. I am the only dragon king in the world. I control the black dragon. My black dragon controls the whole world. Half a minute ago, at the top of Serenity's bridge, the black man holding the huge black horn blew the horn as soon as he saw Yu Luin snap his fingers. It was as if he was facing death. The obsidian horn was inlaid with golden red runes. When the horn was blown, the runes first became fiery red, then emitted a scorching white light, as if a big sun had fallen on Serenity. When Danny and Big Black's souls merged into one, they let out a cry that came from the combination of a human and a dragon. The bear-like, strong body of the horn blew suddenly. Then, like Danny before, 5 streaks of blood flowed out of his mouth, nose, and eyes. He was even worse than Danny. His lips seemed to have been burned by fire, and a circle of dense, bean-sized blisters appeared. The blisters were sparkling, and fresh blood would burst out with a little pressure. Ha ha ha, did you see that? Yulun noticed Danny's abnormality, but he did not care. He thought that Danny was weak and could not withstand the pressure of the dragon horn. Mother of dragons? Ha! He laughed proudly. Even the mother of dragons had to submit to the dragon envoy. There were many dragon king in ancient Valeglia, but none of them started a rebellion. My little queen, do you know why? This was because the people of Valeglia had created the dragon's horn that could control Megalosaurus. As long as the dragon envoy had the dragon's horn, all Megalosaurus within sight would listen to his commands. Just like now, all 3 of your dragons belong to me. Following his complacent laughter, the white dragon and the green dragon seemed to have received an order. They stopped wreaking havoc and flapped their wings to fly towards Yulun. At the same time, Danny heard a voice from Dahe. Come here and eat this woman. When Dahe heard that it was going to eat Danny, its anger suddenly increased tenfold, and it was about to spit out a mouthful of dragon flames. Calm down, I still have a knife on my neck. Danny immediately calmed it down. Let's go over first and find a chance to give that bastard a good beating. Ha ha ha, meeting you. Doesn't that mean that even the gods are helping me? I just completed the first successful exploration of Valeglia in 400 years, and immediately let the newly obtained dragon's horn shine brightly. I gain 3 Megalosaurus. The protagonists in the legends are nothing more than this. God has destined me to be a king. Seeing the 3 dragons obediently crawling towards him, Yulun laughed wildly. Sorry, only without their mother will they listen to the orders of their father wholeheartedly. He withdrew his long sword and pushed Danny to the ground. He ordered the dragons, Tear her to pieces and prove your loyalty to me. Hiss, the green dragon, and the white dragon rolled on the ground like crazy. Small flames were spat out of their noses and mouths from time to time. Blackie lay on the ground and roared unmoved. Tear her to pieces. I'm the dragon envoy, so all the Megalosaurus listen to me. Yulun's azure blue eyes were suffused with a layer of scarlet light. The light seemed to be real, not an illusion. Was it the materialization of spiritual energy? Seeing the white dragon and the green dragon crying out in pain, Danny could no longer hold back. Shuagu, kill him. Boom! Without any warning, Blackie's head shot out like lightning. Dragon flames as thick as a bowl shot out and sprayed onto Yulun's face and chest. Roar! Yulun let out an inhuman howl. He covered his face with both hands and rushed towards the side of the ship. He fell headfirst into the sea with a splash. Danny looked towards the gangplank again. Dozens of bald pirates had snatched the weapons from the centaurs and sailors and were wantonly slaughtering them. However, they weren't completely helpless. Most of the centaurs and sailors were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, while Luo and the other 9 centaur warriors were barely holding on with their scimitars to prevent the situation from collapsing. Well, it was mainly because, even though the bald pirates were deaf, they were still affected by the sound of the horn. Both sides were like rookies against a big goose. For against half a pound, this made her heave a sigh of relief. Blackie, go! She was just about to say, go kill that black bastard blowing the horn. But the sound of the horn stopped abruptly. Looking up, the big black man on the deck of the Serenity was in a miserable state. Black smoke billowed out of his mouth like a chimney. He swayed a few times before the horn fell to the ground. He was also lying flat on the deck. The whole process took a long time to describe, but from the sound of the horn to Loon falling into the water to the sound of the horn stopping, less than 2 minutes had passed. Ugh! Cora and Whitebeard stood up shakily, as if they would recover soon. But in the next moment, Danny was horrified to see a bald, white man with a bird tattooed on his chest pick up the huge horn, as if he was about to blow it. Danny's action was almost instinctive. She bent down and picked up a loaded, two-handed crossbow from the deck. Holding it with both hands, she aimed the crosshairs at the guy's chest and pulled the trigger. The whole process was completed in 2 blinks of an eye. Whoosh! Perhaps the archery practice of the past few months worked. The white man cried out in pain, and the horn fell from his hand. He aimed at his chest, but the arrow hit his thigh. The two-handed crossbow was full of strength. It crossed a distance of 30 to 40 meters and pierced through the man's thigh. The tattooed man lost his balance and fell to the ground. Blackie destroyed the gangplank. Danny saw that her divine shot was effective and her confidence was boosted. She ordered Blackie to burn the wooden planks between the 2 ships, while she picked up a short bow and shot at the pirates who had boarded the ship. Ouch! A centaur covered his, and looked back at his Calixie with accusatory eyes. Aha! Sorry, you go back first. I'll be more careful next time. Danny smiled. She shot a total of 8 arrows, hitting 5 pirates, 2 arrows missed, and the last arrow hit an ally. Well, the efficiency is not bad, she thought. The main thing was that Danny didn't have much strength, and she used a bow instead of a crossbow. She couldn't kill, but could only hurt the enemy. It didn't matter if she accidentally hit the co-pilot. She had more people on her side, and as long as she could get rid of the pirates on the deck, they would have time to recover. When her people recovered from the horn, Serenity would have no leader, and it would be sandwiched in the middle by 3 ships. There was no way for it to escape. Boom! The gangplank broke in 2 in the fire, and Blackie flew toward Serenity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows came from the opposite side, and Blackie fell into the sea. He didn't get hit by the arrow, but it was driven away by the frightened Danny. The black dragon fell into the sea and swam to the rudder at the bottom of the ship. Rumble. The sea was like boiling water. White steam and black smoke rose from the sides of the ship. Your Highness, be careful. Your dragons, emerald and white jade. Cora pointed behind Danny and exclaimed. She turned around and found that although the 2 idiots were no longer rolling around crazily, they seemed to have not recovered from the horn. Their eyes were red as they stared at her back. Their mouths opened and closed, and they looked like they were struggling. It seemed like they wanted to kill their mother. The black dragon's eyes were magma red, the white dragon's eyes were golden, and the green dragon's eyes were emerald green. At this moment, the white dragon and the green dragon's eyes were blood red. It was very strange. Evil creature, Danny shouted and found a silver whip on the ground and lashed it fiercely. I'm going to beat you 2 heartless bastards to death. Have you forgotten about your mother? Whoa! Hiss! The 2 dragons were in pain. They shrank their heads under their wings and hissed angrily. Hurry up and wake up. Danny ignored them, seeing that they were still fierce and stubborn, and their eyes hadn't recovered. She couldn't help but increase her strength and continue to whip them. Finally, Danny, who believed that a filial son could be born under a rod, was unlucky. The 2 little dragons seemed to have reached the limit of their endurance and suddenly stuck their heads out. Boom! The dragon's flame washed its face. Ouch! Danny threw away the whip and sat on the ground. She covered her face and cried. Yora hurriedly took a bucket of seawater from the side of the ship. When he was taking the water, he inadvertently saw a person in the sea. He ran over and poured the water on Danny's head while shouting at Yulun, It's Yulun. Yulun is not dead yet. He still wants to control the dragons. Hearing this, Whitebeard immediately ran to the side of the ship and looked over. Sure enough, He saw you, Lewin, floating on the side of the ship. Although his face was black and dirty with blood, he was not burned to death. His mouth opened and closed as if he was chanting a spell. The old man's movements were agile and precise. He used the crutch in his hand as a spear and threw it at you, Lewin, below. Boom! It hit Crow's Eye's head. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted in the sea. Your Royal Highness, are you okay? After getting rid of you, Lewin, Whitebeard immediately turned back and ran to Danny. However, he was annoyed when he found that Yora had left her alone after pouring a bucket of water on her. He picked up his sword and ran to kill the pirates. Danny sat on the ground. The leather vest and the long-sleeved shirt she wore outside were burned to pieces. Especially above her neck, it was black and wet. Her forehead was also black, and there were red, shiny blisters on her cheeks. Whitebeard squatted down and carefully looked at her. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. He was not worried about the burns on her face, but because her face was burned by the dragon. She only suffered some superficial injuries. Are you really the immortal? You can even resist the dragon's flame? He could not help but ask. During the time when he was a guest at Slag Luo's house, Danny did not barbecue him. Therefore, Whitebeard only heard that she had the bandit name Immortal. He did not know the real situation. He thought that the rumors were exaggerated, but today he was shocked when he saw it. Yulun really didn't die? Danny asked in return. Perhaps it was because of the magic the temperature of the dragon's flame was higher. Normal flames could not hurt her, but the dragon's flame could burn her skin. If it was continued for a long time, it could probably burn her to death. The immortal also had a limit. When the 3 dragons grew up, the temperature of the dragon's flame would increase. She would most likely be burned to a crisp. I knocked him out. He might drown. The old man helped her up and took off his robe to put it on her shoulders. Danny looked at the red eyes of Little Green and Little White and said, "Let's deal with the pirates first." There were more than 200 pirates on the Serenity. All of them had their tongues cut off, but only 40 of them had their ears blocked by the golden liquid. The other 100 or so had lost their souls to the sound of the horn. Chapter 78. With the addition of Whitebeard, Cora, and the Blood Alliance, the situation on the deck was quickly reversed. Especially the Son of Summer and the Joking Yaso, the 2 paddling ships were far away from the dragon's horn and were less affected. 4 to 500 sailors quickly rushed to the deck of the Serenity under the leadership of Bevo's. About half an hour later, more than 30% of the pirates were killed or injured. They put down their weapons and knelt down to surrender. After the battle subsided, some sailors tried to use pliers to pull out the gold in the ears of the dead pirates. The gold in both ears added up to half a kilogram. It was twisted and shaped like an awl, 7 to 8 centimeters long. It went through the cochlea and went deep into the brain. The end was still wet with white brain fluid. It was horrifying to look at. Danny suspected that if one looked from one ear, one could see the scene on the other side of the head. The whole head was burned by the hot gold liquid. The fiery red sun in the west lazily lay on the sea, leaving only half of its face exposed. The water sparkled and reflected the dazzling golden light. Blackie had completely recovered from the sound of the horn. At this moment, he was soaring among the clouds of red clouds, looking very comfortable. A few people stood at the bow of the ship. Danny had already cleaned herself up, but her face was still red and blisters had appeared on it. Ago came over and reported. Calixi, 14 centaurs died. 4 of them were burned to death by the 2 dragons that lost control. There's still 7 or 8 who are not dead. Alas, they are all brave warriors. Let Blackbeard prepare wooden boats and kerosene for their cremation. Gritting her teeth, she added, "Bring out their mounts, feed them a meal, and kill them tonight." The dead were all from the 80 roaring warriors. The old, the weak, the women, and the children had been hiding in the cabin and were not affected by the war. 80 roaring warriors and 80 precious draconic horses. But this time, Danny was not going to fool old Watson like she did last time. She was not going to get a grass horse to replace a fine horse. As long as the conditions allowed, Danny was willing to give the highest treatment and honor to those who died for her. Otherwise, who would work for you? Sure enough, when Danny spoke, all the centaurs looked at her with more respect. Adger retreated, and Cora stepped forward to report. 2 sailors were burned, but no one was burned to death. This was also normal. After Danny knew that the great wizard Haya would go out to sea to chase after her, she prepared for a naval battle. In this world, the most important naval battle tactic was still boarding. Hence, Danny had the centaurs and the 2 dragons form a shield formation. A hole was dug in the middle of 2 wooden shields the size of a door. The centaurs raised their shields to protect themselves and the dragons, while the dragons aimed their mouths at the hole and breathed fire. After spitting fire, the other centaur immediately used the small copper shield on his arm to block the hole. After the little dragon had recovered, he moved the shield away and let them spit fire at the hole. This was a dragon meat flamethrower. The lethality of a flamethrower in close combat needs no further explanation, right? On a narrow ship, it was an absolute killing machine. With a dragon on each side of the ship, no matter how many people rushed over, they would not be afraid. This was originally a lethal biochemical weapon prepared for Haya. If Yu Luan was a normal person, the Megalosaurus brand flamethrower would definitely become famous throughout the world. Unfortunately, who would have thought that that guy had a magical weapon like the dragon's horn that was specially used against dragons? Biochemical weapon versus magical weapon. The biochemical weapon was completely defeated. All right, I digress. Because the 2 dragons and centaurs combined to form the Megalosaurus flamethrower. When the dragons went out of control, the centaurs suffered the most losses. The 4 centaurs who were holding the wooden planks to protect the dragons were all killed. Sigh, this was also similar to the experience of the flamethrowers. They felt great when they spit fire to burn others, but when their fuel barrels were destroyed, they became human torches. 27 of our sailors were killed by the pirates, and another 35 were injured. The casualty is close to 30%. The 34 deaf pirates who boarded the ship were all killed. Beavis also brought people to kill 59 pirates from the Serenity, 53 of which were deaf but not deaf. Cora continued. The corpses of the pirates were wrapped in a layer of linen and thrown into the sea. The sailors. Danny looked at Blackbeard Grohl and asked, "Is there any special custom?" "I will arrange it." Blackbeard sighed. "Oh, right, Yulun did not die." Cora said again, "He was burned into a torch by the dragon's flames, and he did not die? And he was unconscious in the water for more than half an hour. Does he know magic?" Danny was surprised. "Maybe Taimin has undergone special training." Cora thought for a moment and explained, "Taimin also believes in the Inami. The Inami's priest is called the Drowning Man. Taimin has a popular drowning ceremony. The drowning man would first press the person who participated in the ceremony into the water until he fainted, and then he would press the chest to spit out the water. Maybe Crow's Eye participated in the drowning ceremony, or maybe the Inami is protecting him. How can the drowning man be sure that the person who fainted in the sea can come back to life?" Danny was curious. "Not sure. Many people cannot be saved, so very few people participate in this very ancient ceremony nowadays," Cora said. Danny was speechless. She thought that the drowning man had a special magic method that could help people perform extreme CPR. Who would have thought that it was just a divine punishment? "Bring Yu Luin here. I want to ask him about the dragon's horn," she said. Although he is not dead, he has not regained consciousness." Sir Cora glanced at Whitebeard. He was severely burned, and he was hit on the head by Aston. He is still unconscious now. "Then bring me the dragon's horn," she said again. Cora was excited and shouted, "Don't be in a hurry to look at the dragon's horn. Your Highness, guess what we found in the Serenity?" "A magic book?" Danny was also excited. Yuluin is not only not affected by the dragon's horn, but can also control my dragon through it. I even saw his eyes glow. It was not an illusion. It was not an illusion. Whitebeard nodded seriously. I saw it too. Although it was difficult to move, I did not lose my 5 senses. Big Bear shook his head and sighed. Other than the dragon's horn, I did not find anything like mysterious witchcraft. But I found a dragon egg on the Serenity and a set of Valeglia's steel armor. Wow, what an unexpected surprise! Danny clapped her hands and laughed. Bring me the dragon egg. Let me see if it is real or fake. Regardless of whether the dragon egg was real or fake, a set of Valeglia's steel armor was priceless. Immediately, 2 centaurs each carried a box forward. Calixi, this is the dragon egg. The centaur handed over a black wooden box the size of a jewelry box. Danny could not wait to take it. Once she opened it, she saw a rusty bronze lump on a soft mire for cushion. Her finger lightly brushed across the fine scales. Danny's face gradually showed an unconcealable joy. Cora saw her expression and quickly asked, "Is it really a perfect dragon egg?" "A bronze dragon." Danny nodded and smiled. "But it seems to have turned into a fossil," Whitebeard said in surprise. "It's just a stone. Listen." Danny bent her finger and knocked on it. Dong dong. It was a crisp sound. "Can a stone really hatch a dragon?" Blackbeard Grohl said in disbelief. "Humph. Where do you think Calixi's dragon came from?" Chui Luo asked proudly. "Everyone knows that a dragon comes out of a stone." The maid Jichi agreed. Danny put the dragon egg back into the box and said to the centaur maid, "Jichi, put it on my bed." I will hug it to sleep from now on. You are responsible for looking after it." "Yes, Calixi. How long will it take to hatch a dragon?" Whitebeard asked curiously. Danny thought for a moment. Last time, Danny Rise used a year to gather enough soul essence for 3 eggs to form a new soul. She was more active than the original owner of the body, so it should be faster. About half a year, no more than 10 months, she said. After Jichi left with the box, Danny did not open the big box containing the armor. Instead, she looked at Chui Luo carefully and said, "Chui Luo, when the dragon horn sounded, other than me, you and your team members were not affected much. Why is that?" "I don't know." The centaur warrior touched the bald top of the moon gate and said blankly, "When the horn sounded, I felt the blood in my body boiling. It was so uncomfortable that I just wanted to vent all my energy." In the previous chaos, there were 24 tall and ferocious pirates, as well as a dozen deaf pirates climbing over the gangplank. If it wasn't for Chui Luo and the other 9 dragon guards frantically resisting, 2 minutes would have been more than enough for them to kill everyone on the deck. I feel like thousands of wandering souls are tearing at my soul. It is difficult to move. Moreover, they are ghosts from the inferno purgatory. My body, from the inside to the outside, from the bone marrow to the skin, is burning inch by inch in the raging flames, Whitebeard said. It was the same for me. Cora, Blackbeard, and the Blood Brotherhood said in shock. It was the same for Beavis. Beavis felt. The fat eunuch patted his big head and asked Danny, "Little Queen, how do you feel?" Danny's red, blistered cheeks turned even redder. "My blood was boiling, and I was full of energy," she said lightly. "That's strange," Beavis murmured. "What's strange?" "She's the mother of dragons. How can she be the same as others?" Cora said and looked at Chui Luo in confusion. "Your team members are all Megalosaurus guards. Is it because you often come into contact with true dragons?" "Eerie, Doria, you often sleep in the same room with dragons. How do you feel?" He turned to Danny's maid and asked, "Like you, my whole body feels like it's burning. I can move, but it's like I'm drunk. I can't control my body like usual." Doria said. She was a little better than Cora, but not as free as Chui Luo. "Chui Luo, you must have a problem." Cora said with certainty. What problem? Chui Luo looked innocent. The pirates won't let us go on purpose. Ah, I remember now. Ellie suddenly shouted and clapped her hands. I was with the horses in the cabin. Although they were also in a frenzy, they didn't collapse to the ground like us. Horses have 4 legs. They won't collapse even if they're drunk. Beavis waved his hand and said carelessly, The 7 gods. Cora suddenly came to his senses and exclaimed in realization, Dragon feces! Megalosaurus guards and draconic horses have eaten dragon dung. Ah, Danny's mouth twitched. She asked tentatively, Chui Luo, did you really eat it? What's the taste? Is it delicious? Calixi, there's no special taste. Chui Luo smacked his lips and recalled. It's astringent, like fire dragon pepper powder. I wasn't used to it at first, but as I ate, I didn't get used to it without dragon essence. Chili powder? Got used to it? Danny asked with a straight face. What do you call dragon essence? Did you eat dragon essence and tiger essence? Calixi, how bad is it to eat dragon dung? Chui Luo said with a frown. You know that it's bad to eat dung, so why do you still eat it? Is it that good? Chapter 79. Looks like we have to try to eat some dragon, cough cough, dragon essence. Add some dragon essence into our food. Cora rubbed his chin as his eyes wandered. You want to eat too? Danny widened her eyes. Sigh, your highness, can't you see? Dragon, cough cough, dragon essence can help people resist the dragon's horn. Maybe it has other uses. Whitebeard said, I'm just afraid. Danny glanced at everyone who was licking their lips in anticipation. I'm just afraid that dragon, cough cough, that little bit of dragon essence isn't enough for you guys. Feed the dragons more food. Don't let them pee outside. Cora suggested. All right. Danny didn't want to talk about Dragon Daddy anymore. She wouldn't eat it even if she was beaten to death. She opened the mahogany chest that was half a person's height in front of her. A set of black full-body armor inlaid with gold was neatly placed on the fluffy silk. It was black like smoke. The edges of the scales were pure gold. The surface was decorated with spirals, runes, and mysterious symbols. She remembered that Yuluan was wearing this armor before. In order to win her and the others' trust, he left the armor and soared on the Serenity. She picked up the watermelon-sized helmet and tried it on her head. Oh, it was like a size M wearing a size 4XL shirt. It was too big, but it was very light because it was very thin. Valeglia's steel had the characteristics of immortality and deformability, so it didn't need to be thicker like iron armor to increase its defense. At the end of the day, Valeglia's steel was also a kind of steel. Steel that was made using magic forging techniques. If it was thinner, it would naturally be lighter. But it was a pity that this was a fierce man's armor. She couldn't wear it. Danny put down the helmet. Her gaze swept across the Blood Brotherhood, Cora, Whitebeard, and the others. Some of them seemed to have guessed Danny's thoughts. When Danny looked over, Cora immediately puffed out his chest. Whitebeard put down the walking stick that he had been using and posed with a Lienpa is definitely not old pose. Even the fat eunuch Beworth took a deep breath and tried his best to shrink Methria Buddha's big belly into Peng Yian's lower abdomen. Only a few of the centaurs were still clueless. Who wants this armor? Danny rubbed her nose and asked. I don't want armor. A brave centaur warrior would never hide in armor. Ag was the first to shout. It was as if giving him Valeglia's armor was an insult to him. Centaurs don't wear armor. Everyone knows that. Xiao Gu said. Yes, everyone knows. Ricardo and Kue Luo replied in unison. Never had Yora Mormont loved so much the honest and brave centaurs, and the centaurs everyone knows, than at this moment. Without the Blood Alliance guards who could compete with him, the Queen's iron guard for the armor? Sure enough. Danny raised her chin at Cora. Well, sir, this is yours. Wait a minute, your highness. Whitebeard extended his hand to stop the knight, who was beaming with joy as he ran towards the big chest. I do not deny Sir Yora's bravery, but his loyalty seems to be unreliable. Cora's expression changed drastically. He held the hilt of his sword with his right hand and said coldly, "Old man, I reminded you to be careful of your tongue. Did I say anything wrong?" Whitebeard was not afraid of him at all. He stared at him sharply and said, "Do you dare say that you have never betrayed Her Highness? Swear on the honor of your father and the Mormont family." "He is my queen's iron guard and has saved me many times. I believe him." Dany stepped forward and pushed the old man away. She bent down and picked up the armor and handed it to Mormont. "If I don't even trust my benefactor who has saved my life many times, then who should I trust? Your Highness, I swear on the honor of my father and the Mormont family that I will protect you with my life." Big Bear's eyes were red, and his hands trembled as he took the helmet that was emitting a black light. "Your Highness!" Whitebeard stomped his feet. He wanted to say something, but did not in the end. No matter what happened in the past, from this moment on, Yora Mormont would definitely be loyal to her. The old man had given her a godly assist. Dany thought proudly. The armor could only be given to Yora. There were 3 blood guards, plus the Megalosaurus, Guard Quayo. It was not enough to share it all. If she gave it to one of them and not the others, it would only result in a situation of 2 peaches against 3 soldiers. As for Whitebeard, Dany had already guessed his identity. He was the captain of the Imperial Guards, the fearless Barristan Selmy, who would never betray the king. Well, when she watched Game of Thrones, Dany knew that there was such a person, but he appeared too little and did not have any outstanding points. He also died in a particularly stupid way. She could not remember his name at all. But after coming to this world and obtaining countless information, Dany understood that his name was Barristan Selmy and the meaning of this name. Let's put it this way. When she was 10 years old, Barristan, who got the bandit title Fearless from Prince Duncan, the first man who broke off his engagement and married Dany's uncle, who married Jenny in the city of Barrenstone, was equivalent to Brother Guan of the world of ice and fire. However, this Brother Guan was not loyal to any one person. He was loyal to the royal family and did not prioritize loyalty. He prioritized honor. If the king was replaced by Liu Bei and honor was replaced by loyalty, Barristan would be Brother Guan. He also had Brother Guan II's martial prowess and strategy. In the battle of the 9 Copper Coin King won, Barristan rushed alone into the midst of the members of the Golden Group, too, and successfully killed the last generation of the Black Flame, Ferocious Maris III, which completely ended the rebellion of the Black Flame III. PS1. The 5th Black Fire Rebellion that took place more than 40 years ago involved the 7 kingdoms and the 9 free trade city-states. The Black Fire and 8 ambitious families, exiled princes, and great pirates formed the League of 9. They called themselves kings and supported each other. However, some people ridiculed them as kings who were not worth a copper coin. Hence, they were called the King of 9 Copper Coins. The key point was that they failed. 2. The Golden Group, a super mercenary group established by the illegitimate sons of the Targaryens exiled in the continent of Ursos. They intended to counterattack the Westeros and seize the throne of the direct line of descent. The Golden Group had 10,000 warriors and was known as the #1 mercenary group in the world of ice and fire. 3. The Targaryens' emblem was a red dragon on a black background. The illegitimate sons were black dragons on a red background. Hence, they were collectively known as the Red Dragons and the illegitimate sons as the Black Dragons. This was because a certain generation of Targaryen kings had a screw loose and gave the illegitimate sons the right to inherit the throne. This was the fault of Saint Baelor. His virgins had imprisoned 3 sisters. They could not bear it any more and went out to steal men. As a result, they produced a bunch of illegitimate sons. Hence, after the infighting of the Dance of the Blood Dragons that caused the extinction of the dragons, the idiotic Targaryens began the Blackfire Rebellion that lasted for decades and 7 or 8 generations. The last bit of Targaryen royalty's sanctity disappeared. Naturally, the Targaryens had Valeglia's steel swords, and more than one. The bastard sword called Blackfire was the clan sword, but the idiotic king gave it to his illegitimate son. Hence, just like the illegitimate sons of the northern borderlands had the surname Snow, the illegitimate sons of the Targaryens began to gloriously use Blackfire as their surname. Hence, their rebellion was called the Blackfire Rebellion. Barristan was an awesome person. All the knights in the Westeros looked up to him as a role model because he was the last person of the greatest era of knights in the Seven Kingdoms for about half a century before Jaime Lannister became the Kingsguard. There were many true knights in the Seven Kingdoms. They were of noble character, superb martial arts, brave and fearless. They valued glory above all else. Especially in this most depraved era of knights, Barristan had extraordinary appeal if one wanted to fight for hegemony in the Westeros. P.S. 5. Ever since Jaime Lannister of the Kingsguard killed the king, the knights had completely lost their former glory. As the representative of the knights, the Kingsguard killed the king, had an affair with the queen, killed the archbishop, was so cowardly that he betrayed his lord Tommen, absconded in the middle of a war hound. Not only was his character lowly, his martial prowess was lacking, and he only knew how to flatter. If Barristan knelt down and swore an oath to Dany, his loyalty and contribution would surpass that of Jorah Mormont. Unfortunately, the dignified second brother of the Seven Kingdoms actually became a slave of 3 surnames in the Westeros as a Kingsguard. Barristan Selmy served Dany's grandfather and father. He also served the usurper Robert Theon for 14 years. He even worked for Joffrey the False Theon for a few days. Joffrey II and Mad King Aerys belonged to the Targaryen family. The usurper belonged to Theon Byra, and Joffrey belonged to Lannister. A proper slave of 3 surnames. The worst thing was that he was looked down upon by Joffrey and became the first knight to be kicked out of the Kingsguard. After all, the Kingsguard is a lifelong occupation. They spend their entire lives serving the royalty. Similarly, the king should also give them a lifetime of glory. During that period of great knights, there was a period of time when 4 of the 7 Kingsguard of the Targaryen family were bedridden and unable to work. However, even with the madness of the Mad King, he didn't chase them away. Instead, he treated them as ministers of the council and allowed them to enjoy the last glorious days of their lives. The captain of the Kingsguard was a minister of the council and had the right to sit at the same table as the prime minister. Even though he was in such dire straits that he had to burn Dany's cold stove, Barristan still had his dignity. He wasn't willing to serve someone who didn't have the right to become a king. The main reason he hid his identity was to test Dany Rise's qualifications and to see if she had the noble qualities of a great king. Until now, he hadn't revealed his identity, which meant that Dany still hadn't passed the test. Oh, this old man was probably traumatized by the Mad King, Robert, and Joffrey, the 3 freakish kings. However, since he wasn't one of them, Dany wouldn't give him the precious steel armor of Valeglia. Great eunuch Bevos was introduced by Illyrio. In Dany's heart, he was even less important than an ordinary centaur warrior. After lunch the next day, Dany was lying on her bed, studying the Valeglia runes on the large horn. A sailor came over and reported to the maid Doria outside the door, "Croz Ayuluan is awake." Dany had people set up chairs on the deck at the stern of the ship. 20 centaur warriors stood in 2 rows, but there wasn't a plaque with the words "Mirror of Eminence" hanging above their heads. Mormont, dressed in black armor, brought Yuluin over. "Haha, what a bountiful harvest. Even my armor was found." Yuluin laughed as he sized up the mighty Iron Man Korra. "I was thinking of redeeming myself, but it seems that my treasures have all been stolen by you. TSK, perhaps you had the idea of robbing Valeglia's explorers back then? Just as well, I've given you an excuse." you can continue to hide your dark thoughts deep in your hearts. Yuluen looked a little miserable. Most of his hair was burned away, and his gorgeous silk robe was charred and tattered. His face, arms, chest, and other parts of his body were covered in black and red scabs. As he spoke, the scabs on his face were still bleeding. Chapter 80. Yuluen, you're half right. Serenity belongs to me. Danny gently fiddled with the two little bells at the end of her braid and laughed. But ask yourself, is this my fault? If you didn't chase after us, if you left after saying goodbye, would we have ended up like this? You're a bad guy, and you treat everyone as bad guys. All right, my good queen, how do you plan to deal with this defeated noble? Yuluen's right blue eye lost its sharpness and returned to its gentle smile. Danny looked at Cora in amusement and asked, according to the old rules of the Seven Kingdoms, how should I deal with this noble? Or rather, how much ransom should I ask from the Greyjoy family? Your Highness, in war, a normal knight's ransom of 100 gold royals is more than enough. But he committed the crime of murdering the king. If Ide Stark was here, he would not hesitate to cut off his head with ice. Cora said coldly with his right hand on his sword and coldly staring at Crow's eye. If Ide Stark was here, your slave trader's head would have been cut off long ago. Yuluen stood there mockingly and lazily mocked. If we were in the Westeros, you would still have the chance to wear black, but now. Whitebeard looked at him contemptuously and said lightly, if the queen is merciful, she will use Chemin's tradition to bestow upon you the gift of drowning. Drowning had two uses, or rather, it was originally used to execute the guilty Taimin, but with the development of the Anami doctrine, drowning became a ritual similar to baptism. Yuluen, why did you chase after us? Danny was puzzled, because I saw the dragons circling around the mast. Yuluen was very straightforward and did not hesitate at all. When I found the dragon's horn in Valeglia, I thought it was a piece of trash. After all, there are no more dragons in the world. So what's the use of that thing? So, do you understand? When I saw the two dragons, the ecstasy in my heart was hard to suppress. So that was how it was. The person with the hammer saw everything as a nail and wanted to hammer it a few times. The person with the dragon saber would definitely be eager to give it a try when they encountered a dragon. Where did you get that bronze dragon egg? She asked again. Can it hatch a dragon? His pupils contracted as he asked anxiously. Danny dragged out her words. All right. Yuluen sighed and said, I found it on a merchant ship in the Jade Sea. Reportedly, it belonged to a grand shaman from Asia. He immediately asked, Can you hatch a dragon? I'm not sure, Danny said regretfully. Why aren't you sure? Yuluen asked doubtfully. Sigh, didn't I say it before? A life for a life. 3 of my closest relatives in exchange for 3 dragons. Now that I have 3 dragons, even if my relatives are still alive, I won't exchange them for dragons. Danny said while holding back her laughter. Can other people also use this method to hatch dragons? Yuluen's eyes flashed as he asked softly, You're crazy. Danny glanced at him and said indifferently, who would be willing to sacrifice their closest relatives for an uncertain future? If you don't have feelings for your relatives, it's not considered a sacrifice. If you have feelings for them, would you be willing to gamble? Are there many dragon eggs in Asia? She asked again. Yuluen mocked. Didn't you say it's not worth it? You're still not satisfied with 3 dragons? Cora kicked him in the butt with his iron boots and said coldly, Understand your situation. Yuluen was kicked so hard that he couldn't stand properly. The shackles on his feet clanked as he staggered forward a few steps before he could get up. All right, I understand. Dragon eggs are also very rare in Asia. I've only found one after robbing dozens of ships, and it's still a fossil. What's the matter with the dragon horn? Why hasn't my little dragon escaped from its frenzy? Danny asked seriously. I went to the Trias City, Lord's mansion. Yuluen's voice lowered, and his right eye suddenly flashed. Yuluin's eyes sharpened. His right foot tapped lightly on the bottom of the cane, and the 2-meter-long wooden pole turned from vertical to horizontal. His body leaned to the side, and the long cane spun violently. The end of the cane hit the back of Yuluin's head. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. It looked light, but it was actually extremely fast and powerful. Yuluin's right eye flashed with a dark light, and with a bang he was knocked to the ground. "Behave! Don't play tricks in front of the princess," the old man said to Crow's eye, who was groaning on the ground. Danny was stunned. She stood up and ran back to the bedroom, and the 2 dragons in the cage went berserk again. After a long time, she finally calmed them down. She returned to the deck and nodded at Yuluin with a serious expression. She walked to Yuluin's side and asked, "Did you really learn Valeglia witchcraft?" "Hee, marry me." Yuluin tilted his head and smiled at her proudly. "You have 3 dragons. The black dragon belongs to you, and even the dragon's horn can't be taken away. But the green dragon and the white dragon are already mine." Boom! Danny kicked his stomach and sneered. "I don't believe that they can't recover after I stab you to death and blow the horn." Cough, cough, cough. Yuluin coughed with difficulty and said, "It's useless. If you blow the horn again, those 2 dragons will go crazy. Plus, you don't know how to activate the magic of a dragon binder." "Tell me," Danny said. "He." Yuluin sneered. "Just kill him," Cora advised. Yuluin's smile froze. Danny nodded. "Ago, chop off his head and throw his body into the sea." Shing! The centaur warrior pulled out his araximeter and pulled Yuluin's hair. Yuluin's face became cold and terrifying. He struggled with all his might, but he was seriously injured and couldn't cause any trouble to the centaur warrior. "I surrender, I'll talk." Yuluin couldn't hold on any longer and shouted as he was dragged to the side of the ship. "What surrender? Kill them all," Danny said calmly. "I know how to enter Valeglia," Yuluin quickly shouted. At this moment, his neck wasn't pressed against the side of the ship by Ago. His head was sticking out of the ship. If he was chopped off, his head would be severed and blood would spurt out. "Kill or not?" Ago raised his scimitar and asked. Danny was hesitant. To be honest, she really wanted to kill this bastard. After all, in the Game of Thrones, he seemed to be the real big boss. Deviants sounded scary, but they were only killed by area in 1 strike. Yuluin, on the other hand, killed Danny, Rise, a dragon, and countless underlings. However, Danny also realized that the real world was different from the TV series. The legend of the Child of Prophecy had been passed down for thousands of years, and almost every race treated it seriously. The long night didn't seem to pass so easily. Thus, Valeglia's secret technique meant a lot to her, far more than the Iron Throne. "I can draw a map of the sea for you. It's definitely not fake." Seeing Danny's hesitant expression, Yuluin was really anxious. That woman wasn't threatening me. She really wanted to kill me, but why? Could it be that the dragon's horn was a bigger threat to her than he thought? Was the dragon's horn stronger than the mother of dragons? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but regret. He shouldn't have stopped yesterday. He shouldn't have forced them to bite the mother of dragons just to test the horn's control over the dragons. "Okay." Danny waved her hand at Ago and said to Crow's Eye, "Swear on Anami, Greyjoy, and your own future." Yuluin immediately swore a long and vicious oath, and then said, "Your Majesty, it's your turn." "Me." Danny was confused. "My turn? What?" Yuluin widened his only eye and said, "Swear." "Why?" After asking, she suddenly understood. "Sigh, as a queen, how can I go back on my words?" She waved her hand and laughed. "Say it, don't waste time." "Queen my ass. You don't even have a place to stay now. What queen?" But Yuluin didn't force it. This world wasn't the modern society on Earth. The system of honesty was not broken yet. Even Danny's cheap father, the Mad King, almost never did anything that went against his words. Yes, mad. but he was also mad in an upright manner. I figured out two functions of the dragon's horn. The first is like yesterday. At the cost of the soul of the person blowing the horn, it temporarily intimidates the soul of the people nearby, making them unable to move. The second is to control the dragons. To blow the horn, you need to draw a bird tattoo on the chest of the person blowing the horn. It seems to be a pterosaur. I don't know if the pterosaur tattoo contains witchcraft. When the horn is blown, not only will the person's mouth and nose be burned and bleeding, even the eyes of the tattoo will bleed. Danny really didn't know what to do. Maybe the person blowing the horn was a black man from the Summer Islands. The tattoo was not obvious. The principle of controlling the dragon is very wonderful, Yulun said with a look of amazement and yearning. You all saw it. The person blowing the horn was obviously a slave, but the person controlling the dragon was me. The horn seems to have a kind of magic. It can automatically determine who the real master is. Or it perceives that my will is above the black slave. Maybe the Dragon King of Alleglia deliberately made the horn like this. Every time the horn is used, a person's life and soul must be sacrificed. Of course, they wouldn't use it themselves. Everyone listened and looked at each other. They never thought that a horn could be so magical. It was too unscientific. After a moment of silence, Danny asked softly, I saw that the person blowing the horn only lasted for 2 minutes and died. Isn't the time too short? It's not enough for a battle? That's the extreme state. Under normal circumstances, although people will be intimidated by the horn, they won't have difficulty moving. The first time, the slave lasted for a full 8 minutes. What's the difference between 2 minutes and 8 minutes? Is the effect worse the distance? Whitebeard glanced at the fat eunuch and asked. Yesterday, the fat eunuch recovered earlier than him. The old man didn't think that his will was weaker than a eunuch gladiator. Haha, isn't that obvious? Yulun laughed. Otherwise, why would I use the serenity to get close to you? How do you remove the control of the dragon? Danny asked seriously. You can still control the green and white dragons. Yulun smiled strangely and sighed. I have to take the initiative to contact them. Before, I thought they had returned to their original state. As for removing the control, you have to blow the horn once, or sacrifice a subordinate. Well, it must be a loyal subordinate. Otherwise, the dragon will be controlled by him. Also, it's best not to use this control too often. I didn't lie to you before. The horn was found in a big box. Other than the horn, there was a scroll of parchment, written in the ancient Valeglia language. There are a few taboos on it, other than the sacrifice of the user's soul. If the Megalosaurus frequently changes its master during the horn, it may lose its consciousness and die of madness. Chapter 81. Danny didn't break the promise. She let someone heal Yulun and promised that when they reached Slave Bay, she would find a chance to release him and his slave sailors. But it was clear that she didn't intend to return Yulun's belongings on serenity and tranquility to him. If his identity as the Red Devil was discovered in Slave Bay and he was hanged to death, he deserved it. To prevent Yulun from secretly influencing the Green Dragon and the White Dragon, Danny even locked him up on the boat. They were more than 10 kilometers apart. In the afternoon, Cora carried the corpse of the bugle player to the deck and cut open his chest with a dagger. The corpses of the centaurs, pirates, and sailors had been disposed of last night. The weather in the summer sea was too hot and couldn't be kept for long. But the corpse of the black man who blew the bugle was kept because it was too special. When Beavos touched him, he felt like he was holding a roasted sweet potato that had just been dug out of a fire pit, and he had already been dead for half an hour. Cora's chest was cut open, and everyone was shocked to see that his internal organs were charred black, especially his lungs, which were almost charred into charcoal. Your Highness, you! Whitebeard raised his head and looked at Danny, wanting to say something. Go's expression also changed, and he was the first to stand up and shout, Calixi, let me blow the bugle! I'll do it. I'm stronger, maybe I won't die. Cora glared at Go, as if blaming him for wanting to steal his glory. It wasn't wrong. In centaur tradition, It was an honor for a blood rider to die for a call, but it was a disgrace for the call to die before himself. I'm not afraid of death. Let me do it. Ricardo didn't want to fall behind. Xing! Kueluo pulled out his dagger and shouted, "Don't fight with me. I'm a guard of the Megalosaurus. Protecting the Megalosaurus is my responsibility and glory." Cora hesitated for a moment and said to Danny, "Maybe Kueluo can try. He's eaten dragon essence and has strong resistance." "Yes, let me do it," Kueluo said excitedly. When the centaurs stood up one by one to express their loyalty, Danny remained unmoved. Using a handkerchief to cover her nose, she moved her head closer to the corpse and continued to observe the black man's internal organs. Now that she heard Cora's suggestion, she came back to her senses and said with a smile, "Why do you all want to die? It's just high temperatures. Do you think I'm afraid of high temperatures? But crows, I said, we have to sacrifice our souls." Chola's expression changed as he said worriedly. He had already guessed what Danny meant. She wanted him to blow the horn. Danny waved her hand and signaled the sailors to carry the body away. She returned to the table and chair at the bow of the ship and gently stroked the smooth surface of the horn. She asked, "Do you recognize the words on it?" The horn was made from the horn of a megalosaurus, polished to a smooth and round surface, inlaid with red gold and black Valeglia steel stripes. Other than the ancient runes and strange patterns carved on it, there was also a string of Valeglia characters. Magic runes and the language used for communication were two different systems. Valeglia runes were rarely understood, but Valeglia was currently the mainstream language of the continent of Ursos. After all, the Freedom Fortress of ancient Valeglia had ruled the world for thousands of years. At most, the Valeglia of the major cities would be mixed with the local accent, just like China's Mandarin and local dialects. Well, many dialects were harder to understand than foreign languages. I am the dragon binder. No mortal will survive after I make a sound. Blood for fire, fire for blood. Cora leaned close to the horn and read it word by word. This dragon horn is called the dragon binder. The price for mortals to use it is their life, but Danny touched her nose and blushed. It's not that I don't think I'm immortal, but there are some qualities that normal people don't have. It doesn't burn. Whitebeard came over and asked doubtfully, "Your Highness, are you sure?" In the history of the Targaryen family, many people believed that they could be reborn from the ashes. The most famous one was Bright Flame Elian. He was your great-grandfather's eldest brother and believed that wildfire could turn him into a dragon. About 70 years ago, he drank a bottle of wildfire. After a pause, the old man said softly, "He didn't even leave a bone behind in the green flames." How do you think a dragon was hatched from 3 fossilized dragon eggs? Danny rolled her eyes at him and asked in return, "Wasn't it a life for a life, or a sacrifice of your family?" Whitebeard was puzzled. "Ha ha ha, even you believe it. Looks like Yuluen probably thought it was real too." Danny held her stomach and laughed. Calixi went into the fire and gave birth to the dragon herself. That carriage, King Viserys, had already died under the golden liquid a few months ago. How did she sacrifice it? Jiki curled her lips and said, "Personally, gave birth to the dragon?" Bevos opened his mouth wide, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "Humph, the stone eggs have shattered, but the weight and volume are not reduced at all." Jiki said, "All right, I'll blow the horn. Grohl, tell the sailors to be careful. Don't fall off the mast." Danny moved the huge horn into the bedroom and placed it on the bed. 2 metal cages were placed in the corner of the room. They were prepared by Blackbeard for the 3 dragons. She didn't expect them to really come in use. The others stood outside the room and looked at Danny nervously. Taking a deep breath, Danny put her mouth close to the horn, which was as thick as a wine glass, and blew gently, "Woo." The low sound echoed in the narrow bedroom. The echoes overlapped, and the sound almost materialized. The porcelain cup on the table shook gently, and the wooden wall also made a buzzing sound. Even Danny, who was blowing the horn, was shocked. Then her attention was diverted by the heat rising from her chest. Along the path of heart, lungs, throat, mouth, the scorching breath exploded like a wave. Woo, woo, woo! The sound of the horn was 10 times louder. The people outside the room once again felt thousands of ghosts screaming in their ears. Thousands of ghost claws were tearing at their souls. A scorching flame ignited in the depths of their bones, burning their muscles and bones from the inside out. Danny's was like a ripple, blending into the sound of the horn, turning into a sharp sword that pierced into a sea of purgatory fire. She was only confused for a moment before she came to her senses. This was the soul realm of Little Green and Little White. The souls of the 2 dragons were here. Before she completely merged with Blackie to become a dragon spirit, Danny had been here a few times. Little Green, Little White, it's me. Do you still remember Mommy? Danny realized that she could distort this seemingly grand, but actually fragile space as she wished. She felt that the soul realm of the purgatory of fire was grand because, compared to her own soul, the quality and strength of a dragon's soul was much higher than that of a human's. Compared to the owner of the horn, the soul realm of the 2 dragons was so fragile. The soul of a young dragon compared to an old dragon with a horn that was 8 meters long was like a candle compared to the bright moon. That's right. Danny was shocked to find that the soul of an old dragon king was sealed in the horn. This made her speculate about the principle of the dragon binder. The dragon binder horn was made from a dragon horn. The forger used witchcraft to seal the dragon's soul and remaining essence in the horn. When the horn was blown, it was equivalent to using the old dragon's aura to intimidate other megalosaurus. The reason why humans were intimidated by the horn was also because the old dragon's aura was activated. For example, if a normal person encountered a tiger in the wilderness, their legs would also go limp and they would be unable to move. Even if your will was strong, the dragon horn would still have magical power to stimulate your blood to boil, and your body would feel like it was on fire. It was as if the sealed old dragon's soul had invaded your consciousness along with the sound. Danny now understood how Yuluan controlled her dragons, using the aura of the horn to distort the young dragon's will. However, these were her children. Danny pitted her young dragons and did not want to destroy their souls. Therefore, she could only hope to awaken the young dragon's consciousness. Little Green, Little White, wake up quickly. Be strong and brave. One day, you will grow dragon horns that are 2 meters long. When that time comes, you will not be restrained by any dragon binder. Danny shouted loudly to cheer the 2 dragons on while using the Mother of Dragons talent, the Spirit Gathering technique. Fine and dense 5-colored light spots fell into the sea of fire like snowflakes. The flames grew stronger, but unfortunately, to the old dragon's soul in the horn, it was still a drop in the bucket. Danny was anxious. Although she did not know what the situation was like in reality, she was very sure that even the Mother of Dragons could not blow the horn for too long. She did not want to sacrifice her life in a daze. I have to think of another way. With the help of... Suddenly, Danny had an idea. My soul is connected to Blackie's if I pull him in. He has devoured a demigod. The next moment, the sky above the sea of purgatory fire darkened. A black shadow larger than a city shrouded the sky. What a huge black dragon! Its wings covered the sky, and its eyes were like a boiling lava pond. Suddenly, Danny felt that the so-called dragon binders were nothing more than this. She was now standing on top of the black dragon's head, facing a shadow of a megalosaurus. Roar! The shadow dragon soul from the dragon horn roared angrily. Blackie, who had merged with Danny's soul, fought back with an even stronger aura and voice. I am the wings of death. Get out of my way. Blackie was surprisingly cooperative. For the first time, it allowed Danny's consciousness to take the lead. Well, she was actually the one who used Blackie's mouth to roar out. Wung bang walala. Danny was the owner of the dragon horn. With her betrayal, the shadow dragon soul on the opposite side collapsed. As if the shackles were broken, two megalosaurus, one white and one green, leaped out from the sea of fire. They flew around Danny happily and whistled intimately. Ha ha ha, since being born in the fire, the four of us are finally reunited. Danny laughed happily. This scene had appeared when Danny hatched the eggs on the night of Zhuo Ji's cremation. At that time it was also in the sea of fire. The three megalosaurus cheered in the fire. She had brought them countless, colorful spiritual qualities. However, after the baby dragons were born, she had never been able to gather the consciousness of two dragons together. Just as she was happily interacting with the three dragons, a golden red lightning suddenly exploded in the sky with a loud rumble. Danny looked up and was stunned. Her mouth opened and closed, and she unconsciously chanted a syllable. It was not lightning at all, but a golden red, twisted rune of Valeglia. The rune was like a living creature that was swimming in the space of fire. However, as Danny chanted the syllable that represented the rune using the rune reading method taught by the Grand Wizard, boom! The golden red rune suddenly disappeared. Danny did not even notice that there was a red lightning in her sea of consciousness. When the rune disappeared, the black lightning followed closely, and another rune in the shape of a red lightning appeared. Rumble, bolts of lightning alternated between the two colors of golden red and bright black. Danny recited all the runes in a daze and memorized them. Hiss! Dahe suddenly screamed, and then suddenly turned around. Danny screamed and fell from the sky. A cough, cough, cough. In reality, Danny's panic screams turned into violent coughs. Her vision was pitch black. It seemed that the sky was dark. There was liquid flowing from the side of her lips. She wanted to reach out and wipe it, but she could not raise her right hand. Calixi, Calixi! Your Highness, Your Highness! A panicked shout seemed to come from the horizon. It was vague and seemed real at the same time. Then the thought came to an abrupt end. Danny fell head first onto the ship. Chapter 82. When Danny regained consciousness, she realized that the ship below her was as calm as a flat land without any turbulence. She blinked her eyes. There was a low wooden ceiling above her head. She was still in the ship, so did the ship stop? Thinking of this, Danny wanted to get out of bed to take a look, but the moment she moved, she realized that her body was soft as if she was a patient who had just recovered from a long illness. Am I sick? Just as this thought appeared in her mind, she recalled the last scene when she woke up. I blew the dragon binder, but I didn't follow the Valeglia's method to distort the little dragon's consciousness, and then my vision turned black and my nose bled and I fainted? Hiss! Just as she was thinking, 3 ferocious snake heads came over with a hot breath. It was very comfortable. They were Dahe, Little White, and Little Green. The 3 of them were guarding the bed. Dan and I was very happy. Little White and Little Green had really recovered. Their lively golden and emerald eyes looked at her with a sense of closeness. Danny touched their warm heads as if it was an illusion. She suddenly felt that she had strength. She struggled to sit up and shouted towards the door, Chichi Elidolia! The 3 maids had been guarding outside the door, and when they heard Danny's shout, they immediately ran in. Calixi, you're awake. Ellie was so excited that her eyes were filled with tears. Calixi, do you want to drink water? Do you want to eat? It's been 4 days. Chichi rubbed her red eyes and asked, Calixi, we've arrived at Slaver's Bay. We're docked at a pasta pier. Dolia was holding a porcelain basin and gently wiped her face as she said gently, 4 days so long? Danny was shocked and hurriedly asked, when I was unconscious, did the centaurs and sailors cause any trouble? Dolia understood what she meant and immediately comforted her. Your dragon has been guarding by your side. Everyone knows that you're only unconscious. It's nothing serious. They were only anxiously waiting for you to wake up. There was no conflict. Calixi, at that time your nose, mouth, and eyes were bleeding. It looked so scary, we all thought. Woo-woo. The centaur girl Jichi said, and started crying. Hey, don't cry, I'm fine. After washing up, Danny changed into a Chong Sam and walked out with the help of a maid. She comforted Cora and the others. That dragon's horn is really a magic tool. Your Highness, please don't try it again in the future. They had not seen each other for a few days. Not only was Yora's beard unshaven, but he also looked dispirited. Even the handsome old man, Whitebeard, looked tired, and his snow-white beard was stained with brown stains. What about the dragon binder? Danny was non-committal. Put it in the basement. Cora was anxious to persuade him. She waved her hand and said with a smile, I'm not stupid. I just want to ask if the horn is damaged. Damaged? He was puzzled. Why would it be damaged? It's made from dragon horns and Valeglia's steel hoops. Even a hammer won't break it, right? That might not be the case. She did not use the correct method to remove the restraints on the horn. The series of lightning runes was most likely a sign of the internal structure collapsing. Moreover, when Danny woke up and tried to enter the dragon's spirit state to recover her body, she unexpectedly found a series of golden red lightning runes in her sea of consciousness. Even though it was her first time seeing it, she knew that it was most likely a witchcraft rune from the dragon's horn. Danny wanted to try if she had the ability to use witchcraft, but her rationality told her that it was best for her to recover in her current state. When did we reach Apasta? Danny looked at the tall, red pyramids in the distance that looked like the tombs of gods. She was filled with emotions. Such a great civilization had fallen to the point where slave trade was the main economy. How advanced was the technology used to make the pyramids? Even at the beginning of the 21st century, scientists were still unable to determine how the ancient Egyptians made them. Many even suspected that an alien civilization had interfered. It was because the knowledge involved in architecture, geometry, dynamics, and astrology was too profound. Although the Gugus Empire was destroyed by Valeglia, the Gugus could still build pyramids that were 200 meters high. It was said that the Great Pyramid of Myrine was 210 meters high. We arrived at noon yesterday, and the customs officials of Apasta came to ask us what slaves we needed, Chola replied. Danny asked him to inform the slave owner of Apasta that she wanted to buy the Unsullied. She rested on the ship for 2 days before setting foot on the dock for the first time. Apasta was located at the mouth of the Worm River. Starting from the old and dilapidated dock, the broken streets, the heavily weathered city walls, and the pyramids in the city were all red. Danny looked at it and felt a little familiar because the Gugus and Apasta used fired red bricks. There was a brick factory near her hometown that also fired red bricks. Every household in the village used red bricks to build walls. In Apasta, the dock was stacked with red bricks, the streets were paved with red bricks, and the pyramids were covered with a thick layer of red bricks. The whole place was red with a rustic flavor. However, all the buildings were too old, and the red bricks had begun to be weathered on a large scale. A gust of wind blew, bringing a red dust storm. The fine red dust easily stung the eyes and made it difficult to breathe. The women of Apasta all covered their faces with veils when they went out. They set off at around 7 in the morning. For safety reasons, Danny did not ride her own little silver horse, but sat in a wide ox cart that Chola had bought for her in advance. Cuero, Ago, and Beavis stayed on the ship to guard the dragon. When they arrived at Slave Bay, Danny did not dare to let the dragon out to hunt. She was afraid that some people would try to get the good name of Dragon Slayer, so even Blackie was chained. Danny did not let the maids follow her, and sat opposite her was Whitebeard. Chola had been wearing the dazzling Valeglia steel armor every day since he got it. Dressed in armor, he could only guard the ox cart with Jogo and Ricarlo on horseback. Early in the morning, the wharf was completely deserted. The wooden wheels of the ox cart made clack, clack, clack sounds on the uneven red brick road. Mixed with the sound of the horses' hooves, it actually brought about a burst of echoes. Aren't the Gith people too lazy? The sun has been up for more than an hour, and they still don't come out to work. Danny looked out the window, puzzled. Most people come here to buy unsullied. Merchant ships rarely come here, and without commercial trade, there is no need for dock workers and peddlers. Who can the Gith people work for? Chola replied, "Oh, so that's how it is. Your Highness, your face." Whitebeard had been staring at Danny's tender and smooth face, which was like a freshly peeled eggshell. He was very surprised and hesitated several times. Now he finally found a chance to ask, "I remember there was a dark red scab yesterday." "Hee, I'm meeting guests today." Danny happily stroked her smooth and delicate skin and said with a smile, "In order to quickly heal my injuries, I roasted fire in the middle of the night last night. Fortunately, we're close to the shore, otherwise there wouldn't be so much firewood." "Roasted a fire?" The old man was even more confused. "Roasted on the fire, like stewing sweet potatoes," Danny said. "But wasn't your face burned by the fire?" Whitebeard was shocked. "It was burned by dragon flames. Ordinary flames don't harm me," Danny corrected. "Ah, you'll understand when I find a chance to show it to you." She touched her face and said something the old man did not understand at all. "High temperature can speed up blood circulation and accelerate metabolism. It can also disinfect, remove mites, remove dead skin, burn oil, slimmer face, tighten skin. There are many benefits." "Mao Ong," a loud cry rang out from the window. Danny opened the curtain and saw an elephant carrying a lattice box, slowly passing by. In front of it, there was a Gith with black and red hair standing up to the sky holding the reins. Walking out of the dock and into the street by the coast, she finally began to see the breath of life. "Is that Targaryen, Queen of the Sea of Sunset?" A stiff common language came from the intersection in front of her. Then there was a rush of tut-tut-tut. A dozen horses galloped over, bringing red dust with them. Danny could not help but put down the curtain. "This is Khaleesi of the Great Prairie, the guardian of the Seven Kingdoms, the great mother of dragons, the queen of the ancestors, the Undulls, and the Nuenar, Her Majesty Danny Rise." Yora took a step forward and shouted to the approaching knights. The cavalrymen had amber-colored skin and wore embroidered linen shirts, pleated skirts, and leather sandals. Their shoulders were draped with yellow silk cloaks. Many shiny copper plates were sewn on the cloaks, reflecting countless small suns under the scorching sun. These Aposta knights did not wear helmets, nor could they wear helmets. They followed the traditions of the Gith, with their red and black hair standing up with oil and coiled into all kinds of strange shapes. There were horns, wings, blades, and even grasping hands. It was strange, without the slightest sense of beauty. Instead, it looked like the horns of an evil spirit that crawled out of hell. "The good Lord asked us to pick you up at the dock. I didn't expect you to come so early," the leader said casually. As he spoke, he stuck his head out, trying to see Danny's appearance through the gaps in the curtains. Danny was a little angry when she saw him being so rude, but she did not flare up. She just made a mental note and opened the curtain to let him see as much as he wanted. Who would have thought that the guy muttered in Valeglia, "There are no dragons"? Damn it, if you had a stunned expression and said a few more words of praise, I would have forgiven you immediately. But now, which good Lord asked you to pick me up? Danny asked with a smile without changing her expression. Didn't you want to buy the unsullied? Of course it's Krosny Emo Nakros, good Lord, the knight said. There were 3 main slave cities on the east coast of Slave Bay. Aposta, which dealt in the unsullied, Cayuan, which trained bed slaves, and Mirene, which sold technical slaves and elite gladiators on a large scale. They were clearly doing the most heinous evil in the world, but the slave masters still gave themselves shameless names. The great slave master of Aposta was called Good Lord, the old madams of Cayuan were called Good Lord, and the master of Mirene's slave gladiators was called Great Lord. The Gith people thought that cutting off other people's chirps was good, that being proficient in the 7 spring cries was good, and that making humans fight like wild beasts was great. Here we are, this is the Pride Square. The Gith knight brought Danny and the others to a wide square. The carriage stopped, and they walked down and looked around. They found that the square was 100 meters long and wide, and there was a huge fountain in the middle. The fountain was also made of red bricks. It was a circular pool of about 40 square meters. In the middle of the pool, there was a bronze statue of a harpy that was 6 meters tall. It had a beautiful woman's face, gold-plated long curly hair, and ivory-inlaid eyes and teeth. It didn't have arms, but it had a pair of bat wings and eagle legs. There was a heavy chain hanging from its claws, and a curled and vicious scorpion tail dragging behind it. Yellow spring water with a faint sulfuric smell gushed out from the harpy's bulging chest, bringing a cool breeze to the scorching square. The harpy was the god that the Gith people believed in, and the last emblem of their people. Chapter 83. 7,000 years ago, the Guji's Empire was the most advanced civilization of its time. They were prosperous and powerful, ruling almost the entire continent of Ursos. However, they only prospered for 1,000 years. The sudden rise of dragons and the magic civilization of Valeglia destroyed the empire in just a few decades. Unlike the other Valeglia forts, the Guji's Empire was too close to the Valeglia Peninsula. There were almost no purebred descendants left. At this time, the Gujis in Slave Bay were all mixed bloods. They could not even speak Giskeri. At this time, the Shawmate-like knight spoke to a fat Gujis in Valeglia with an accent. "Good lord, I'll bring them here for you." "Sigh, those barbaric Undals can't even speak Valeglia. You should hire a better interpreter." Across the square was a huge 120-meter tall pyramid, similar to the Mayan pyramids. The pyramids of Egypt had many steps, and each side of the pyramid could be climbed by people. However, the pyramid of Apasta had 33 steps, so each step was very high. The followers of the 7 gods believed in the number 7, and the Gujis believed that 33 had the most mysterious meaning. The 120-meter tall pyramid was 6 meters high. In order to climb to the top, a normal staircase would be cut on one of the big steps. At this time, a comfortable couch was placed on the bottom step. A tall, red-skinned fat man was lying on it. He was wearing a toka robe with golden tassels. It was like a long, loose sheet wrapped around his body and clasped on one shoulder. When he walked, he had to hold the robe in place with his left hand. He was good Lord Krasny, a big slaver. The slaver held short whip in his right hand and pointed at Danny and the others. His left hand would occasionally pick up fruit and wine from the chopping board in front of him and put them into his mouth. Behind him, a pair of twin girls fanned him. "I have the best interpreter. She can speak the dialect of every corner of the world." Krasny pointed at the girls beside him. He also spoke Valeglia, but with a strong Guji's accent. Danny and the others had been standing by the fountain, waiting for their master to summon them. Hearing their conversation, she couldn't help but wonder, why does that guy think I can't speak Valeglia? A glint flashed across Cora's eyes as he said calmly, "I did it on purpose. I hope that they will think that you only speak Westeros and Dothraki." Danny nodded and understood what he was trying to do. "Hey, Westeros bitch, look down there!" Krasny, the slave merchant, suddenly sat up and shouted at Danny, who was by the fountain. "I sell meat, not iron, but I can't sell the bronze statue of the Banshee." The interpreter called out in the slightly unfamiliar common language, "Mother of dragons, benevolent lord, please admire the heroic bearing of the unsullied warriors." The girl was less than 10 years old. She had a flat, round face, dark skin, and golden eyes unique to the Nas people. The Nas people lived on the Nas Island near the Snake Lizard Archipelago. They were known as the People of Peace and were the best slaves in the world. Well, too cowardly, even more honest than the Raza goatmen. As soon as Danny arrived, she saw the Unsullied. On the left side of the square stood rows of soldiers wearing spiked helmets. They were lined up in 10 rows, with 100 people in each row. Their bodies were straight as if they were standing in a military posture. Their faces were like granite carvings. Under the scorching sun, they did not have the slightest liveliness. Their eyes were emotionless as they stared straight ahead. They did not pay attention to Danny and the others next to them. They are standing very neatly, but this does not represent their combat strength. I want to know more about their training. If they only train to line up and stand in a military posture, it is useless to me. Danny walked to the front of the steps and said to the little girl with a smile. The little black girl with a flat face looked at her curiously and said to her master, "The Westeros woman is very satisfied with them, but she did not praise them. It seems that she wants to lower the price. She also wants to know how the Unsullied were trained. Are all Westeros pigs so ignorant?" The benevolent lord wiped the sweat off her forehead and complained. Did her barbarian husband not tell her the story of 3,000 Unsullied protecting Kola? 400 years ago, ancient Valyria was destroyed in the Great Cataclysm, and the political situation on the continent of Ursos changed drastically. Other than the major free city-states declaring independence, the nomadic Dothraki in the east gradually expanded their power without any restrictions. A Khal named Temo led his Khalasar centaurs into the Great Plains of the Norn River for the first time. Along the way, 20,000 roaring warriors burned, killed, and looted, sweeping through all the cities they passed. Finally, they passed through the forest of Kolar and stopped at the city of Kolar. Temo Khal used his light centaurs to defeat the heavy cavalry of Kolar. The two major mercenary groups, the Bright Banner and the Second Sons, fled in the middle of the night. Just a few hours before the city was breached, the 3,000 Unsullied that Kolar had ordered from Aposta finally arrived. Aposta was more than 10,000 miles away from Kolar. Without even a moment of rest, the battle between 3,000 light infantry and 20,000 scimitar cavalry began. In the end, 12,000 Dothraki died in battle. 2,400 Unsullied, who only had leather armor to protect them, died. Temo Khal, his sons, and the Blood Riders all died on the spot. The remaining 8,000 centaurs walked up to the Unsullied, who were still standing proudly on the battlefield. They took the initiative to cut off the braids behind their heads and threw them at the feet of the Unsullied warriors as a sign of surrender. The battle to defend Kolar almost became a propaganda film for the Unsullied. Even the Westeros on the other side of the narrow sea made it into a legendary story and spread it widely, let alone the continent of Ursos. Krasner opened his mouth wide and smiled exaggeratedly at Dany. Tell her the story of 3,000 Unsullied defending Kolar and give her a shock. Hurry up, slave. Oh, the weather is too hot. Has the ever-summer arrived? The slave girl vividly told the story in a vivid tone. Finally, she concluded, "Honorable guest, please rest assured that the Unsullied's attainments in spears, shields, and daggers are unparalleled. This is known to the world." Dany turned her head and whispered to Cora, "What's wrong with that Temo Khal? He's a disgrace to the centaurs for several lifetimes." She knew the Howling Warriors very well. They were definitely skilled in martial arts. Having grown up on horseback, they were skilled in archery and horse riding. They were also fearless and were almost the strongest light cavalry. She had always thought that only the Westeros heavy cavalry could restrain them. But she looked at the Unsullied who stood there like a wooden stake. He wore a conical bronze helmet with 30 centimeters, long spikes on it, a bit like the lightning rod helmets of the Qing dynasty generals. He only wore sleeveless leather armor with a 40 centimeters long dagger at his waist. A 1 m thick leather shield was tied to his left wrist and a spear in his right hand. He was dressed as a standard light infantry. How could he deal with the centaur cavalry that came and went like the wind and shot arrows like rain? I'm guessing that Temo Khal underestimated the enemy when he first saw the Unsullied. He probably sent the cavalry to attack the shield and spear formation of the Unsullied. Cora said carefully, The 3,000 Unsullied defending Kohler was a historical fact and not an illusory legend. They must have won the battle at that time. Otherwise, how could they still see Kohler City today? Whitebeard stroked his beard and sighed. The centaurs are too direct. Temokal was the first to charge, which means that he might have died in the first wave. The remaining warriors don't know how to change their formations, and they just charge in wave after wave. If it were any other army, they might have already collapsed after losing 20% of their men, but the enemy is an unsullied one. Even if only one of them is left, they won't retreat or panic. Krasny knocked the girl's head with the short whip in his hand and asked irritably, "What are those barbaric pigs talking about?" "Those two servants are boasting about the Unsullied's bravery to the guests," the little translator said. "Ha ha ha, at least they have some knowledge. Let them talk slowly. The more tempted that little bitch is, the more slaves she'll buy later." The slave master laughed and clapped his hands, summoning a group of young female slaves in silk clothes. They walked to Danny and the others and held up silk-striped umbrellas for them. The umbrellas were useless. The weather in Slaver's Bay was especially hot. The sun had been scorching since dawn. The thick red bricks in Pride Square were scorching hot. Through the thick soles of their shoes, they could feel the heat coming from their feet. Waves of heat rose up, making the Astapor stepped pyramids around the square look like a mirage. "Unsullied, my good slaves!" Krasny raised the silver whip in his hand and shouted, "Put down your shields and spears, take off your leather armor, and let the Westeros women see your strong and powerful bodies." Whoosh! 1,000 warriors who looked like clay sculptures came to life. They bent down uniformly and put down their shields and spears. They quickly took off their leather armor and silk pants, leaving only the white linen wrapped around their waists and the lightning rod helmets on their heads. Soon, they stood up straight again so that the Westeros queen could examine them carefully. Danny really went to take a closer look. Sure enough, they all had strong and tall bodies. They were all eunuchs, but Bevo's had a pregnant woman's big belly, while they all had more than 4 abdominal muscles. The slave girl told her body, speed, and strength are the selection criteria. They have been trained since they were 5 years old. Every day, they train from dawn to dusk until they are proficient in the techniques of daggers, shields, and 3 spears. The training was extremely harsh. Only one of the 3 boys survived. This is a well-known fact. There is a saying about the Unsullied from the day they won the spiked helmet. The most difficult life is over. From now on, any mission is not as harsh as the original training. Krasny did not know the common language, but he pretended to understand and nodded. When the little translator finished, he said triumphantly, "Tell the queen who lost her kingdom that my good slaves have been standing there since yesterday. For a day and a night, they have neither eaten nor drunk water. Tell her that as long as I don't order them to disband, the slaves will stand still until they fall. Tell her that even if 999 fall to the brick floor and die, the last one will still stand still until his own death. Tell her that this is the courage of the Unsullied." When the serious-looking translator finished, Whitebeard angrily slammed the hardwood cane on the ground and said to Danny in a low voice, "That's not courage, it's madness. Let's go. The people here are a bunch of lunatics." Chapter 84. Although the slave merchant did not understand what Whitebeard was saying, his tone and demeanor were obviously not beneficial to his business. "What is that smelly old man saying?" Krasny asked the interpreter. After the little girl told him, the fat slave owner stomped his feet angrily. "That old man is very bad. Tell that Western barbarian that we call the behavior of the Unsullied obedience. I know that the Undul's knights are very famous, but even if the knights are stronger, faster, and more skilled than the Unsullied, they are far inferior to my good slaves. They are absolutely obedient and loyal. Ask that bitch again. If her father's soldiers were as loyal as my good slaves, would she still be homeless like a stray dog? In the end, he poured a glass of iced wine, exhaled a breath of cold air comfortably, and added, "Of course, pay attention to the wording. Don't make my good guest feel the slightest bit unhappy." The little girl translated his words with a stutter, expressing all the meaning without the slightest intention of offending. Danny felt sorry for her. "It's too hard for me." Aston smiled coldly. "If I want to be docile, I might as well sell sheep." After Crazini heard the translation, he grinned, revealing his big and white teeth. "As soon as I give the order, these sheep will tear his belly apart and let his stinky intestines flow to the ground." The interpreter said, "The Unsullied are not sheep. They have the ferocity and loyalty of dogs." "Hounds," Danny murmured, slowly walking along the line of slave soldiers as she observed. The girl holding the parasol followed closely behind her, keeping her in the shadows. This reminded her that the Unsullied had been standing under the sun for a day and a morning without a parasol. Danny found that more than half of the Unsullied had the bronze skin and almond-shaped eyes of the Dothraki or Lazarus. Obviously, the Dothraki Khalasar had made an outstanding contribution to the slave trade. The rest were white people from the free trade city, Quill's milk people, black people from the summer islands, and even one or two sallow-skinned, pointy-headed Jijesnai. She wondered who had brought them from so far away. In addition to the foreigners, the Gith people with amber skin and red and black straight hair were also trained as Unsullied. He didn't even spare his own clansmen. How ruthless! These Unsullied ones all had smooth cheeks and numb eyes. They were obviously of different heights and ages, ranging from 14 to 20 years old. But they gave off the feeling that they were all printed out of the same mold. Their appearances were different, but their souls had been forcibly molded into the same appearance, Danny thought. "Why castrate?" she asked Krasny through the slave. "Men are stronger than eunuchs. Everyone knows that. What's the most important thing for a warrior?" Krasny asked solemnly. "Power?" Bulls were strong and powerful, but in the arena they were the ones who died every day. Just 3 days ago, a 9-year-old girl had killed a wild bull in the Jazal arena. Our Guji's empire used the fact that we dominated the world to tell everyone that discipline is far more important than strength. The Unsullied are the reincarnation of the Guji's legion. They are absolutely obedient, absolutely loyal, and fearless. It made sense. Countless examples of modern warfare proved one thing. Discipline was the most important thing in the army. Danny thought to herself, "The bravest people are also afraid of death and disability," Aston argued. Krasny grinned again. "Tell the old man that he smells like urine and needs a rotten stick to stand. He is more disabled than disabled. It's better to jump into the sea and drown." "Do you really say that, master?" The little translator was helpless. She didn't know how to change this kind of scolding words tactfully. The slave owner poked the little black girl with the whip and scolded angrily. "Are you a woman or are you? How can you ask such a stupid question? If you scold away the customers, who will I do business with?" Then, "Master, what should I say?" the little slave girl asked timidly. "Tell them that the Unsullied ones are not human. Death is nothing to the Unsullied ones. Disability is even more irrelevant." While Blackie was translating, the slave master walked to the square by the stairs on the side and stood in front of a strong slave soldier who looked like a Lazarus. He suddenly raised the silver whip in his hand and hit the other party's bronze-colored cheek, leaving a bloody mark on the other party's face. The eunuch soldier only blinked, but he stood still and let the blood flow. "Does it feel good? Do you want me to do it again?" Krasny asked the slave soldier, but looked at Danny and the others with a smile. "As long as the master is happy, please continue," the Unsullied ones said loudly. Seeing the slave owner raise the whip again, Danny quickly walked over, held his arm, and said to the little translator, "Please tell the virtuous ones that I have understood their courage to bear the pain." After her words were translated into Valeglia, Krasny sneered, "Tell this ignorant Western bitch that it has nothing to do with courage." The virtuous ones said that it is not courage, your majesty. Let her open her dog eyes and take a good look. Krasny moved on to the next warrior, a tall young man with the blue eyes and flaxen hair of the Lys. "Give me your sword." The Lisi knelt on one knee and skillfully pulled out the short sword on his belt and respectfully handed it to the slave owner with the hilt facing forward. "Get up," Krasny ordered. The unsullied ones immediately got up. The slave owner looked at Danny with a smile, and with an uncaring attitude, slowly drew the sword from bottom to top across the strong torso of the Lisi, leaving a slender red line from the ribs to the abdomen. As if still not satisfied, he poked the tip of the sword under the pink buttocks and began to cut back and forth. Blood flowed like a stream from the slave's chest. "Ah, 7 layers of hell, what are you doing?" Danny cried, "Tell the cow not to make a fuss." Krasny listened to the translation and said impatiently, "Men don't need nipples, eunuchs don't need them." There was only a thin layer of skin between the nipple and the chest, and he slashed it down, causing it to roll to the brick floor. A red circle appeared on the unsullied one's chest, and blood gushed out, but he did not move until Krasny returned the sword with the hilt facing forward. "Take it. This little one is happy to serve the master." The slave warrior took the sword and said, respectfully. Krasny turned to face Danny. "See? They can't feel pain. We have a magical drink called the Wine of Courage, made with belladonna, bloodfly larvae, black lotus roots, and other secret recipes. From the day they were castrated, they must drink it at every meal, day after day, year after year, until their senses become numb, until they become fearless in battle, until they are not afraid of any torture. Tell the barbarian that any secret can be trusted to be kept by the unsullied. He can also be arranged to guard the meeting room or even the bedroom, without worrying about being eavesdropped. In Yuan-Kai and Mirin, the way to create eunuchs is to remove the buttocks but leave the silver stalks. Such people can have children, but they can still be ridden, and that will only cause trouble. We also remove the silver stalks, leaving nothing behind. The unsullied ones are the purest animals in the world, and the bitch queen can use them without worry. Oh no, maybe she needs that thing of theirs. But don't worry, although Apasta is not as good as Kaiyuan, there are also tall, powerful, and skilled bed slaves to satisfy her. Ha ha ha. Should I feed it to Dahe, Little Green, or Little White? Danny fell into deep thought. The little interpreter's body swayed, and he spoke his words with difficulty. "Beast." Whitebeard stomped his crutch and scolded with a livid face. "That old man is scolding you, master." The little slave girl trembled. Ha ha ha. The slave owner laughed exaggeratedly at Whitebeard and sneered. "I heard that in the barbaric Sunset Kingdom there are people who solemnly swear to maintain chastity, to not have children, and to live only for duty." "Is that so?" "Yes." After the question was conveyed by the little interpreter, the old man nodded and said, "There are many such organizations, the scholars of the City of Knowledge, the monks and nuns who serve the 7 gods, the Sisters of Silence who mourn the dead, the King's Guard, the Night Watchers." The slave merchant's voice was low. "People shouldn't live like this. They will be tortured by temptation every day, and the oath is useless. In the end, most people will succumb to their base desires. The unsullied ones are different. Their way of combining with the sword is incomparable to others who swear thousands of oaths. Whether it's a woman or a man, they can never be tempted. Well, don't you know that in addition to the instinctive desire of the body, there are countless ways in the world to tempt people?" After the slave girl finished translating, Whitebeard retorted sarcastically, "Yes, there are countless ways to tempt people, but the unsullied ones are different. They have nothing except weapons, and they don't even have their own names. Money, women, power, food, and so on are meaningless to them. No name? Then what do I call them?" Danny frowned at the little interpreter. Your Majesty, they don't have a fixed name. Krazzini stopped in front of a Gith who had the same amber skin, the same black and red upright hair, and even the same hairstyle. If one didn't look carefully, their faces were similar. Danny even viciously thought that in order to make money, did this cruel slave owner also train his extra son to be an unsullied? Krazzini waved his whip at a small bronze round plate on the sword belt at the feet of his son. Look, if you want to know his name, look at this plate. Oh, ask this Westeros bitch if she can recognize the Jaskari hieroglyphs. I can't, Danny said sullenly. After the slave merchant got the answer from the little interpreter, he frowned, turned to the unsullied ones, and asked, "What's your name?" "This little one is called Red Flea Master." "What was your name yesterday?" "Black Rat Master." "The day before yesterday?" "Brown Flea Master." "The day before yesterday?" "This little one can't remember clearly, Master. Maybe it's a blue toad, a blue bug, or a shield. Tell her that their names are all like this: bug, rat, toad, earthworm. This can constantly remind the slaves that you are just lowly bugs. Every evening, all the nameplates are thrown into an empty wooden bucket, and at dawn the next day, they are randomly picked up. They're not even as lowly as mosquitoes. Chapter 85. 7 Layers of Hell. After Whitebeard heard this, he felt bad and groaned. It's crazy, it's really crazy. How can we let everyone remember a new name every day? Yes, the world lacks everything, but it doesn't lack idiots. Krasny listened to the little interpreter's words, nodded in agreement, and then understated. So, we have to select smart, strong, and obedient people. Those who can't remember a new name, kill. Those who can't run all day with a full load, kill. Those who can't climb the mountain in the dark night, kill. Those who can't walk barefoot through burning coal, kill. Those who can't kill babies, kill. Those who can't kill dogs, kill. This time not to mention Whitebeard. Even Yora's face was distorted, and his right hand holding the hilt creaked. Danny believed that as long as she gave the order, he would rush over regardless of anything, and split the complacent slave master into 2 pieces as fast as he could. Well, Danny's pretty face was also pale, and her face was twisted. Her expression couldn't be hidden, and the slave owner saw it all, but he wasn't ashamed. Instead, he was complacent, smiling, and looked at her with eyes full of contempt. Kill babies? Whose babies do the unsullied kill? Do you want to train them to attack the city? Danny asked with her eyes down. Krasny joked, before winning the spiked helmet to become an official unsullied. I will give each slave a silver coin. Let them go to the slave market, find a crying newborn, and then be killed by the child in front of the baby's mother. In this way, we can be sure that there is no weakness in his heart. Crack. Danny seemed to hear the sound of teeth breaking. Was it Yora Mormont or Whitebeard Aston? When she was about to speak, she found that her teeth were clenched, and there was a taste of blood in her mouth. It turned out to be herself. They took the baby from the mother's arms, killed it under her watch, and then paid a silver coin to compensate for her pain. Even if it's to train the unsullied, isn't it too cruel? She swallowed the blood in her mouth and gritted her teeth. Ha 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 ha. When the translation was finished, Krasny laughed loudly. That nagging bitch is such a soft-hearted fool. Tell her that the money should be paid to the child's master, not his mother. The slave's everything belongs to the master, even her child. What was the slander of an individual compared to the lives and dignity of millions of people? Danny had once thought that Danny Rise was very unwise. For the sake of a few thousand unsullied, she had completely abandoned the Targaryen family's credibility. Now, Danny understood her a little. In other words, she understood Qin Shi Huang a little. Bearing the infamy of the world, he benefited the world. All right, Danny was a little pretentious. Qin Shi Huang was much more difficult than her, but he was also much more noble. In short, Danny made a decision in her heart as Krasny laughed maniacally. Seeing that Danny suddenly gave him a sweet and meaningful smile, Krasny stopped laughing and looked at her strangely for a while. Seeing that she was still smiling at him, he turned his head away uncomfortably, but immediately a strong sense of shame welled up in his heart. The slave master angrily slapped his leg with his whip and shouted at the poor little translator. "Tell that Westeros bitch, killing babies is nothing. More slaves can't pass the test of killing dogs. Tell her that on the day every boy is castrated, I will give him a puppy. He must raise it until the end of the first year, and then strangle it with his own hands. Those who can't do it will be executed immediately, and his bones and flesh will be cut off to feed the dog that he can't bear to kill. Dogs don't have so many scruples. They will eat happily. For those children, killing dogs is much more difficult than killing humans. Ask them, would they be surprised? Because eunuch warriors have no feelings for babies, but puppies are their only companions, their only spiritual sustenance. Ha 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 ha." Whitebeard looked away. He couldn't bear Krasny anymore. He had never wanted to leave a city, a bay so badly. This place was so dirty that a decent person like him couldn't stand it. "Your Highness, I suggest to you with the most sincere heart that you leave here immediately." "Hell doesn't belong to the Puryu," he said. "Slave masters should go to hell. But what does this have to do with the Unsullied?" Chola retorted, "It's better to serve the queen than to be tortured here. Buying the Unsullied is equivalent to helping the slave masters. They will use the gold royals we pay to buy more slaves, kill more babies, and their dogs." Whitebeard gritted his teeth. "If we don't buy, the Unsullied won't produce any more. We are the only customers in the world." Chola sneered. "Hey, you Westeros pigs, what are you whispering about?" Krasny shouted with his whip. "If you want to buy, then buy quickly. If you don't want to buy, then leave immediately. I'm very busy. Later, the Pirate King will come to see the slaves. He said he wants to buy all of them." "Master, the Pirate King came 3 days ago. Among the guests you made an appointment with today is Her Majesty, the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms." The little translator reminded. The slave master poked the back of the little girl's head with the handle of his whip. "He came 3 days ago and can't come again today? The last business deal didn't work out." The little girl shrank her neck and squinted, enduring a few blows. "Master, you're right. But that Pirate King only wants to buy 100 Unsullied, and he's very tough to cut the price in half. You told him to get lost." Ouch. It was the slave master who knocked her on the head again and said angrily, "You translate what I say. The wisdom of doing business. Do you lowly slave understand? If I don't provoke her like this, will that silver-haired bitch Queen pay a lot of money to buy my slaves?" Oh. The little translator was submissive and explained what he meant. As expected, Danny looked panicked. "Oh, good Lord, you can't do this. I still need the Unsullied to restore my country." "Then hurry up and buy." Hearing the translator's words, the slave master smiled proudly. "Sigh, recently the Ursos continent has only 2 broken city-states, Murda and Lossie, fighting. It's too peaceful. The Unsullied can't be sold. Otherwise, how would that hanged ghost pirate have the chance to bargain with me? I heard that the Westeros are in chaos recently. When the bitch queen brings my good slaves to open up the situation, it's best to send 3,000 Unsullied to protect the King's Landing and surprise those barbarians who haven't seen the world. I heard that they have 7 kings. The richest Tywin can poop gold. When they find us, the good lords of Aposta can raise the price." Seeing that the little interpreter was still standing there looking at him in a daze, the kind benevolent lord knocked on her young shoulder and said angrily, "Quick! Tell those people to buy those animals as soon as possible. Oh, damn it, they are already mature Unsullied. The best business is of course sold on the first day the Unsullied are successfully cultivated. Sigh, it's a pity. The Unsullied are not pigs. They can't get fatter, but they can eat more than pigs. It takes a lot of money to maintain their food every day, and they can't be saved. If they starve and lose weight, no one will buy them." "But master, you said so much. How can I translate?" The little translator had been trying to keep a serious face, but now she was frowning and about to cry. You really are a stupid sheep. The slave owner hit the little translator on the forehead, shoulder, and back of the neck, and cursed loudly. Some words can be said, some can't. Can't you judge for yourself? The little translator didn't dare to hide, so she just stood there and let him hit her. When he stopped, she said, Master, there is only one sentence that can be said. Please hurry up and place the order. But you said a lot. Even if they don't understand, they will understand that you said more than one sentence. Oh, that seems to be right. The good Lord tilted her head and thought for a moment, and then she hit the little head with the whip again. Why didn't you remind me earlier? You little bitch. You don't have any eyes at all. Could it be that your father and the sheep on Nass Island gave birth to you? Master, I'm sorry, the little translator said with a wooden face. Please don't say any more. The guests are looking at you. Pa. Another whip. The good Lord jumped and angrily said, You lowly slave, you are even worse than a wild dog. How dare you point fingers at the great good Lord? Master, I'm sorry. The little translator endured the pain, trying to keep her appearance unchanged, and said, You just asked me to remind you. The good Lord's whip froze in midair, and for a long time she hit her head one last time, gasping for breath, and said, Brag about the popularity of the unsullied in the slave market at present, and tell them that if they don't hurry up and buy, they won't be able to buy it. Then, with a serious little black face, the little translator began to brag in a serious manner. She said almost as much as the slave owner had said before. It was really too difficult for her. Danny held back her laughter. After listening to her, she said nervously, Really? You also saw that my 2 ministers had a disagreement, and I was going to go back and have a meeting to discuss it. So, we can only give up the plan to buy the unsullied. To be honest, I think the unsullied that can be used for a lifetime is far more reliable than the Golden Group. After listening to the little translator's words, the slave owner's eyes shrank, and he shouted, That bitch is right, the unsullied can be used for a lifetime. But the Golden Group doesn't keep their word, and the price is so high. What's even more ridiculous is that they have to sign a contract every few years. Damn it, it's the Yellow Army again, that time with Mill. At this point, Cruzini suddenly looked at Danny suspiciously and said, The Golden Group just signed a contract with Mill, and those guys' motto is words are like gold. Since the beginning of their establishment, they have never broken the contract. How did this Westeros bitch hire the Golden Group? Does she want to take the opportunity to bargain? Ask her for me. Chapter 86. Master, do you still want me to translate your previous words? Little Black asked hesitantly, What words? You said that the unsullied are extremely loyal, and that the Golden Group is untrustworthy. Smack! Cruzini slapped the little girl's head hard and said angrily, Of course I have to translate such words that are beneficial to the transaction. You stupid sheep! Why are you still asking about this? The little translator took the hit and said, But you later said that the Golden Group would never break the contract. Now that the contract has been signed with the city of Myr, Her Majesty the Queen of the Westeros can no longer hire the Golden Group. This. After hesitating for a moment, the fat slave owner pulled at the sweaty robe on his body in frustration and said, Ask her how to hire the Golden Group first. Danny glanced at Cruzini's trembling chest and thought to herself, So big, even bigger than Litha's maid Doria. Such a figure is really not suitable for wearing a toga robe. Things that should not be exposed were all exposed. After the little translator asked once, she said, The Targaryen family has a blood contract with the Golden Group. They will help me restore my kingdom. After all, the founder of the Golden Group is the illegitimate son of the Targaryen family, and the core members of the Legion are mostly descendants of exiled nobles from Westeros. Since they can return home to be nobles, they naturally won't be willing to stay in a foreign land and be a precarious mercenary. Whitebeard and Cora both looked at Danny in shock. They did not expect her to have such a hidden card. That seems to make sense. Cruzzini touched his black and red forked beard like steel needles on his chin and sighed. Tell her that she can go back and discuss it. I will temporarily keep this batch of Unsullied for her. This stingy guy, it's already noon, but he didn't even treat me to lunch. I stood in the square all morning and didn't even get to drink a glass of water. That fat pig, on the other hand, ate iced wine and fresh fruits nonstop. Danny said goodbye politely while cursing the slave owner in her heart. Passing through Pride Square, they brought back the horses and cows from the cattle pen at the end of the street. When the centaur put the yoke on the ox cart, Cora asked in a low voice, Your Highness, do you really have a secret agreement with the Golden Regiment? It's fake, Danny said as she climbed onto the ox cart and beckoned Whitebeard to come in. Viserys once took me to visit Commander Ms. Tone. Viserys used the money from selling his mother's crown to treat the commanders of the Golden Regiment and above to a feast, hoping that they would be willing to help him regain the throne. Ha! Those fellows were eating and drinking while laughing at Viserys after he finished his request. Meath Todd? Whitebeard thought for a moment and sighed. Blackheart Meath died 3 years ago, and the Toynes family is completely extinct. The current leader of the Golden Regiment is Harry Strickland, who is known as the Homeless. Hearing the uneasiness in his tone, Danny asked curiously, Is the Toynes very famous? The backbone members of the Golden Regiment are almost all descendants of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. 100 years ago, the first Blackfire rebellion failed. Some of the nobles who supported Demon Blackfire surrendered, and some of them supported Demon's son in exile under the leadership of Igor Rivern. The fiefs and titles of the fugitives were taken back by the royal family. Igor saw that many exiled knights or lords were forced to sign up to join other mercenary regiments. He was afraid that the number of families supporting the Blackfire would decrease, so he decided to set up his own mercenary regiment, the Golden Regiment. Speaking of the Blackfire Rebellion, it was the fault of the blessed Saint Baylor. Remember the Virgin Home, built by Saint Baylor in the palace? He not only broke off the engagement with Diana, who was engaged to him, but also locked her and 2 other sisters in the Virgin Home because of his belief in God and the destruction of human desires. He did not let himself or his sisters be tainted by the evil desire. But as the saying goes, if you marry a daughter, you will become an enemy. Diana sneaked down the tower and kept a wild man. The adulterer was not someone else, but a family member. He was Diana and Baylor's cousin. Soon, Princess Diana's belly swelled, and she could no longer hide it. How did Saint Baylor deal with this? He went to the Holy Church to fast and pray. After fasting for more than 40 days, he starved to death. Saint Baylor was a virgin man, so naturally he did not have a son to inherit the throne. That cousin of his, Aegon IV, took advantage of the situation and became the king. Even though both of his parents were Targaryens, they did not marry and gave birth to an illegitimate child, Daemon Vaeshors. Yes, the king's territory was close to the sea, so the illegitimate child's surname was Vaeshors. Later, Aegon IV bestowed the Targaryen clan's sword, Blackfire, to the illegitimate child in public and acknowledged them as his own sons. Only then did Daemon change his surname to Blackfire. Town is one of the noble families. 40 years ago, during the 5th Blackfire Rebellion, which was also the Battle of the 9 Copper Kings, I heard that Sir Barristan killed Meath's father, Simon Town. Whitebeard gripped his walking stick tightly in frustration. He almost spilled the beans. Danny glanced at him and said, You even know about such a small matter as Barristan killing Simon. It's not a small matter. Whitebeard racked his brain and tried to think about the glorious history of the Toyen family. After a while, he stammered, The Toyen family has a strong martial spirit. There will be many powerful knights in every generation. There was once an imperial guard. Humph. Cora, who was beside the ox cart, snorted and said meaningfully, Why don't you tell the princess what the Town family's King's Guard did? Whitebeard was shocked and blurted out, You still remember what happened hundreds of years ago? Hee hee, There's only one Kingsguard who dares to cuckold the king. Cora laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped his helmet. Sirong. Now, there's another Jaime Lannister. That guy is really... The white bull who put on the white robe for him must be stomping his feet in regret in heaven. Sir Jaime broke all the taboos of the Kingsguard with his own strength. Whitebeard's face turned pale as he listened. He pursed his lips and did not say a word. There was no way to refute this. Jaime Lannister entered the Kingsguard through the most orthodox ceremony. It was more authentic than Robert and Joffrey's Kingsguard, and his actions, regicide, incest, sleeping with the king's wife, they were all so real. Sir, you are also in Kingsguard now. Dany broke the awkward silence. This guy has no referral, no approval from the captain of the Kingsguard, and his name is not in the Book of White Knight. He can't be considered an orthodox Kingsguard. The old man advised Dany, Your Highness, I think you should consider it carefully. Even if Sir Cora has the merit of protecting the king, you can reward him in other ways. Now, the reputation of the Kingsguard has withered, and it can no longer be sullied by others. Bang, bang, bang. Cora angrily slapped the small window of the bullock cart and shouted, Old dog, come out. I want a duel with you, regardless of life or death. Change your armor, and I'll only use one hand, Whitebeard retorted. Cough, cough. Have you all forgotten our current situation? Dany reminded them and changed the topic. Let's talk about the Unsullied one by one. Aston, you go first. I suggest, Your Highness, not to buy. The nobles and people of the Seven Kingdoms hate slavery. Regardless of the teachings of the old and new gods, slavery is an extremely evil thing. If you bring a group of slaves into the Westeros and plan to use them to conquer the Seven Kingdoms, then all the nobles of the continent will oppose you, Whitebeard said seriously. Aston, do you really trust Illyrio? Dany asked as she looked at his melancholy blue eyes. This, seeing the hesitation on the old man's face, Cora sneered. Even the wise wouldn't trust that fat spice merchant. Rather than entrusting your life to a merchant, it's more practical to hire an Unsullied. The slave masters and slavery in Slave Bay are very evil, and I agree with that, but the Unsullied are very useful. They won't burn, kill, and loot after winning a battle, and they won't rape women. Back then, Tywin Lannister's Western army ransacked the entire King's Landing and raped countless women. This is why I feel that Sir Cora is not qualified to become a Kingsguard, Whitebeard said angrily to Dany. He is a slave trader himself. Think about what he did on Bear Island, and you won't be surprised why he instigated you to come to Slave Bay to buy slaves. He's a connoisseur. Old man, I really have tolerated you for a long time. Cora said angrily to Dany, Your Highness, I suggest that you immediately chase him and that fat eunuch away. Perhaps Illyrio wants your dragon as much as Xaro of Quirus, and he sent them to deceive you into going to Pentos alone. Once you're in his territory, won't he be the one to do as he pleases? Since we're already at Slave Bay, there's no need for a ship. Let them all return to Pentos. Nonsense. How could I help the merchants of Pentos deceive your highness? Whitebeard seemed to have been greatly insulted. His face flushed red with anger. Your highness, you're right to be worried about Illyrio. Merchants cannot be trusted. But you must understand that if you want to gain the loyalty of the Seven Kingdoms, you can only rely on your own people. Why don't we return to Pentos first? I have a way to help you contact a group of loyal nobles, and then choose a group of knights to be your squires? Dany opened her mouth to speak, but the ox cart suddenly stopped. Then she heard Jogo, who was riding in front, shout, "Make way for the Mother of Dragons! Hurry up, you slaves! Don't block the path of the Mother of Dragons!" Dany opened the curtains and poked her head out to take a look. She saw a long line of slaves dragging their heavy anklets as they struggled to move forward in silence at the crossroads ahead. They were ordinary slaves with light brown skin, black hair, and almond eyes. Dothraki? Shepherds. Under normal circumstances, Dothraki and shepherds could be distinguished at a glance. Apart from their braids and clothing, the spirits of the two races were completely different. The centaurs were even more unruly, and both men and women had a "I don't even submit to the heavens, so why would I submit to you? Kill me if you have the guts." But at this moment, their faces were all numb, their eyes dim, and their temperaments submissive. Everyone was naked, including the women, but there were no children among them. Presumably, the children had been sent to attend the unsullied one's training. There was a supervisor at the side of the slaves, and behind him were a man and a woman riding on a white donkey. The man wore a red silk toga robe, and the woman had an ivory comb in her red and black hair. Her face was covered with a veil, and she wore a blue linen dress decorated with small pieces of lapis lazuli. She had an exotic air that belonged to the Jith people. They had been laughing and playing together, but when they heard Jogo shout, the man turned his head and casually looked at Danny's group. He gestured to the supervisor to speed up, and then continued to flirt with the woman next to him. Chapter 87. The overseer was a strong Dothraki. He held a long whip with 5 thin whips in his hand. A chained harpy was tattooed on his muscular chest. The centaur supervisor had a prideful expression, cracking his whip as he shouted, "Lowly slaves, hurry up and leave," and the like. "Hey, centaur." A centaur with a harpy on his chest. Danny waved to the overseer with half of her body exposed outside the door. "Where are the slaves you are escorting from?" "Of course they are from the Sea of Grass," the centaur overseer replied loudly. "Women. They were transported from Meereen. They are all defeated Colossus tribesmen. Her name is Khaleesi." Jogo pointed at him and shouted. "Ridiculous. I'm not from Colossa either," the centaur overseer muttered. Danny waved her hand at the Blood Alliance guard, telling him not to worry about such trivial matters. She continued to ask the overseer, "What should we do with these slaves?" "They can't become unsullied. They have to be sent to the docks to be sold to slave merchants." As if sensing a business opportunity, the male Khaleesi finally stopped teasing his female companion. He rode a donkey forward and smiled. "Khaleesi, are you interested in this batch of slaves? Let me tell you, we are not the kind of middlemen. The price is so low that it's almost free. I bought a batch of centaur slaves in Khaleesi. It was said that they were transported from Aposta. 20 centaurs cost me 40 silver coins. It's too expensive." Danny shook her head repeatedly. "Hey, that's the middleman. They sell from Aposta to Khaleesi, Volantis, and other city-states. After a trip by sea, the price is more than double." The slave overseer pointed at his slaves and said loudly, "1 silver coin for 3. You can choose as you wish. If you buy more, I can even give you a discount." Danny looked sideways. There were about 300 slaves. "What's the discount if I buy all of them?" "Buy all of them." The man looked at her suspiciously. "My Colossa is too small. I need to replenish the population." She explained. "Oh yes, you are a Khaleesi." The man suddenly understood. His eyes lit up and he suggested, "Why don't I introduce another batch of slaves to you? There are more than 800 of them. I can give you a 20% discount." "They are all centaurs?" she asked doubtfully. "Sigh. The centaurs are brave and unafraid of death, but they're not good at fighting. They don't know how to farm. They don't know how to craft. We don't need slave soldiers. Other than breeding centaurs to be unsullied, they're almost useless." The young slave owner sighed. "Why did you buy so many?" Danny asked. The pasta man looked at Xiaogu and then at Cora, who was protecting Danny. He carefully said, "Since you are a Khaleesi, you should understand the character of centaurs. Khal brought tens of thousands of roaring warriors to the city and proposed an exchange of gifts, centaur slaves. How can we refuse? Fortunately, the Khals don't ask for high prices. A batch of living materials can be exchanged for a large number of slaves, so we can make a small profit." "Sigh!" Danny sighed and returned to the carriage. She said to Chiao Gu through the window, "Tell him the location of our ship's dock. Buy 300 first, and buy the remaining 800 when we leave." "Hey, it's cheaper if you buy it now," the pasta man hurriedly called out. "There's no place to put them. You keep them for me first. It won't take more than 3 days. They won't eat too much of your food." Okay. The carriage was faster than the slaves. Danny continued to move forward. The slaves changed direction and followed behind the carriage. They walked through the long red brick street all the way back to the dock area, but they still didn't see many pedestrians. In fact, there were only a dozen ships sparsely parked at the long red brick dock. As soon as they got off the carriage, Danny smelled a strong meat aroma. She looked sideways and saw the strong man Beworth sitting on the red brick road with his legs dangling in the sea. There was a small pot beside him. The aroma wafted from the pot. Aware of her sight, Beworth grabbed a piece of brown meat dripping with soup from the pot and called out, "Little Queen, do you want to eat?" "What meat?" She walked over and asked curiously. "Dog meat." Seeing Danny coming over, Beavis was very happy. He smiled and introduced. "The people of Apasta are experts at eating dog meat. Barbecued dog meat jelly, dog meat broth. TSK, Beavis has traveled all over the continent of Ursos, and the dog meat here is the best." Danny followed his example. She sat on the ground and soaked her feet in the sea. She picked up a piece of hot dog meat from the pot with her right hand and tore into it. "Wow, delicious, so delicious." She slurred to Jichi, who was looking at the side of the ship. "How can there be meat without wine? Jichi, bring me the 2 bottles of Qingting Island red wine." Ha, you're right. There should be wine and meat." The tall eunuch was happier. "Your Highness," Whitebeard frowned and hesitantly advised, "you are the queen of the 7 kingdoms. How can you, not to mention the queen. Even if the 7 gods came to the world, they have to eat when it's mealtime. Otherwise, Saint Bailey wouldn't starve to death." Danny ate the meat as she spoke. The thick juice at the corner of her mouth slipped onto the chong sam on her chest. "You." Whitebeard was even more shocked. "Saint Bailey is your ancestor." "Then did he starve to death?" she asked casually. "Yes," Whitebeard said with difficulty. "I didn't say anything wrong." Jichi trotted down with 2 bottles of wine. Danny bit off the cork with a pop sound. This unsightly action made Whitebeard's eyes twitch again. She handed a bottle of wine with the cork removed to the fat eunuch. She blew into the bottle and sighed. "This taste! I dare say it's 10 times better than sitting on the Iron Throne." Ha. The fat eunuch laughed and slapped his thigh. "Let me tell you, from now on, Beavis likes you. He thinks you are a queen. Sigh, I only found out today that you have some attainments in eating. I thought you were like a pig who could stuff anything into your stomach." Danny teased. Ha. Your Highness, you didn't forget what Krasny said, did you?" Chola stood aside and said, "What?" she complained while gnawing on the bone. "There's no pepper. There's still a difference." "What pepper? Are you talking about the fire dragon pepper?" Beavis asked. "No, the fire dragon pepper is pepper. It's not the same as pepper. It's the kind that makes people's mouth burn." Danny gestured a few times. Finally, she waved her hand and sighed. "When the dragon grows up, I must ride him and find the pepper." Cough, cough, cough. Chola coughed a few times to remind her, "I'm talking to you. I'm listening, go on." She said, "Every Unsullied has to kill the dog they have raised for a year, but many Unsullied can't complete this assessment." Danny, who was gnawing on a bone as thick as a child's arm with her mouth wide open, froze. Chola acted as if he didn't see it and continued. "Then the slave owner will kill the little Unsullied and feed his puppy with his flesh and bones. Perhaps many dogs in Apasta are so stop." Danny raised the wine bottle and interrupted him. She spat out the bone and asked Beavis, With your years of experience eating dog meat, you must be able to tell that this is an old dog, right? Without waiting for Beavis to answer, Danny put down the bottle and stood up with her hands on the ground. She said to Chola, "This is an old dog raised by ordinary people. Beavis, you continue. I'm full. I'm going to take a nap." After that, she walked towards the spiral staircase lightly, but her footsteps were a little staggered. She seemed to be drunk. In the afternoon, more than 300 Slake slaves were sent to the ship. Because they had found a buyer, they no longer had to be naked for the buyer to check. At this time, not only was he wearing a shabby linen robe, he was also wearing a bronze slave collar. Danny didn't put the man into the Fighting Bull record. Instead, she called Afanti and asked him to arrange some chores for them to do. Now, they can't be considered centaurs. They're almost crippled. Let them recall the glorious years of the centaurs first, then make arrangements. She told the old man. At this point, she caught a glimpse of a few older women in the slave team and asked the old man, "Afanti, do you want a wife? If you nod, I'll introduce you to a partner." Afanti hesitated and said, "Calixi, centaurs are not popular with marriage. The weak can't guarantee that their wives won't be invaded by the strong." "So you have that intention?" Danny saw that there was hope, so she patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. "Afanti, your identity is different now. Commander of a bull record, isn't it enough for you to fart? My Blood Alliance guard is only a bull record. This, centaurs respect martial strength. Commander of a bull record doesn't mean anything, right? It doesn't mean anything. What right do you have to stand here and talk to me? My Khalasa, I'm the master. Martial strength is important, but loyalty to me and the merits of Khalasa is more important." Seeing that he was still hesitating, the centaurs around him didn't think much of it. They were all bull record commanders of Khalasa. She pointed to a tall and sturdy centaur among the slaves and loudly asked everyone, "That person can definitely defeat the 3 Afundi easily. Now, because of his strength, I want to strip Afundi Nyolu of his position as the commander and let him replace him. From now on, he will be on the same level as you bull record commanders. Are you happy?" "Don't." Afanti cried and begged, "Can I marry a wife?" "Calixi, I've followed you through the red wasteland and swam through thousands of miles of poisonous water. If you do this, I'm not happy." "Calixi, Afanti has been helping us take care of the horses. It's very—" Auguste stood out and scratched his head in distress. He didn't know how to express his thoughts. Danny waved her hand and said, "I'm only asking, are you happy?" "I don't know why, but I'm not happy." Auguste said sullenly, "I'm not happy either." The remaining Blood Alliance guard and centaur leader all said at once, "Pa." Danny clapped her hands and shouted, "That's right. Of course you're not happy because no one is invincible. If you only talk about martial strength and status, then one day you will all be replaced by newcomers. They didn't contribute anything to Khalasa at all. It was because of everyone's kindness that they were able to obtain their freedom and regain their dignity as a centaur. We are their benefactors. How can they ride on our heads the moment they join Khalasa? That's not right." Ma Min's face was full of agreement. Aga only felt that Calixi had said what he was thinking, but it was hard to express it with words. Chapter 88. "Yes, I raise horses for Khalasar. I am loyal to you. Khaleesi, I have made great contributions. Even if I am old and weak, my strength is not as good as theirs, but I am far more qualified than them to be the leader of the Nyolu." Afundi muttered, his eyes shining brighter as he spoke, as if he had discovered a truth that he had overlooked in the past. Danny saw their expressions and nodded to herself. The structure of the centaur's power had begun to change today. Any stable political structure would be pyramid-shaped, and the spire would be formed based on the foundation. Danny wanted the spire of the centaurs to belong to Emperor Danny and not Khaleesi Danny, so the lower structure had to be changed. The new political structure would spontaneously form her desired throne, and at the same time it would instinctively protect the structure. From today onwards, merit, which is the contribution to Khalasar, will determine a person's position and status. Do you agree? Danny asked her Lu leader loudly. Agree. They did not hesitate and replied in unison. Of course they agreed, because in Danny's new political system, they might not be the strongest, but they would definitely be the ones with the most merit, the merit of bringing the dragon to power. As time passed, even if Khalasar grew larger and even unified the Dothraki Sea, they would still be able to protect their rights. This was to protect their own interests, and whoever did not agree was an idiot. I feel that Her Highness the Princess has made the centaurs have some. I don't know how to describe it. Cora saw the agitated Danny and her centaur leader on the deck, and he had a feeling that something big had happened, but he was not sure what had happened. From today onwards, Her Highness the Princess, the Dothraki of Khalasar will only recognize her, and after she dies they will be her children. As long as the dragon grows up, the Dothraki will change their surname to Targaryen. Whitebeard's eyes widened, and he was so shocked that his body could not stop trembling. She is indeed a Targaryen, a born king, perhaps the greatest king of the Targaryen family. Surpassing Aegon the Conqueror? Cora said in disbelief. Perhaps. Aegon is not as broad-minded as her. The old man murmured. He actually wanted to say ambition, but the old man wasn't sure if Her Royal Highness had done it on purpose or by accident. Danny walked up to a centaur slave and asked in Dothraki, "Are you willing to join my Khalasar and follow my rules?" "Aye." The centaur girl in her early 20s looked at her timidly before lowering her gaze and saying in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "I'm willing to listen to Calixi." "Lower your head," Danny said. The centaur girl obediently lowered her head, and Danny personally opened the copper collar at the back of her neck. "Pata!" The heavy collar smashed heavily on the wooden deck, and the centaur girl seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden from her shoulders, and inexplicably felt much lighter. "You are free. Now, you are once again an unruly horse citizen." Boo-hoo-hoo. For some reason, hearing Calixi's light words made the centaur girl so emotional that she started to cry. Danny ignored her and walked to the next slave, asking, "Join my Khalasar, and I will give you freedom and dignity, but you must swear to follow my rules. Are you willing?" "I am willing, Calixi." Thud, thud, thud. The collars were taken off one after another, and the slaves became new members of the Khalasar. "My first rule is to reward based on merit. You already know that. Now I will announce my second rule to promote marriage." Danny glanced at the centaurs and said loudly, "I swear in the name of Calixi that your marriage will be protected and blessed by the entire Khalasar and my Megalosaurus. Any act of stealing another person's wife will be considered illegal. Similarly, marriage is free. The man and woman of the union must be of their own volition and cannot be forced. Otherwise, not only will their marriage not be protected and blessed, they will also be punished. The children born after marriage will have the right to inherit the horses, scimitars, bows, and arrows left behind by their parents. Currently, the centaurs did not have a noble title, but in the future, there will definitely be a noble title, or something similar to a noble title. At that time, she will list the noble title as an inheritance. Small nobles will inherit the noble title, and only the biggest nobles will inherit the throne. Danny continued to blabber on and on. With her knowledge, she had practically created the most advanced marriage system in this era. But after she finished speaking, her heart started to beat like a drum. She was not worried that the centaurs would not follow her rules, but she doubted that the centaurs would remember all of her rules. On the other hand, the centaurs had a language, but they did not have words. She could not even write a notice that everyone could understand. But Danny still found a scroll of parchment and wrote down the 2 laws: reward based on merit and marriage protection in black and white. She used the High Valeglia language. High Valeglia language and Valeglia language were not fundamentally different. The former was the language used by the ancient Valeglia, while the latter added local dialects and accents, and the writing also incorporated the language of the civilization. Just like French, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, etc. all belonged to the Latin family, but they were different from Latin. Of course, the Valeglia language was not as different from the other countries, and was more similar to the dialects of the Celestial Empire. Although Dany Rise did not receive a proper education, Viserys did. It would be strange if Targaryen did not know the High Valeglia language, but Dany had wandered around many cities in the western continent and knew many dialects of the Valeglia language. After she finished writing, Dany signed her name on the back of the paper. In the dragon spirit state, she encouraged Big Black to sign his name as well. She drew a simple but vivid self-portrait. The people around were amazed, and indeed it added to the sacredness of the Centaur Code. Finally, Dany asked all the centaurs to sign their names. She wrote their names first, and the centaurs followed suit, and then pressed their fingerprints. Well, the names were transliterated and almost lost the meaning in the Dothraki language. For example, Go. Many centaurs had Go in their names, such as Drogo, Rego, Ago, Jogo, Hago. Go meant strong and brave in the Dothraki language, and the hidden meaning was all lost after the transliteration. Although centaurs were barbaric, they valued oaths very much. Signing now was almost equivalent to swearing. At this time, only the captain of the 10-man team signed. In the future, they may grow up to be Gushin or even bannermen. In this way, Dany's law would be implemented in this generation, and when the next generation of newcomers grew up, the second generation would face the oppression of the ancestral laws from their fathers. When the second generation who grew up under the ancestral laws grew old, they would unconsciously oppress the third generation to follow the rules they had been used to all their lives. If this continued, as long as Dany's Centaur Empire did not collapse in a short time, at least 3 generations, her rules would become known to all in the centaurs' mouths. Dany was not sure if she could build a 1,000-year empire like House Targaryen, but she knew that the Dothraki civilization would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. This Khalasar Reformation was not done on a whim. Next, Dany decided to do something that would shake the world. The Centaur Reformation was just practice in advance. Rolling up the Centaur Code and holding it in her hand, Dany continued, "Rewards for service will be implemented immediately from this moment onwards. But marriage cannot be established overnight. We will take it slowly in 3 steps. First, we will create a few model couples so that everyone can see the benefits of marriage and how it works. Second, we will open up marriage to everyone. All Khalasar centaurs will be free to choose marriage or whatever. Third, all new centaurs must have clear parents, and children born without marriage will be considered illegitimate." While the centaurs were digesting this information, Dany smiled and said to Korra and the others, "I have thought of a surname for the centaurs' illegitimate children. According to the tradition of the 7 kingdoms, how about Godzilla?" The most abundant and worthless thing in the Dothraki Sea was grass. Technically, Gra was more accurate than Godzilla, but illegitimate children's surnames had certain variations. For example, Blackfire. The correct term was Blackfire, but in reality it was Blackfire. Wei Shui's water had also become waters. Dany's name did not violate the tradition of the 7 kingdoms. Normal centaurs don't have surnames, right? Whitebeard disagreed. Even Khal Drogo doesn't have a surname, but illegitimate children have Godzilla's surname. Isn't this encouraging everyone to have illegitimate children? Dany smiled mysteriously at the old man. You will find that they will gradually have surnames. How? Surnames are passed down from the ancestors and have special meaning. You can't just give them one randomly, can you? Whitebeard shook his head. Ha ha ha, you foreigners are still too inexperienced. How did the surnames of the great celestial empire come about? Surnames were first produced among the nobles. The commoners did not have surnames at all, so where did the nobles' surnames come from? Most of them evolved from the names of fiefs. In the future, Danny would use surnames as a reward for meritorious subjects. As for the commoners who did not contribute, they could wait for the nobles to make their daughters and wives pregnant. Well, it didn't matter if it was really their child, at least the nobles would think that they had made the child. Or they could learn from the Japanese. The child born during farming was called Tanaka, the child born by the bridge was called Watanabe, and the child born by the stream was called Kawaguchi. Whitebeard thought for a moment and said to Danny hesitantly, "You shouldn't let the blood guards get married and have children." "You mean to learn from the Kingsguard system?" "Yes, only in this way can you ensure that their hearts are all with you," the old man said. Danny did not think that Whitebeard's words were twisted logic. Hundreds of years of history had proven the correctness of the Kingsguard system. In the 300 years of Targaryen history, there had been hundreds of Kingsguard. Except for Jaime Lannister, they had at most flaws in their moral character, but their loyalty to the monarch had never changed. There were a total of 3 famous scum Kingsguard. One slept with the king's lover, not the queen. One secretly gave birth to a bunch of illegitimate children. The Kingsguard abstained from sex and were not allowed to hold hands. And the last one was Jaime, who killed the king. Compared to those who died protecting the king, the ratio of scum was too low. It could be said that the Kingsguard was to the Westeros Knight civilization what the Megalosaurus was to the magic civilization of Valeglia. Chapter 89. For example, the disguised Whitebeard Barristan seems to be loyal to 4 monarchs and 3 royal families. Now he seems to be planning to work under the 5th monarch, Danny. Is he more exaggerated than the slave of 3 surnames Lubu? Actually, not to mention Barristan's achievement in quelling the rebellion of the 9 Copper Coin King. He also saved the life of the Mad King Aerys in the chaos of Twilight Valley Town. During the War of the Usurpers, he participated in the Battle of the Trident River with Prince Rhaegar. Rhaegar died at the Ruby Beach, and Barristan himself did not survive unscathed. By the time he recovered from his injuries, the Targaryen dynasty had already been destroyed. As for why he did not kill Robert Baratheon to avenge his former monarch, do you still remember the first generation of men who broke off their engagement, the Dragonflare Prince Duncan? Because Danny's uncle Duncan betrayed his marriage with the Baratheon family, the king at that time could only let Princess lay Mary into Storm City to appease Duke Theon Byra's humiliation and anger. Robert was Lay's eldest grandson. Normally, this side bloodline was useless. However, at critical moments, it could provide an excuse for the subjects to submit to the new king to comfort themselves. "Calixi, can you give me a few more wives?" Effendi came over and asked Danny shyly. In the process of the first step of the marriage system, the few couples that served as examples were all older centaurs. Danny knew her own tribe's habit of messing around. If they chose young couples, there might be a few young and beautiful centaurs, or even more than a dozen lovers. If there was a large-scale extramarital affair, what was the point of her model couple? Therefore, she purposely chose a group of old people to make up for it. The centaurs were old and weak. They definitely did not have many lovers. Centaurs did not have the concept of chastity and marriage. Centaurs generally would not reject a male centaur. A few more bed partners would be beneficial to her, and with young and beautiful centaurs to choose from, who would still hold hands with an old centaur. The old centaur male was too old. He had the heart, but not the strength. This way, the 2 old centaurs could live a down-to-earth life after marriage. "You forgot so quickly." Danny glared at the old centaur and raised the Centaur Codex to reprimand. "Your signature is on it. You swore to abide by the Centaur Codex." "What did the code say?" "A Colassa is not allowed to have more than 1 wife unless there is a large-scale war and the ratio of men to women is higher than 1. 2. In fact, as long as the ratio of men to women was less than 1, marrying more than 1 wife would be beneficial to the development of the tribe. However, a buffering process needed to be considered. Perhaps the current ratio of unmarried men to women was 1. 01. But after a group remarriage, it would immediately become 1 o'clock, 9, or even higher. This would instead disrupt the harmony of the Kalasar. Ha ha ha! I know. Afin rubbed his hands and nodded like he was pounding garlic. Calixi, there aren't many old people in the new batch of slaves. Although I don't know how the ratio is calculated. It's obvious that there are more women than men. Hearing this, Danny's expression froze. This old man was right. Among the newly joined centaurs, there were almost no old male centaurs. Instead, there were more female centaurs with weathered faces. Could it be that compared to male centaurs, female centaurs had stronger survivability? Can you do it? Yora looked disdainfully at the old man with a pigtail braid at the back of his head. I see that you are already so old and don't have many years left to live. Don't waste your remaining lifespan. You dashed the old centaur's face, turned red. If he was younger, he might have charged over with his knife. What do you want so many wives for? Danny asked. To help me rear the horses. Aren't your cattle all wranglers? Sigh. Even if I am a commander, I still have to work. If I have a few more wives, I can get them to rear the horses for me. Danny asked with a wooden face. Then what do? I command them to feed the horses. I am old and don't have many years left to live. I have to pay attention to my health. The old man said with conviction, just like how I command you to rear the horses, sitting in a comfortable office and commanding them verbally. Danny's mouth twitched. Sir Yora was dumbfounded. This old man is dreaming. He wants to be a noble. I can allow you to take 2 wives, but they have to be willing. And because of your extravagance, you can't choose a wife from the newly joined centaurs. As long as a white-haired woman is willing to marry you, you can take 2 wives. Danny said. In the end, after Fanny asked around, no one was willing to be his wife. When he asked for the reason, a centaur woman in her 50s said, I also have work assigned to me by the tribe. If I marry you, not only will you not help me with work, but you will also want me to rear the horses for you. There is no lack of food or drink in the Kalasa, so why should I suffer with you? These words made Afanti's old face turn red, and he almost ran away. Danny on the side laughed heartlessly, as if she wasn't worried that her model couple plan would be ruined. The centaur woman was speaking the truth. Centaurs were barbaric, this was true, and the Colossus system was backward, but primitive society was close to public ownership. Centaurs worked for the tribe, and Danny guaranteed that no one would have to worry about food and clothing. Old centaurs didn't need to raise children for old age, nor did they need the support of their wives, at least for now. This way, every married centaur woman can get an extra cup of horse milk every morning. After Danny laughed, she casually proposed a solution. Their husbands can't snatch the horse milk and can't interfere with their work. Before she finished speaking, many old centaur women's eyes lit up, but Danny wasn't done speaking. For marriages that are concluded with me and the Megalosaurus as witnesses, the husband must hand over his belongings to the wife for safekeeping, and the wife has the responsibility to protect her husband's chastity and belongings. If a child is born, the Colossa will be responsible for raising it, and will reward the mother with half a caddy of horse meat every day. Afanti, I am willing to marry you. The centaur woman who was disdainful of the old man earlier shouted excitedly, Afanti, marry me. Although I know you are poor, I don't mind. Another old centaur woman jumped up and said, Afanti, I want to marry you. I can even be your second wife. Afanti. In an instant, Afanti, this old bachelor, was crowned with the halo of the nation's husband. No, I don't want. Afanti looked at the centaur women who were cheering to marry him, as if they were a group of female demons bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. Yep, a demon like the Black Mountain Old Demon, not Shao Qian. Calixi, I don't want to marry anymore. I don't want a wife anymore. I don't want a single one. He pleaded to Danny with a sobbing tone. No, you said it yourself. You want 2 wives, not one less. Danny held back her laughter, trying hard to keep a straight face, and reprimanded him sternly. In the end, Effendi reluctantly chose 2 old centaur women with white hair. Other than himself, the herdsman and the craftsman Lu's 12 old centaurs also successfully left their single lives. But they only chose one wife. After that, Danny called Big Black out and placed it on the table. She herself sat at the side, and the dozen or so joyful centaurs led the grim-faced centaurs forward in pairs to kowtow and pay their respects. First they kowtowed to Calixi, then they kowtowed to the Mother of God in the northeast direction, and finally they kowtowed to Big Black. Big Black also didn't accept their kowtows in vain. His claws schwa, 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 drew a sketch of the 2 people on a piece of parchment paper. He also used the Chinese characters that Danny taught him to write the 3 words marriage certificate. Like a printer, Big Black's speed was very fast. In just half an hour, he finished 13 marriage certificates. In order to celebrate this epoch-making collective marriage, Danny also sent people to the city to buy more than 10 cows and sheep and more than 10 barrels of wine. From 5 in the afternoon to 9 in the evening, even the sailors on the 4 ships were completely relaxed for once. Yep, even Yu Luin, who was locked in the cage, was also given a roasted lamb leg and a big pot of wine. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The sea in the north was clear and crystalline, reflecting the faint, cold moonlight. In the south, the top of the tall pyramid was brightly lit. The centaurs and sailors on the deck were celebrating. The great slave owners of Apasta were also drunk in the palace in the sky, just like the countless knights for thousands of years. The pyramids in Egypt were prepared for after death, but the pyramids in Apasta were the residences of the richest slave owners. Their pyramids didn't have a spire, and the empty platform above was made into a gorgeous sky garden. Every day at dusk, the benevolent masters ordered people to light silk lanterns on every step of the stairs. All the pyramids were shining with colorful light, but the streets, squares, and fighting arenas at the bottom were pitch black. One could imagine that in the darkest barracks, some little boys were feeding leftovers to puppies. Those were the pets they got on the day they were castrated. Even on the merchant ship, Danny and the others could see the yachts with colorful lanterns slowly cruising to the Worm River. They could hear soft music and the laughter of men and women in the distance. These Gith slave owners would park their yachts on the edge of the small island in the water. Young men and women with black and red hair would walk in the shallow water, enjoying endless food and wine and some adult fun. They were unscrupulous and ignored the other people watching them. On the top deck, Danny looked at the dim lights in the distance and sighed. The life of the slave owners of Apasta is more extravagant than the trading princes of the free city-states. The towering pyramids of the benevolent masters are made of the bones of countless slaves. The red wine in their wine glasses is like the blood of the slaves. Whitebeard frowned. Bricks and blood made Estapo. Bricks and blood made her people. This is an ancient poem that a scholar taught me when I was a child. Before that, I never knew that its description was so true. Your Highness, maybe you don't want to listen, but I still want to dissuade you from buying those slave warriors. Everyone who participates in the slave trade is guilty. This is also what the scholar told me. Buyers will promote the development of the market. Buying slaves has a positive effect on the slave trade. Haha, that's rare. Ordinary people are not qualified to be taught by the scholar. Cora said with a smile. Danny smiled and said lightly, Aston, I have already made my decision. Sigh. Whitebeard tapped his walking stick lightly. Obviously, his heart was not calm. Apasta's defense is lax. Why didn't Khalasar take it down? She seemed to ask casually. Your Highness, there are 2 reasons. Cora walked to the railing and looked at the merry centaurs on the bottom deck. He said seriously, There are unsullied in Apasta. The story of 3,000 unsullied protecting Kihor is true. This is the first reason. Second, Slaver's Bay is close to the Dothraki Sea. It is very convenient for Khal to come here to sell slaves. Both sides have formed a stable trade relationship. Why do centaurs want to ransack the city? It is nothing more than money and slaves. If they turn the people of the slave city-states into slaves, who will the centaurs sell the slaves to? Also, just like what the governors of Pentos, Novos, and Mir do, the sons of the Harpies will only invite the horse kings passing by and give them a lot of gifts. And Khal will quickly continue on his journey after receiving the gifts because he has already gotten what he wants. It is far less than the cost of attacking the city.